What makes you think I'm not one already? I blurted, then cursed myself for bringing it up. He pulled away, clutching my shoulders, his eyes desperately searching mine. Are you? I keep dreaming of the same children, I confessed, but I didn't offer more information. How could I forget the twin girls had Helian's eyes? I decided to keep that part to myself. You think they're from your past? He asked. It took all my willpower to hold his stare. I'm not sure. A smile played on his lips as he squeezed my shoulders. You could be seeing our future. Our future? I bit my lip, my cheeks warming. I know. Let's hope so, he said with perhaps too much eagerness. You want me to have your children? I couldn't mask the awe in my voice. This handsome, brave Fae prince wanted to have children with me? I'd already surrendered my heart to him, despite my fears that he'd one day tire of me. But he was talking about creating a life together. Not now, but once I know we're safe. He paused, splaying a hand across his heart. I'd be honored if you bore me children. This was all too good to be true, and I feared the moment I started to believe Helian and I could make a life together, some evil force would snatch my dream from me. I'm not taking anything. I paused, suddenly needing courage to gather my words. To prevent conception? He slanted a smile, brushing a strand of wild hair behind my shoulder. Though we Fae have ravenous sexual appetites, we don't reproduce like rabbits as other races do. Oh, but I'm not Fae. At least not all Fae. It's Fae Min, she and Ravini Fae, anyway. My mother and father were wed for 20 years before I was born. Shadows fell over his eyes, his tone turning dark. But then she spent 1 week with the shifters and fell pregnant. His mood always soured when he spoke of his mother's adultery, and I feared his hatred of her would consume him. Not wishing to give him any reason to doubt my loyalty, I decided it best I tell him everything about my dreams. I fisted my hands in my lap, worry eating a hole through my gut. There's something you should know. What? Cupping my chin, he forced me to look at him. Relief washed over me at the tenderness reflecting in his eyes. The children I dream of? They're twin girls, and they have your eyes. His smile was brighter than the noonday sun. Then you're dreaming of our future. Could it be true? Oh, what I wouldn't give to turn my dream into a reality. But who was that woman with them? For she looked like their mother. Perhaps. There was a woman with them. She had dark hair and tanned skin. He rubbed his chin, looking lost in thought. Possibly a nanny. And what did you look like? I never see myself. Sometimes it's like I'm looking into their world, not a part of it. Then a horrible thought struck me. What if that woman was Arabella? What if Helian was forced to marry her and those were their children? The realization was a blade slicing open my poor heart. What if those dreams were a warning not to lose my heart to a Fae who would never be mine? I did my best to keep my voice even and mask the fear that gripped my soul. Do all Ravini females look like Arabella? Most of them. Their skin varies in color from the dark shade of wheat before the harvest to a soft honey, and their hair is like polished mahogany. There was no mistaking the gleam in his eyes when he spoke of the Ravini Fae. He favored their looks over pale, mousy witches. Their eyes are shades of brown and hazel. They are usually tall. I swallowed back a knot of sorrow. What if this vision was a warning? It made no sense, because whenever I dreamt of the children, I longed to touch them, to hold them. Why would I long for Arabella's children? So basically the opposite of me. You must favor your mother in looks and your father in magic. He looked me over as if he was assessing my worth. You don't look fey, so your mother has to be human. I mindlessly nodded, not fully processing his words. I was still stuck on my obsession with those children. They had to be mine. Reason warred with my heart, my soul, which refused to believe those girls belonged to anyone else. My gaze snapped up when Helion loudly cleared his throat. Are you all right? His voice softened as he cupped my cheek. With a groan, I leaned into him, craving his touch. To hell with the visions. I wouldn't let Arabella have him. Just worrying about our future. He nodded, his lips pressing into a grim line. I know the feeling. I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before more of Malvolia's spies find us. I gasped when I remembered what the fire mage had said to my father. What is it? Helion asked. I expelled a shaky breath. The fire mage thought my parents had been dead. So did Malvolia. He called my father her enemy. He leaned back on his palms, the firelight from the floating orbs illuminating his stony features. Have you heard of the Great Purge? The what? It was almost 25 years ago. He grimaced. After Malvolia beheaded her twin. I dug my nails into the furs beneath me, hot magic pooling in my fingers. How could a witch kill her own twin? I heard she killed her family, but not any details. She beheaded her sister, Princess Flora, and Flora's husband, Lord Derek, once Malvolia's highest-ranking general. What kind of monster would kill her own sister? A monster like Malvolia, he said wryly. There was an uprising. Flora and Derek had amassed a rebel army. They tried to overthrow Malvolia, and they failed. The evil queen captured and beheaded Flora, Derek, and many of her rebels, but some escaped to Windhaven and Caldaria. You think my father was one of Flora's rebels? Why do you think Malvolia has so many spies in Caldaria? It's not just to spy on my father, it's to root out the remaining rebels. My veins turned to icy sludge. That's why my father hid me in the human lands, to keep Malvolia from finding me. Maybe you refused to leave your parents. Maybe they didn't want you risking your life to protect them, so they erased your memories and sent you away. I actually preferred the thought of me not wanting to leave a lover behind over this sordid new version. Sadly, this version made the most sense. My shoulders fell. And now Malvolia's spies know my parents are alive and in Caldaria thanks to me. He leaned into me, rubbing warmth into my arm. Don't blame yourself. A cyclone of wild thoughts whirred in my head. I have to find them, to protect them. Anya, listen to me. He squeezed my arms, his desperate gaze searching mine. If you return to them now after everything they've done to protect you, you dishonor their wishes. You need to hide. I snorted at that. Like a coward. No. He tenderly stroked my face. Like someone who needs time to figure things out. Emotion flooded my chest and constricted my throat. Helion, I can't go on like this. My voice cracked as moisture pricked the backs of my eyes. I need to know exactly who I am. I'd go mad if I didn't figure it out soon. I know you do. He squeezed my arms tighter, resolve set in his steel gaze. After I leave you with my brothers, I'll go to Kyan's temple and determine if it's safe. If it's not, I'll bring a witch back with me who can unlock the spells on your mind. My world came to a slow halt as I stared into his eyes, watching, waiting for his facade to crack. But he remained steady, unyielding. Holy elements, he was serious. You'd do that for me? He flashed a lopsided grin. Haven't I already proven I'd do anything for you? You have. I swallowed back that lump lodged in my throat. Thank you. You don't need to thank me. he whispered softly, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. I think we found each other for a reason. It took all my willpower not to throw myself into his arms. I do too. When he cupped the back of my head, leaning into me, I let him claim me with the sweetest of kisses. But what Helion didn't know was that I didn't need sweet right now. What I needed were hard thrusts and desperate animalistic lovemaking, enough pleasure to take me to the heavens, and enough pain to ground me to my fey prince. I wanted to feel every touch, every inch of him branding me, and I wanted this moment to live on in my memory for an eternity. So if that bitch did take me from him, I'd never forget the feel of our joined bodies, of the night Helion and I lived and loved for one another and no one else. With a growl, I pushed him back onto the furs and straddled him, no longer concerned about my too thin arms or small breasts. Clutching those breasts, he anchored himself to me with a wicked grin, and I slid onto his thick cock, aware of every inch of him as he stretched and filled my tight sheath. Then I rode my prince, hard, coaxing more wetness out of me while grinding against him as I took all his girth inside me. And when I placed my hands upon his chest, magic leaked from my fingers and spilled over his sides, causing a bed of flowers to grow beneath us and then fan out like an infestation. I didn't care. I rode and rode him until flower petals were raining down on us and our groans echoed throughout the cavern. And when we both finally reached that pinnacle together, I rode him through one cataclysmic orgasm into another, so hard that I feared my heart would beat from my chest. I fell on top of him, and he rolled me over in a tangle of sweat and limbs, and we continued to make love well into the morning. Chapter 16. I woke up to a flower petal tickling my nose. I swatted it away, but it landed on my face again. Cracking my eyes open, I heaved a groan when I saw the vines dangling from the ceiling. They were everywhere, hanging like streamers. Turning on my side, I looked for Helion, but he wasn't there. Demon was in his place, happily munching on a big pile of flowers. I rubbed his silky ears. "Good morning, friend." Nose twitching, he gave me a blank stare before sniffing out another flower. No, he wasn't my familiar. And yet I was okay with it. I'd found someone better than a familiar. A friend, a protector, a lover. Someone to brighten my days and warm my nights. I sat up as Helion walked into the cavern, pushing aside vines as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "Hello, my beauty," he said in between taking bites of a peach, juices dripping down his chin. "How did you sleep?" I sat up with a smile, hugging my knees while wondering where he'd gotten the peach. Then I spied what appeared to be a peach tree in the corner of the cavern. Had I grown that? "The best sleep in ages," I said. "You?" "Same." He frowned, handing me the peach. "I'm sorry." I took a bite, moaning. It was perfectly sweet and juicy, very much like the peaches Demon and I had eaten outside Skullgrove. "For what?" He frowned. "For putting you in danger." "It's not your fault," I said, taking another bite. He knelt beside me on one knee, taking a flower from Demon's pile and twirling the stem between his fingers. "Radner has spotted fire mages circling not far from here." I stilled, my blood turning cold, clenching the fruit until juices ran down my hand. "What do we do?" "The cavern is well hidden, thanks to you. We'll have to lay low in here for a while." He flashed a devilish grin. "Is that all right?" I eyed him while licking the juices running down my arm, knowing full well I was being wicked. "What will we do to pass the time?" "I can think of a few things." He threw down the flower and grasped my arm, his eyes sparkling with desire, and licked all the way up to my palm. I didn't fight him when he pulled me closer, when his lips brushed mine. Groaning into his mouth, I sat up on my knees and wrapped my arms around his neck, deepening the kiss, that tingling low in my belly spreading like wildfire.
Bad idea, Prince. There are too many spies out. They will eventually find us.
I reluctantly broke the kiss and released my hold on Helion with a sigh. Radner was somehow in the cavern, bearing down on us as steam poured from his snout. I hadn't heard him come in.
What do you suggest we do?
Helion stood, his tone clipped, and I wondered if he was as frustrated as I was at this interruption.
Fly to Phalanx.
Helion gaped at the drake.
Have you lost your mind?
I've heard of Phalanx before. I stumbled to my feet. Thorin had told me about the Wyvern Islands. Helion grimaced, shaking his head.
It's a chain of uninhabited islands off the western coast, a sanctuary for thousands of feral wyverns. I'd rather take our chances against wyverns than fire mages,
Radner said.
Malvolia's spies won't follow us there.
Helion wiped peach juice down his pants.
And what about my father's spies? They'd need an army of dragons to handle the wyverns, and Falknan can't afford to pull them off the border. And you expect us to camp with thousands of hungry predators?
Expelling a breath, Helion dragged his hands through his hair.
We fly up the chain. Thiessen is only a day's flight from the northernmost island.
Crossing his arms, Helion eyed the dragon.
You still haven't explained how we take on the wyverns. Have you forgotten the history of the wyverns? They were once controlled by Myadra.
Helion stilled, clenching his hands into fists.
But the goddess is gone.
My heart slowed to a dull thud when the dragon turned his gaze on me.
And in her place, one more powerful.
I've never met a wyvern before. That dull thud turned into a powerful gong in my ears. I wouldn't know how to tame one. Radner arched a scaled brow.
Then I suggest you learn.
The sky was once again dark, the clouds overhead blotting out the stars when Radner took to the air, Helion and me clinging to the saddle. This was madness. Pure madness. No sooner had we risen above the clouds, the brilliant canopy of stars overhead, than I cringed at the echoes of hoots and hollers in the distance. Dread turned my blood to ice when I looked over Helion's shoulder and saw 3 winged fae flying toward us, rage flashing in their eyes. Magic pooled in my fingers and buzzed through my veins. I realized my magic was a living thing, sensing what I needed. I wondered if it minded being used for destruction.
Do your thing, witch,
Radner commanded. I spun back around, looking at the dragon's raised scales as he flapped harder. He expected me to kill again. Helion tightened his grip around my waist.
Tell me what I need to do to support you, my love, and I'll do it.
I looked over Helion's shoulder once more, cursing when I saw how quickly the mages were closing the distance between us as they gathered giant balls of flame in their hands. A chill wind blew my hair off my face as a shiver racked my body.
Now, witch,
Radner growled. Heavenly elements. Was this what I'd been reduced to? An executioner? Had I been blessed with such powerful magic only to use it to take lives?
Damn you, witch,
Radner roared, banking hard as a ball of flame flew over our heads, barely missing us. The contents of my stomach raced into my throat as I released my magic. But this time I didn't summon a blast. Instead, I envisioned a cloaking spell, a translucent bubble big enough to encompass a dragon. The spell poured from my fingers, and in the next moment, we were flying inside what resembled a giant crystal ball, a clear cocoon shielding us from the outside world. The fire mages hollered and sputtered, flying right overhead. "Where'd they go?" a mage cried out.
"They disappeared,"
another said. The sound of Radner's flapping wings and heavy breathing echoed inside our chamber as the dragon flew slower.
You should have turned them to ash, the dragon grumbled. We're safe, Helion scolded, giving me a squeeze as the fire mages flew further and further ahead. That's all that matters. We'll never be safe as long as our enemies live, Radner answered. I knew the dragon was right, but I couldn't bring myself to kill more mages. For now, temporary safety would have to do. We flew against a backdrop of stars within the confines of the protective bubble for what felt like hours. Pink ribbons of sunlight were beginning to filter in through the clouds. Radner's wings slowed with each flap. I can't fly anymore in this cursed thing, the dragon grumbled. I stiffened in Helion's embrace. But the fire mages are gone, Helion answered. It's hard to breathe in this thing. Radner growled his agreement. They were right, damn them. I'd thought it was the altitude that made me strain for breath, but perhaps we were running out of air in the protective chamber. Breathing in Radner's sulfuric breath didn't help either. Demon poked his head out of my bag, twitching his nose and then stomping. I heaved a sigh. All right. There was just one problem. I knew how to make bubbles, but not how to destroy them. Do you think you could pop it with a talon? I asked Radner. My neck cracked when he lurched forward, poking the clear wall with his claws. He swore when the shield held. Don't you know how to get rid of it, witch? I shrugged. They didn't teach me in White Witch School. Helion chuckled. I think we're rubbing off on her. He patted his dragon scales. Try diving through it. I barely had time to suck in a scream, clutching my bag to my chest, Helion holding tightly to me, when Radner dove down through the clouds like a falling comet. I didn't remember how or when we lost the bubble. I was too busy trying not to die as icy wind pelted my face and blew my skirts over my thighs. We were falling so fast, I couldn't summon the voice to yell at Radner to slow down. The thick clouds parted, and we were falling into a giant bubbling lake of lava. Lava! Radner! I cried, clutching my bag as Demon molded around me, his nails digging through the canvas into my chest. The dragon pulled up as we reached the steam pouring from the top of the lake. Bile sunk from my throat back to my stomach and then back again as we soared down the side of a scorched mountain with tributaries of lava flowing down the black soil. Then the black soil turned brown, giving way to muddy streams and finally, rolling hills as we flew over a canopy of lush trees and fertile gardens. Helion swore when we flew past trees with giant bats clinging to their tops. A screech rang out, slicing through the thick, steamy air like a blade cutting through butter. Radner banked hard when those bats launched from the trees. Hundreds, no, thousands of them flew after us, blotting out the rising sun in a giant black ball of flapping, leathery wings, their long, sharp beaks snapping like the ravenous swamp monsters of the human lands. And that's when I realized those were wyverns, not bats. Though their bodies were probably no bigger than horses, their wings were almost the same length as Radner's, and the hunger in their red, demonic eyes was enough to turn my spine to jelly. Holy elements! Drive them back, witch, Radner commanded. All moisture evaporated from my mouth, and the protest that came out of me sounded foreign. Me? Helion squeezed my wrist, pressing his chest into my back. I have faith in you. I clutched his arm, letting his strength ground me. I would not disappoint him. I couldn't. I was barely aware that we were flying over the ocean, its rough waters an inky blue, having left one island behind us as we approached another. A few of the monsters broke free from the pack, snapping at Radner's tail. He roared, "Now, witch!" Turning in Helion's arms, I released a slow breath and channeled my calming magic. Calm, I projected, releasing a giant ball of pulsing yellow light.
The wyverns fell back, trapped in the air within that ball of yellow. Only 2 of them broke free, their bird-like squawks like blades to my eardrums as they flapped harder, their demonic eyes fixated on me.
2 I can handle,
Radner said.
They will make a filling meal.
The beasts kept their distance as we flew over one lush island and then another. Oddly enough, the wyverns on those islands stayed connected to their trees, making a few squawks and ruffling their wings, though none dared chase us. I lost count of the islands we passed over as the sun rose into the sky and then dipped back down again. By the time Radner landed, those 2 wyverns were specks in the sky, though they still flew in our direction. I knew it was a matter of time before they caught up to us. Then what? Radner dropped us off in a grassy field beside a clear stream in the heart of a lush valley surrounded by a dense jungle. All kinds of sounds echoed from the trees, including the familiar squawking of wyverns. Yet none bothered us. Pinning his wings behind him, Radner drank from the stream. He dunked his entire head, then jolted up, flinging water all over us. I would have protested, except the cool water was a welcome reprieve to the muggy heat that clung to my skin. Sweat ran down my face and pooled in the wide valley between my breasts. I swatted away a bug almost as big as my palm that tried to land on my neck. I spun in a circle, waving away another bug and another. What the heck are these things?
Mosquitoes,
Helion snarled, smacking one off his arm before waving to Radner.
We need a fire.
Mosquitoes that big? I could hardly believe it. The dragon jumped into the air and quickly returned with a massive tree branch. Helion shielded me when Radner set it on fire. The heat from the flame's fumes burned my nostrils as sweat dripped profusely into my eyes, but the mosquitoes had vanished. I sat with Helion beside the fire, checking the evening sky for any signs of those 2 wyverns. When I didn't see them, I let my squirming rabbit out of his bag, settling him beside me with a pile of hay. No exploring here, I warned him. It's not safe. He blinked at me while munching on hay, flinching every time a strange noise echoed from the adjacent jungle. Radner stirred the fire with his snout.
I wish my supper would hurry up.
Find something else to eat, Helion chuckled. I don't think their cousins would appreciate you eating them. Radner turned up his snout, his nostrils flaring.
Do you smell something odd?
Helion and I both shrugged. No, I said, but I'm hungry. My stomach rumbled, and I dug through my bag for a peach, but found only pits. I glared down at Demon, then dumped the pile of rabbit droppings out of the bag. Helion laughed, tossing me a peach. I packed a few in my bag. I bit into the sweet peach, moaning as juices ran down my chin. It was exactly what I needed. I didn't think my queasy stomach could handle anything heavier. Standing beside the fire, I ate my peach in silence as Helion unpacked the furs and filled empty flasks with stream water. He handed me a flask, and I drank it down in a few big gulps. Then I set up a bowl of water for Demon, even though I knew he was probably full from peach juice, the little bugger. Pink ribbons stretched the sky that was dusted with plumes of smoke from the many volcanic mountains surrounding us. Squinting into the sky, I observed several of those volcanoes were most likely from nearby islands, and I wondered what would happen if one of those volcanoes were to shoot off more than smoke. Radner's roar and stream of fire was my only warning when 2 winged shadows jumped from the trees, landing in front of us before jumping back into the sky, squawking at Radner while flapping above his head. They turned their red eyes to me, a plea ringing in their bird-like cries. Wait! I threw out my hands as Radner was about to release another stream of fire. They don't mean us harm. I waved toward the 4 flopping fish on the ground left in the wyvern's wake. They brought an offering of fish. Radner backed up, releasing his fire into the air and barely missing the wyverns. The wyverns flew around his head a few more times before landing in front of me, their black leathery wings stretched out wide as they bowed their heads. Helion stood in front of me, holding up his sword. "Anya, stay back." The wyverns let out pitiful whimpers and bowed down lower, nudging the fish toward us. Helion raised his sword higher, looking up at Radner. "Boar's blood, what does this mean?"
"It means they recognize her as a goddess,"
the dragon answered. When they whimpered like dogs, pinning their wings behind their backs, I pushed ahead of Helion, ignoring his protests. I reached out to pet them, but Helion slapped my hand down. Both wyverns shot up, snarling at Helion. I held up both hands, giving Helion a side-eyed glare. "At ease. He's my friend." They both looked at me with wide eyes and whimpered. I looked closely at both wyverns. One was wider, thicker than the other, a girl judging by her genitalia and long, pretty eyelashes. The smaller one was definitely a boy, for he had balls that rivaled Radner's. Something about their sweet and sassy mannerisms reminded me of Demon. Despite their red eyes, black leathery hides, and long maws with razor-sharp teeth, they were cute, like giant flesh-eating demonic bunnies. Helion hissed when they sidled closer to me. "It's fine," I assured him, even though my gut was churning. Those long maws could snap my head off with one chomp. But they were both nuzzling my chest, their nostril steam fogging my face. They whimpered, barbed tails slapping the earth when I stroked their leathery ears.
"Looks like you've got some new familiars,"
Radner said wryly.
"Wonder how they'll get along with your other one."
I thought about correcting Radner that neither the wyverns nor Demon were my familiars, since they didn't speak to me through thought. But I decided to keep that knowledge to myself, knowing the Drake would tease me for days. A loud thump behind me, and Radner had his answer. Both wyverns shot up, nostrils flaring as they looked over my shoulder at Demon. "No!" I wagged a finger in their faces, mindful of the fact that they could easily bite it off. "He's a friend. Friends aren't food." Jutting my hands on my hips, I looked sternly into both of their red, glowing eyes. "Do you understand?" They whimpered again, putting down their heads in submission. Taking that as a cue, I pet their ears again, shooting Helion a pleading look. He simply shrugged and sheathed his sword. "Just tell them not to poop around the campsite." This was going to be a long, strange night. That night we feasted on fish the wyverns caught us, as well as fresh peaches from a tree I grew not far from the campsite. We dared not wander too far from the fire, or else we were assailed by monster mosquitoes that swept in faster than I could swat them away. The air was still muggy here, like we were living inside of a steaming kettle, though the night was slightly better as a breeze blew in from the ocean, bringing with it the pleasing smell of salty brine. Still, I could easily understand why the Fae had left this place to the wyverns. After we'd picked our fill of peaches, the wyverns flew around the tree, squawking before settling on its branches, nearly splitting it in two with their weight. Their personalities reminded me of a dog that had belonged to one of Thorin's lovers. Like the wyverns, he had a smooth black coat, a monster tail, and a silly disposition. But if anyone dared threaten his master, he turned into a hellhound. They looked incredibly uncomfortable perching in that peach tree, yet still they clung to the two thin branches, looking at me with the same adoration I'd seen in that dog that sat at his master's feet, hanging on to her every word as if she held the moon and all the stars in her eyes. Demon wasn't impressed with our new companions. Much to my surprise, he preferred to bed down in a patch of grass next to Radner on the opposite side of camp from the wyverns. I'd called him back to no avail and was met with stomps and a fluffy butt.
"Relax, witch."
Radner's chuckle resonated in my head.
"I won't let anything eat your rodent."
Thank you, Radner. I nodded to the dragon and was met with a fanged grin. Strange how our relationship had changed so drastically in a matter of a few days. How I was finally accepted. I still wondered about my relationship with Helion. Namely, how long would it last? How long did he want to continue this love affair? Would he tire of my small breasts and mousy features? He did say he'd love for me to bear him children. That meant he wanted to continue our relationship, didn't it? Or would he eventually want a fuller woman, a dark beauty like Heidi? I did my best to push those worries from my mind, but still they leached in like a poisonous fog darkening my soul. When Helion sat on the furs, motioning for me to join him, I forced all darkness from my soul and plastered a smile to my face while sitting beside him. "How long before we reach Thiessen?" I asked. He rubbed a peach on his tunic before taking a bite. "It takes about a week to travel up the Phalanx Islands." A week? I swiped juice from his chin, flashing an innocent smile while sucking my finger. "How many islands are there?" "Hundreds." His eyes darkened, desire pulsing off his skin in waves. "Are they all like this?" "From what I've heard." He sucked the juices from the peach, a wicked gleam in his penetrating eyes. "It's my first time visiting." Oh. At a loss for more words, I tugged at my bodice. The stifling air suddenly felt hotter. He bit into the peach, then suckled it again, those full lips worshipping the soft flesh. Oh, goddess, it really was too hot in here. I freed the laces of my bodice, fanning my face. "Phalanx used to be inhabited by humans and fae," he said while wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "You'll see old ruins on some of the islands." I swallowed back my desire. We couldn't make love here, not with Radner so close. What would he say? "What happened?" I asked, needing to focus on something else. Anything but those full, wet lips. "Nobody could control the wyverns after Myadra died. They took over the islands." He motioned to the 2 wyverns clinging to the top of the peach tree. "Everyone either fled to Thiessen or they were eaten." "Thiessen isn't part of Phalanx?" I asked. "It was once considered part of the chain," he said, "but it's far enough away from the other islands that the people were able to defend it. The wyverns have remained on Phalanx for centuries." "And what's Thiessen like?" I asked. "Is it as wild as the stories?" "And deadly. Some of the stories Thorin and his lovers had told me made me wonder how anyone survived on that island. Yet it was inhabited by a strange people who kept to themselves." "It is wild," he said with a wink. And he was taking me there. "How have your brothers survived it?" "They're wolf shifters." He shrugged, as if taking me into the bowels of hell was no big deal. "They can survive in just about any conditions." I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. "I'll be a hindrance to them." He frowned, tossing his peach pit into the fire. "Don't say that." I crossed one arm over the other, suddenly feeling far too self-conscious of my bony elbows. "Will they welcome me?" He tucked a strand of wild hair behind my ear. I should have been touched by the gesture, but my hair was far too untamable, and I knew it looked like a bird's nest after coming out of the braid. "I don't see why not." "Tell me about them." He arched a brow. "What do you want to know?" "Everything," I breathed, and anything to distract me from thinking about Helion's touch, his kisses, his cock. "They're twins, though their personalities are vastly different." He flashed an odd smile, a wistfulness in his tone. Helion loved his brothers. If it wasn't clear by his actions, I heard it in his voice, saw it in his eyes. "How so?" "Finn is kinder. He's the dreamer. Asher is cunning and brave, but he's also—" He paused to rub his chin, shadows falling across his features. "Angry." I leaned into him, so close we were only a breath apart. "Why?" He looked away, but not before I caught the guilt reflecting in his eyes.
Because I haven't found their mate yet.
Oh, yes, the girl who mated with them the night their village was attacked. The reason they were still alive. Are you supposed to be looking for her? He dragged a hand down his face. I noticed lines framing his mouth that hadn't been there before. Suddenly, he seemed far older than his 27 years.
That's all I've been doing these past few years.
How long has it been since they last saw her?
5 years since my father attacked Lupine and drove them apart. That first year I stayed with them in Thiessen. The next 2 years I spent most of my time running and hiding from my enemies.
His words sounded thicker, heavier, as if they were dripping with guilt.
I didn't think it would be wise to look for her.
Aren't you still running and hiding from them?
This is nothing compared to a few years ago. Either Malvolia and my father are tired of chasing their tails, or else they're too busy preparing for war.
I sucked in a sharp breath. This was nothing? How could Malvolia's fire mage turning him into a flaming comet be nothing? I couldn't imagine what his life was like a few years ago. And have you had any luck in your search?
He grimaced. None. Which means Asher will be angry when I return empty-handed.
What are you going to do?
There's nothing I can do. He'll blow off some steam, then he'll threaten to leave the island and go looking for her himself, and then he'll calm down.
He shrugged, though those lines still framed his mouth.
It's how he always reacts.
Do you blame him? I blurted, then regretted my choice of words. Helion felt enough guilt without me adding to it.
No, he retorted, the word sounding cold, clipped.
I'm sorry, I said, clasping his hand. His skin was warm, but also slightly damp. Was it from the heat or conversation? He turned his hand into mine, his thumb drawing enticing circles on my palm.
So is this what you wish to do all night?
I swore devil horns were about to sprout from his head when he flashed that roguish grin.
Talk?
We're not alone, Helion. Though Radner had been surprisingly quiet through our conversation.
Radner's sleeping.
He motioned to the dragon, who had indeed turned his back to us, his tail wrapped around himself, and his wings tucked around his body like a cocoon. His back gently rose and fell as he let out a soft, blubbery snore. My heart caught in my throat when I realized Demon must have been tucked away inside his wings, too. Helion continued drawing lazy circles around my palm, his smile turning more wicked.
It's just the two of us now, beneath a canopy of stars.
And the wyverns. My 2 sentries were still hanging onto that tree. He pulled me into his lap, stroking my thigh.
They won't know what we're doing.
I gasped when he nibbled on my neck. I'm certain they will.
We'll be quiet.
His whispered words heated my skin, setting every nerve ending in my body on fire. Holy elements, I wanted him. I didn't fight him when he rolled me over, ripping open my bodice. But we both froze at the sound of 2 very distinct growls. I dug my fingers into his shoulders. I don't think my new friends want you to make love to me. He rolled onto his back, pulling me with him. I straddled his waist, my breasts falling free when he jerked down my bodice. My nipples hardened to firm peaks when he licked those full lips while squeezing my breasts.
Then you'll have to make love to me.
A small cry tore from me as he lifted my skirts and removed my undergarments. When he jerked down his trousers, I was overcome with the desire to slide on top of him, if for no other reason than to shield his impressive member from the elements. That's what I kept telling myself while surrendering to my wanton lust. Biting down on my lip, I let him help me position himself at my entrance as I slid down, 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 the passage slickened by my desire. Our gazes locked when I was seated all the way on top of him. The fire in his eyes as he rolled my nipples between his calloused fingers was my undoing. Gripping his shoulders, I slid up his shaft, a groan tearing through me. It took all my willpower not to cry out as I slid back down and up again. His hard length buried deep inside me was the most glorious feeling in the world, setting every fiber of my body aflame. "That's it, my love," he whispered, his eyes rolling into the back of his head. My love. My love. How badly I wanted to believe that he meant those words. There was a desperation to my movement, as if I feared this bond we shared would slip from my grasp if I didn't ride him hard enough, fast enough. So I slid up and down his cock with reckless abandon. The orgasm that claimed me ripped a silent scream from my throat, holding me in its clutches while I stilled on top of him, unable to move another muscle, even as he thrust his hips upward, pumping into my slick sheath until he shuddered beneath me. Breathless and spent, I fell on top of his chest, clutching him while he whispered tender words into my ear and stroked my back, his cock still hard inside me. I found myself unable to remain slumped on top of him for long when his cock twitched, making my sheath contract in response. And so I rode him twice more, even as fatigue threatened to overwhelm us both. I never wanted our lovemaking to end, but it did far too soon, sleep stealing away our final hours together. At least I found comfort in his arms, though I feared our nights together were numbered. Chapter 17. Nearly a week had passed. Helion and I spent our days flying on Radnor's back from island to island, our two wyvern hosts flanking him on either side. The islands were beautiful, rich, tropical paradises, many with smoking volcanoes, fragrant flowers, ancient ruins, and relaxing waterfalls. Helion and I had bathed in almost every waterfall. Radnor had even stopped complaining about having to carry a rodent on his back. He and Demon spent each night together, my rabbit curled up beneath the beast's mighty wing while Radnor loudly snored. Helion and I had much different nights, filled with passion and sweet lovemaking. The wyverns had grown used to Helion climbing between my legs and had taken that as their cue to find a tree further from camp. I could have easily gotten used to this life, and not just because of the peace we'd found on this remote island chain, but the feelings Helion had awakened within me. For fool that I was, I'd let myself fall in love with the Fey Prince. He'd become more than a friend, more than a lover. The more time I spent with him, the more I realized he was my soulmate. He might not have been part of my past, but Helion was my future. I felt it in the marrow of my bones, and I prayed he felt the same way. Radnor had dropped us off at a beautiful waterfall that ran into a clear pond surrounded by scented flowers. The wyverns and I frolicked in the water while Helion and Radnor set up camp. The wyverns had turned out to be more like dogs than giant winged predators. I would have thought they were my familiars because they understood my commands, but I remembered Czars telling me that familiars would be able to mind-speak with me, and I hadn't heard any of their thoughts. That didn't mean they weren't great companions. I'd given them names, Beatrix and Beau. Beatrix, or Bee, which meant blessed, with her long, pretty eyelashes, and Beau because he was trying awfully hard to impress Beatrix and become her beau. Beatrix and Beau had learned quickly to respond to their names, too. Their favorite game was fetch, and they would fetch anything from sticks to stones to bones. I laughed as they raced across the water to catch a stick. Though Beau was smaller and faster, he always slowed down in time to let Beatrix get the stick first. I could tell by the way he looked at her with wide moon eyes he had developed a crush. Watching him fawn over her made me smile. She was a lucky girl indeed to have such an attentive companion. Helion finally came to me, stripping out of his clothes and swimming a few laps before finding me on shore. We wordlessly held hands, looking up at the waning sun. Tonight was to be our last night alone in paradise, for tomorrow evening we'd reach Thiessen. He swore when he was almost mowed down by an exuberant Beatrix wielding a big stick in her maw. "Enough, Bee," I said to her, petting her nose. "I'll play with you in the morning." Her wings and tail drooped, but she respected my alone time with Helion and gave me an affectionate and sloppy kiss before flying off, raining water down on our heads with her bat-like wings. Bo jumped into the air after her, squawking and rapidly flapping his wings while trying to catch up. Helion squinted up at them as they flew against the backdrop of pink, wispy clouds. "We need to get to camp before the mosquitoes come out." "Dragon balls!" I swore as a mosquito as big as a peach flew in our direction. Helion swatted the big bug, and I let him help me from the water. We quickly dried off, having no time to play and flirt before we practically ran to camp, about a dozen large mosquitoes at our heels. Though I'd forever cherish our time together exploring the islands, I certainly wouldn't miss the bugs. "You need to figure out how to make them listen," Helion said as we stood in front of the fire, the smoke driving away the bugs. "Yeah," I agreed, "but I think their hunger for blood overrides any respect they might have for my white magic." I looked for Demon, who was already in his little nest of hay beneath the crook of Radnor's wing. The dragon hovered over him like a mother hen, blowing steam on any mosquitoes who dared fly too close. I didn't want to ruin the magic between the two, but I was sorely tempted to tease Radnor for adopting my rabbit as his new little hatchling. 2 loud squawks overhead signaled Beatrix and Bo had returned to us. They flew to the edge of the fire and dropped off their offering of fish. I politely thanked them before they flew away, making a nest in nearby treetops. What a strange family I'd made, yet I wouldn't trade any of them for the world. If only we could live like this always. I think I'd be perfectly content to hide away on the Phalanx Islands with my handsome fae and family of creatures. Helion and I sat on our furs, legs pressed together, and roasted fish by the fire. After we had our fill, I grew a pear tree for dessert. Demon hoarded his pear like a dragon watching over his gold. Beatrix and Bo landed beside me, squawking while I tossed whole pears into their open maws. Radnor took a few pears, roasting them before eating them. And then everyone went to sleep, or at least pretended to go to sleep, while Helion and I crawled beneath the furs. He turned to face me, sitting up on his elbow. "Why do you think these 2 followed?" He nodded in the direction of Beatrix and Bo. "It was strange how they stayed with us, offering us fish each night and acting like my personal guards. With them following us, none of the other wyverns bothered us. In fact, they gave us a wide berth as we traveled up the chain of islands. It's as if they knew, but what they knew exactly, I wasn't sure." "I have a feeling they were sent by the other wyverns," I finally answered. He gave me a funny look. "Do you think they're that smart?" I thought of the way they responded so quickly to their new names. "They have good instincts." "Why did the other wyverns send them?" he asked. "I have no idea." I shrugged. "I don't understand it myself, but they treat me like... a goddess?" I looked at him, at the way the firelight reflected in his eyes, at how he looked at me, as if he saw his future reflecting back at him, and my pulse quickened. "Yes." He wrapped a strand of my golden frizzy hair around his finger while flashing a weak smile. "Because you are." I released a strained breath. "Oh." Storm clouds brewed in his eyes as his smile faded. "Anya, I want to make you mine." You're what?" I stammered. But deep inside I knew. Great goddesses, my heart's desire was within my grasp. Yet why did I suddenly feel the urge to run? He pulled my hand to his lips, brushing the gentlest of kisses across my skin. "My lover, my mate, my bride." The longing in his eyes was enough to break my heart in 2. "However you'll have me." His lover, his mate, his bride. He hadn't brought up our future together since the day we'd talked about having children, so I thought he'd changed his mind. "I can't marry you," I blurted, instantly regretting the traitorous words the moment they slipped past my lips. Then I cursed my fool mind for refusing to listen to my poor heart. "Not until I know who I am. There's a chance I already have a husband." Who was this woman speaking for me? Had I gone mad? Twin suns flared in his eyes. "Not a very good one if he let you get caught in a mind-spinner's snare." I flinched, offended for an imaginary husband I may or may not have. "We can't make assumptions until we know what happened." I sat up, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make sense of my reaction, fearing that some primal part of me knew I already belonged to another. "Don't pull away, Anya." Wrapping his arms around my waist, he rested his chin on my shoulder, his warm breath against my skin a tempting distraction. How badly I wanted to sink into his arms, to say to hell with my past and surrender my heart to him. But some deeper part of me knew I couldn't, and that frightened me more than anything. Emotion threatened to choke off my words. "I can't pledge my life to you when I don't know who I am." He kissed my shoulder, his lips branding my skin, marking me as his. But was I? "What if you do have a husband?" he asked. I swallowed back my regret, and my hands began to tremble. "I pray that I don't." "But if you do?" His lips grazed my neck, leaving a trail of fire. "Will you leave him for me?" "Helion." I groaned as his hands found my breasts, gently massaging them, setting my entire body aflame. "I know I ask too much," he murmured, his teeth gently tugging my ear. I wanted to surrender to his flame, to let it consume me, to melt into him and never wake up from the spell he'd weaved around my heart, my body. But something held me back. "What if I have children? Do you expect me to leave their father?" I'd dreamt of those twin girls 3 more times since coming to the islands. I couldn't shake the feeling that my subconscious was trying to tell me those girls with Helion's eyes were already living. He pulled me into his lap, the evidence of his desire pressing firmly into my buttocks as he took my chin in his hand. When I looked into his tender gaze, my heart shattered into a million pieces. "If you won't give me your hand, will you give me your heart?" I placed a hand on his chest, relishing the steady staccato that beat beneath, that beat for me. "My darling, you already have it." He visibly swallowed, then lowered his mouth to mine as he hovered a breath away. "If we find you have no husband, will you agree to become my bride? Will you be faithful to me?" "Of course I'll be your bride." I wrapped my arms around his neck, desperately searching his gaze. "And why wouldn't I be faithful?" He averted his gaze. "It's just that my mother—" "I'm not her, Helion." I pressed my forehead to his, breathing in his essence, a distinct blend of sulfur and sage. "I want you and only you. I love you, my infuriating fae." He heaved a sigh, nuzzling my nose. "Good, because I won't share you with another. I love you, my stubborn witch." He loved me. I wanted to scream it to the stars. Here was what I had been wanting. My eternal happiness was within grasp. Yet, fool that I was, I didn't reach for it. I stroked his stubbled face. "Then why the sad face?" "I don't want to lose you to your past." It took all my willpower to keep a straight face, not to let the depression sweep me under its tide. "Let's just focus on the now." I tensed when his lips found mine, at the desperation in his kiss. We stripped off each other's clothes as if they were on fire, and when he made love to me, he held tightly to me, an urgency in his eyes as if I'd slip from his grasp forever. Our passion knew no bounds, and we wordlessly made love well into the night, Afterwards, as I laid in his arms, staring up at the night sky, I was afraid to let sleep claim me. I fought against my fatigue, though my eyelids grew heavy. I was afraid I'd lose Helion when I woke. But my eyelids finally did fall, and I went boneless in his arms, soothed by his steadily beating heart. Before I let sleep claim me, I sent up a silent prayer to the elements. Please don't let anything come between us. Please don't let me lose Helion. Come here, Tarianya, I gasped when one of my handsome shifters pulled me flush against his chest. My thoughts were hazy, and somewhere deep in my subconscious, I knew I was dreaming, yet it felt so real. I pulled out of his grasp with a laugh, ducking when he reached for me, then spinning out of reach of his equally handsome brother. We were playing a game of courtship, and I'd already won, because these shifters were falling over their feet for me. How odd that the two men wanted to share me, but I'd quickly learned that was the nature of shifters, to mate in packs of 2 or 3 males to 1 female. How lucky I was to be fated to 2 virile, handsome shifter princes. I would never be lacking in love or protection. I ran, laughing as they chased me. We were in a cavern somewhere, deep in the heart of a sacred mountain, one they'd said their kind had gone to for centuries to conduct the mating ritual. Flickering sconces lit the way as I ran into the bathing room. A deep pool carved into the black granite was set in the middle, the edges surrounded by lit candles and scented oils. I clutched my throat as I looked at the raven-haired beauty's reflection in the lake's clear blue waters. It took me a moment to realize that woman was me. Strong hands gripped me, pushing my hair off my shoulders while feasting on my neck. I tipped my head back, closing my eyes with a groan, leaning against a hard chest and arching into his touch. Asher. I knew his scent. Sage and something else. Something feral I couldn't name, reminding me of the tang of blood mixed with sweat and earth. I heard the splash and my eyes fluttered open. Finn stood in front of me, ankles in the water, his silvery blue eyes alight with fire. I knew those eyes. I'd seen them in my dreams. His thick, dark hair was cut shorter, though long enough to have a sexy, tousled look, which was how I could tell he and his brother apart, for Asher had long hair that he tied back in a queue. Other than their hair, the brothers were identical. Tall, tanned, and oh so virile, their muscular chests covered in swirling tattoos that my fingers itched to touch. I'd known that fateful moonlit night my father and I had stumbled into their camp that they were mine. They, too, had recognized the scent of their fated mate, their nostrils flaring, their eyes blazing. Mine, they'd both growled, which had been the wrong thing to say in front of my father. But none of that mattered anymore. All I cared about was the here and now with my mates. I reached for the lace on my bodice and pulled it loose. Finn let out a predatory growl, pulling my bodice apart before unsnapping my skirt, letting it pool at my feet. I thought I'd melt into the water when he slipped a hand under my bodice and squeezed my breast. My father will be upset when he finds out I'm gone, I rasped, my insides liquefying. I nearly jumped out of my skin when Finn rolled my nipple between calloused fingers. Do you want us to bring you back? No, I blurted. Asher turned me to him, and I looked up into the same set of silver blue eyes. He tenderly tucked a strand of dark hair behind my ear. Then what do you want to do? I placed a hand against his chest, feeling a heartbeat I knew as well as my own, though we'd only known each other a few days. Was this what finding your true mate felt like? If so, I never wanted this feeling to end. Will he be able to separate us if we're mated? He slanted a fanged grin. I'd like to see him try. Then I want to mate with you, I whispered, turning into his brother when he wrapped strong arms around my waist. I don't want him to tear us apart. Neither do we, they simultaneously murmured. My heart ached at the realization I would miss my sister terribly. Hopefully, Father would let her come live with me. I was certain I could find her virile shifter mates, too. That is, if she would ever stop insulting men long enough to let herself fall in love. I put my sister from my mind when their hands were on me, branding me, touching, squeezing, making my knees go weak as they removed my shoes and stockings, leaving me in nothing but a thin shift. Then they went to work unbuttoning their kilts. They wore no shoes or shirts. What little clothes they wore were covered in patches and holes from ill-timed shifts. Flames raced up my chest when they pulled down their kilts while eyeing me like lions stalking a lamb. My eyes bulged when their members sprung free. They were both so large it would be a stretch to wrap my hand around them, much less take them inside my sex, no matter how much my sensitive flesh swelled and wept for their touch. I don't know what to do, I stammered. Asher stepped forward, taking my hand in his. We'll show you. You have experience with other girls? An invisible fist clenched my heart, though I knew I was a fool to have expected them to wait for me. We're shifters, Tarianya. Asher cupped my chin in his hand. It's in our nature to rut. Oh, I breathed, clutching his shoulders when he brushed the tenderest of kisses across my lips. But now that we've found our mate, we shall not lie with other girls, Asher whispered against my skin. I dug my fingers into his flesh, wishing desperately I could believe him. Do you promise? We swear, Finn said behind me as he possessively grasped my hips. You're our true mate. We want no other. Are you ready to seal the bond? Asher asked, his voice a deeper timbre, skittering along my senses and making more moisture pool between my legs, driving away any lingering doubts that this was what I wanted. I needed them so desperately, I feared I'd die from desire. Will it hurt? Finn grasped the hem of my shift, pulling it up to my hips. We promise to make it pleasurable. I let him pull my shift over my head, then I covered my breasts with my hands, feeling suddenly self-conscious at my nudity. No need to be modest with your mates, Asher said, gently prying my hands away. You're the most beautiful woman we've ever seen. I bit my lip, admiring the strong cut of his jaw, his broad shoulders and muscular torso. So are you. Fire flamed my cheeks. Beautiful men, that is. We're more than men, Asher growled, his eyes flashing with fire, his canines lengthening. I struggled to breathe, thinking what it would feel like to have those canines rake down my neck while he was pummeling me with that thick cock. Asher was the more dominant brother, the alpha, the brother who could make me wet with just one look. Finn tugged on my hand. Just don't be shocked when we're able to mind speak. Jaw-dropping, I turned to him. Like the two of you do? Yes. He smiled, his cheeks turning flame red. Out of the two brothers, he was the more bashful and had a more tender heart. I knew he'd be more than a lover, but a kindred soul I could tell my most intimate secrets. How? I asked, awestruck by this revelation. I'd no idea mating with shifters meant we'd be able to mind-speak. Mother had told me witches could mind-speak their familiars, but I hadn't found my familiar yet. Would my shifter mates take the place of familiars? Finn tenderly squeezed my hand, pulling me into the water. We'll show you. I followed him to the other end of the pool, the mild water a refreshing relief to the sweltering heat outside the cavern. They led me to a bench carved into the stone wall on the other end of the pool, and Asher aggressively pulled me into his lap, kissing me hard. By the time he released me, I was panting against his mouth, molten lava pumping through my veins. He and his brother took turns lathering up a soapy sponge, washing every inch of my body, even the most intimate parts. They balked when I tried to return the favor, We'll probably shoot off in your hands if you touch us, Finn said with a wink. A shiver stole up my spine when Asher's eyes elongated into 2 silver slits. He pulled a goblet off the ledge and shoved it into my hands. "Drink this," he commanded in a dark voice that liquefied my insides. I frowned down at the red liquid swirling in the cup. "What is it?" His feral, fanged smile was one of wicked passion and forbidden desire. "It will enhance the pleasure." My hand shook, sloshing the wine over the rim. I suspected my tremors were more from fear than the draft that blew into the cavern. This was all so strange. Were these shifters trying to bewitch me? "We're your mates, Tarianya." Finn placed a comforting hand on my back. "You can trust us." Still clutching the goblet, I turned into him, a soft moan escaping my lips when he kissed my forehead and wrapped his arms around my waist. "We would never do anything to harm you," he murmured. "We would die protecting you." I swallowed at that. How badly I wanted to believe him. "Will you share the drink?" I asked, holding the goblet up to him. His features hardened. "No, if I drink it, I'll lose my control with you, and I don't want to hurt you." "Oh," I breathed. "But if you drink it," Asher growled in my ear, "you will feel only pleasure, and the pain will be but a blur." "Drink," he commanded again, his hands roaming my abdomen. I nearly sloshed the liquid down my chest when he slipped his hand between my thighs, parting my legs. I took several quick gulps of the liquid, barely registering the sweet taste mixed with a coppery tang. Was that blood? When one of Asher's thick fingers curled into my dripping sex, I nearly spit out the wine, losing hold of my goblet. Finn caught it, his eyes flaring as he set the goblet on the ledge. My head started swimming, liquid fire coursing through my veins. A growl tore through me, and I fell into Asher's arms, writhing with desire. The brothers lifted me from the pool, laying me down on a soft bed of furs. This desire, this need to be filled, was all-consuming. Sweat pooled on my brow, and I held my arms open to them, a plea in my voice. "Please." Asher stood above me, stroking his big cock, his growl so deep it rattled the ground beneath me. "Please what, goddess?" "Please love me," I cried, "before I go mad." He fell between my legs, licking his lips like a starving shifter. "We won't let that happen." Digging clawed fingers into my thighs, he spread open my legs and knelt down before me. And feasted. I wanted to fly out of my own skin. His tongue, his teeth. Holy elements. When he slipped a thick finger into my tight sheath, pumping, his teeth gently scraping and sucking that tender pearl, I orgasmed so hard I could feel my release flooding into his mouth. He chuckled, lapping up the juices with long strokes of his tongue, causing me to orgasm again. And then he was hovering over me, his feral smile, those full lips glistening with my juices. He looked deeply into my eyes, holding me in his trance, and then he thrust into me, so hard, so fast, I barely had time to register the pain, which was quickly replaced with pleasure. My eyes fell shut when he slowly pulled out. "Look at me when I'm fucking you," he commanded. My eyes flew open, and I watched, trapped in his predatory stare as he slowly slid out and then slammed into me. Again. 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 I melted beneath him, all while running my fingers over those swirling tattoos. He hissed when I touched him, and I couldn't help but smile. I lifted my legs higher, wanting more, more, more. His cock was so thick, so long, I could die from the pleasure of him filling every inch of my swollen sex. He picked up speed, and I matched his thrusts, the echoes of our bodies slapping together, the rise and fall of our guttural moans ricocheting across the cavern walls. and then I was soaring with him, so far and so fast I surrendered to the cataclysmic power of the orgasm that barreled through me, my dripping sex clenching him like a fist. Fur sprouted on his face, and he snarled like a rabid animal, then stilled with a roar, his huge cockhead throbbing inside me. Together, we touched the heavens, skimming the clouds before falling like shooting stars. I dug my hands into his arms, crying out as more tremors rocked deep inside me and set every nerve ending on fire. My chest heaved with each breath, and I swore my heart was about to beat out of my chest. If this was what lovemaking was like between us, I didn't think we'd ever get another night's sleep. He rolled me onto my side, kissing me long and deep. My hands dug into his scalp, running through the silky strands of his hair that had come loose. "Oh, Ash," I cried out in his mind. He alternated between nipping and kissing my lip. "Yes, goddess." I sucked in a sharp breath. "We're mind-speaking." He chuckled, kissing me long and deep. "We're mated." "Mated," I agreed. "You're my mate." He tenderly stroked my face, his cock still buried deep inside me, claiming me. "And you're mine." A gentle hand raked down my back, and I turned my head to look into Finn's eyes, filled with longing. I kissed Asher once more. "Your brother needs me." He growled against my mouth. "I share you with him and only him." "Agreed," I answered. "I only want my mates." "Good." He nuzzled my nose. "Because we will tear apart any other man or fae who tries to bed you." I pulled away from Asher, my Ash, and rolled into Finn's arms. He tenderly stroked my hair. "How do you feel?" I heaved a satisfied groan. "Amazing." "I shall endeavor to bring you to heaven again," he whispered against my skin. My eyes fluttered shut when his fingers skimmed down my cheek. When he kissed me so tenderly, I turned to jelly in his arms. I sighed when he broke the kiss, then sucked in a hiss when he rained kisses across my jaw, down my neck, before lavishing my breasts with love. I arched against his mouth, my hands digging into his scalp when he suckled each nipple like a babe drawing milk. By the time he had thoroughly lavished my body with love, that lava was flowing through my veins again, and I was ready for him to claim me. He eased himself between my legs, and unlike his brother, he took his time thrusting into me, slowly sliding in inch by agonizing inch. I lifted my legs higher, taking all of him until he was fully seated inside me. He tenderly kissed me while nuzzling my nose and brushing loose hair from my eyes. I stroked the contours of his tattoos, swirling like thorny vines, as he began to move inside me with slow, deep thrusts while continuing to lavish me with kisses. "I love you, goddess." His voice echoed inside my skull while he thrust into me. Digging my nails into his back, it took all my willpower to tether myself to this world, not to surrender to the flame that threatened to consume me. He loved me. "Oh, Finn," I cried out when he raked his teeth down my neck. "I love you, I love you, I love you." His feral growl reverberated my skin, and he thrust and thrust and thrust. My body was a temple, and he was here to worship. I was the luckiest witch alive. The orgasm that washed through me rose like a wave, cresting for several pounding heartbeats. I couldn't breathe, held in ecstasy's grasp as I rode out that wave, and then another. He shuddered against me, his cockhead contracting while my spasmic tunnel milked and milked him. It was the most glorious, beautiful feeling, and I never wanted it to end. Eventually, we came down from the clouds, floating on air until we landed in each other's arms. My virile shifters weren't finished with me. They each took turns loving me again. After I feared I might expire from pleasure, we finally rolled back onto the furs, my mates on either side of me, each holding my hand as we panted like wounded animals. My body felt boneless, and a smile had been etched into my face. My mates. My passionate, amazing mates. I sputtered, slapping away a white petal that fell on my nose. Then I blinked up at the black slate walls that were now covered in a canopy of blooming white flowers, their petals spread wide, just like my legs had been for the past several hours. "Where did those flowers come from?" I said through thought. Odd how mind speaking to them felt like second nature, as if I'd been practicing it all my life. Finn squeezed my hand.
"You, my love?"
I was too tired to sit up and face him.
"How?"
"Just as I'd suspected when we first met you," Asher said. "You're a powerful witch." "No." Even the act of shaking my head took more energy than I wanted to use. "I'm a simple witch."
"Tarianya,"
Finn said, his chest still heaving and beads of sweat clinging to his skin.
"You've just skimmed the surface of your magic."
No, he had to be wrong. My green witch powers were weak. I could only heal minor cuts and burns, and I was still having a hard time summoning animals. "But my parents said—"
"They lied."
I winced at Asher's clipped tone.
"Why?" "I don't know."
There was no mistaking the pity in Finn's voice.
"Maybe to protect you."
"From what?"
"No matter."
Finn squeezed my hand again.
"You'll be safe with us."
"What do you know that I don't know?" I asked, suddenly feeling defensive. I knew I'd lived a sheltered life with my sister and overprotective parents. I had a lot left to learn. If my parents refused to expose me to the real world, then perhaps my mates would.
"Nothing for you to worry about."
Asher's voice took on a harsher edge.
"Just practice on your healing magic. You never know when you'll need it."
"Like when? War?" I blurted.
"Like healing our people,"
Finn interrupted. I ruminated on that thought a moment. To be the tribal healer was an honor and a boon I wouldn't take for granted. Though my healing powers weren't that strong, I excelled at making potions. Maybe one day I can become a powerful healer.
"You would be a blessing to our tribe and will one day make a fine queen."
There was no mistaking the pride in Asher's voice. It warmed my heart. I turned into him, looking into his eyes. The silver had faded into a soft gray, though they were still lovely. "I only want to make you happy." He cupped my face in his hand, tracing my lower lip with the pad of his thumb.
"You already do, goddess. You already do."
I sat up with a gasp, chest heaving, sweat pooling on my brow as memories of my dream assailed me. Who were those shifters, and why did they have Helian's eyes? More importantly, why was I having sex with them? And why was I enjoying it? I looked down at my fey prince, still sleeping soundly beside me, his hand on my thigh, his silvery hair pulled back from his handsome face, a wisp of a smile tugging at his lips. My Helian. Who were those men? "Your mates, Tarianya," my inner voice whispered to me. No, not my mates, for I suddenly remembered Asher and Finn were Helian's brothers, and they already had a mate. And who was Tarianya? She couldn't have been me. Could Anya have been a shortened version of my true name? No, that didn't make sense. How had I transformed from a tall, raven-haired beauty to a plain little witch? "A masking spell," that voice whispered. Clutching my hair by the roots, I begged that voice to be quiet. No, no, no! What have I done? Part 2. Fate, Fangs, and Heartache. Chapter 18. masking spell. Tears silently streamed down my face as I looked at the mousy witch's reflection in the water. I'd never felt right in this body. My limbs felt awkward, my face foreign. I'd left Helion sleeping in the firs and had risked the mosquitoes to come to this peaceful pond. My 2 guards, Beatrix and Beau, quietly flanked me on either side. They knew I was upset. How could I not be? My entire world was about to implode. I was going to lose Helion. What was a masking spell? Was it similar to a mind-spinning spell? Was this why that tall, dark Ravini Fae, who is supposedly my father, looked nothing like me? Was this one of the 2 dark spells Zars had seen shrouding me? Was this why Helion had never found his brother's mate? Was I her? "What are you doing up so early?" I froze at Helion's voice behind me, then quickly splashed my face with water to mask the tears. "Just freshening up." "Good." He knelt beside me and washed his face and neck too, the dew on his silvery hair catching glints of pink morning sun, making it look like a sparkling crown on his head. "We can get an early start. The flight to Thiessen will take all day." My breath caught at his beauty, and it took me a moment to answer. "Helion, I don't want to go to Thiessen." He gave me a questioning look. "Why not?" "Because I don't want to lose you." I swallowed back my sorrow. "Because we're happy here." I clutched my chest, feeling like it would cave in from the guilt pressing on my heart. "They're your mates." "Why can't we stay on Phalanx?" He shook his head. "I'm not leaving you here when I go to Cayenne's temple." I slowly stood on trembling legs. "I'll be fine here." My voice lacked conviction. Even my heart didn't believe my lie. His mouth hitched up in that confident grin, the same arrogant smile I once loathed and now longed for. "You'll be safer with my brothers." I hung my head, unable to look into those eyes that I feared would see into my soul. "I'm sure I'll be a nuisance." He cupped my cheek. "You won't." I couldn't bring myself to look at him. "They'll be angry that you brought me instead of their mate. They'll resent both of us. Or else they'd recognize me as their mate, even in this different body. They were wolves, after all, and probably had better instincts than normal men." "Asher might at first, but he'll get over it." He pressed a kiss to my forehead, and I wanted to drive a blade into my traitorous heart. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I buried my face against his chest, soaking his tunic with my tears mingling with lake water. "I'd feel more comfortable here." "With the giant mosquitoes?" As if to prove his point, he gave me a start when he clapped loudly above my head. Pulling back, I blinked up at him as he shook mosquito guts off his hand. "I'm sure Thiessen has mosquitoes too." "Not this many." He washed his hands in the lake, his back to me while he spoke. "It's cooler there, and they prefer warmer air. Plus, it's a day's flight from Thiessen to the temple. It makes sense to go there first, and I would feel better leaving you with my brothers to watch over you." To watch over me. Great goddesses. How would they react if they found out? I didn't know them. I didn't want them, and I didn't want to want them. I loved Helion. I worked hard to speak through a tightened throat. "I have Beatrix and Beau." He stood and wiped his hands down his trousers, a serene and ignorant expression on his smiling face. If only he knew. "Anya, there's nothing to worry about. I trust them more than anyone. They love me, and I know they'll love you too." That's what I'm afraid of, I thought to myself, though I dared not voice it aloud. I feared he'd find out soon enough. The flight to Thiessen was without incident. Beatrix and Beau followed us off the island chain, flying behind Radnor without complaint. It was then I realized my guards were here to stay. The realization brought me a measure of comfort. The sky was clear, the air cool, and the deep waters below were choppy. Not a single fire mage attacked us. My breath caught in my throat as we approached a white wall of mist, stretching from the tall waves peaking with white foam to far above the clouds. "What is that?" I called behind to Helion as he possessively wrapped his arms around me.
"Don't fear," he answered. "It's the wall of mist that protects the island."
I sucked in a scream when Radner flew right into the mist, and my entire world turned gray. "I can't see anything," I hissed, afraid to speak above a whisper.
"Radner knows the way,"
Helion answered, his voice sounding strangely hollow as the wall of mist pressed down all around us. "How?" I struggled to ask the question, the air so thick it was like breathing through a sack. Helion gave me a reassuring squeeze.
"Thiessen was once a dragon breeding ground."
"It is no longer?"
"No," Radner answered, "but I still remember."
"How?" I realized I sounded like a child with my repetitive questions, but I couldn't help myself. This was all so strange.
"How do you know how to breathe?"
the dragon asked. "I just do." When Radner didn't respond, I realized I'd answered my own question. "Where do they breed now?" I asked.
"In the area at Peloponnese, like kept pets,"
Radner answered, his tone radiating with disgust. I wondered if that was why Radner had never found another mate, though I didn't ask. I feared he'd get mad at me for prying.
"Only a few elder dragons can find their way to this island now."
Helion spoke in my ear.
"Mind who you call elder,"
the dragon grumbled.
Helion laughed. "The only other way to reach the island is by boat, but between the fog and the rocks, only native Thesians can navigate the waters around the island without crashing."
"Which is why you brought your brothers here," I said, "and why he wanted to leave me here."
"Exactly."
The heat from his breath in my ear sent a trill down my spine.
"Even if my father knew they were here, he couldn't reach them."
It also meant I had no way off the island, that I'd be stuck here and dependent on his brothers. Elements save me. I felt the pull before we landed. I had no other way to describe it, but I felt them. Something in the air, like an invisible thread, pulled me to them. The feeling was so strong, it nearly tore the breath from my lungs. My mates. The lush landscape looked a cross between a forest and jungle, with leafy trees as big as Radner and many large bushes with bright flowers, the waning sun's pink rays slicing through the mist, making their colors appear more vibrant. And in the center of that landscape was a clearing that had been carved out for a few huts, a bonfire, and a small grassy area wide enough for Radner to land. The fragrant air was damp here, with a slight chill, and I wondered if it had anything to do with the low, thick mist that hung above the treetops and drifted by like clouds. Two shadows ran toward us as we landed, hooting and hollering.
"Terianya!"
they called in unison. Oh, goddesses. They must have sensed the mating bond, too. I felt Helion tense behind me.
"They're in for a big disappointment,"
Radner said as he ruffled his wings. And I was the source of that disappointment. I wished I was as small as Demon, so I could curl up in my bag and never come out. Their faces fell when they saw me, and they came to a skidding halt. Then they howled, grasping spears when the wyverns landed beside Radner.
"At ease! They're friends!"
Helion called out. I caught Beatrix's eye and nodded toward the trees behind us. I recalled the image of a flopping fish, praying she could read my mind as Radner could read Helion's. I didn't just need the wyverns for food. I wanted them away while I focused on this meeting. It would be difficult enough without worrying the wyverns and shifters would get into a fight. My shoulders sagged in relief when Beatrix let out a squawk and jumped into the sky. Bo followed after her. My attention was quickly drawn to the two shifters gawking at me. Bile rose into my throat. They looked just like the shifters from my dreams, both tall, tanned, and incredibly handsome, with dark hair, strong jaws, full, kissable lips, and Helian's silver-rimmed eyes. They wore plaid kilts and no shoes. Neither wore shirts, exposing rippling muscles covered with swirling tattoos. I repressed a shiver at the memory of tracing those tattoos while lovemaking. My mates. They shared a look of shock, no doubt telepathically speaking to each other. I didn't know if I should have been relieved or dismayed that I couldn't hear their thoughts. They were probably wondering who the hell was this mousy human who smelled like their mate. "Who's this?" One of the brothers motioned to me with a snarl, flashing long canines as fur sprouted on his face. I recognized Asher, Ash, with his long hair and feral eyes. Between the two shifters, he was the alpha, the one who forced me to look at him while we were fucking. I wanted to die. Helian jumped from Radner's back and held a hand up to me. Clinging to Demon like a lifeline, I fell into Helian's arms, sliding down his broad chest while Radner huffed behind us. "Anya, these are my brothers." Helian set me on the ground. "Ash, Finn, this is Anya." Unable to speak, I simply nodded, then quickly looked away from their penetrating gazes. They were looking at me like they were indeed hungry wolves, and I was a lamb on the slaughter. "Anya?" Asher's voice dropped to a predatory rumble. "And what is she to you?" Helian pulled me protectively against him. "She is the woman I love." My knees wobbled at his admission. But would he still love me if I turned out to be Tarianya? Or would he loathe me as he did his mother? "This human?" The venom in Asher's tone made me flinch. Demon thumped twice, and I dug into my bag, rubbing his ears with a trembling hand while whispering a calming spell. If only my spells worked on me. Helian's fingers pressed into my shoulder. "Not a human. A white witch." He spoke through gritted teeth. The brothers seemed unimpressed. They shared fanged snarls before turning back to us. "And what of our mate?" Asher demanded. "I was turned into a flaming comet by Malvolia's general while searching for your mate." Helian's tone was surprisingly cool, composed as he gave my shoulder a squeeze. "I would have died if Anya hadn't saved me." I turned my gaze to my feet, wishing I was anywhere but here. My heart felt like it was being crushed under a giant's fist. "You didn't answer my question," Asher snapped. "I was too busy trying not to get killed to find your mate."
"He was killed,"
Radner drawled.
"His white witch brought him back to life."
I looked over my shoulder at Radner, mouthing my thanks. But then I remembered only Helian and I could hear the dragon's thoughts. Helian repeated to his brothers what Radner had said. Finn's jaw dropped, and he recoiled from me as if I carried the plague. "A necromancer?" I swallowed back my sorrow. His rebuke hurt far worse than Asher's. "The most powerful white witch to have ever lived," Helian corrected. I felt a twinge of embarrassment at Helian's confidence in my powers. Just because I got lucky with necromancy didn't mean I was more powerful than our goddesses. Asher crossed his arms, a bored look in his eyes. "And you brought her here, why?" Ouch. What a first-rate jerk. Helian's features turned as hard as iron. "To keep Faulkner and Malvolia from getting her." When Asher turned his hateful glare on me, I felt like a wilting flower beneath the noonday sun. "If you're a white witch, why don't you kill Faulkner and Malvolia?" There was no mistaking the derision in his voice, though I'd never done anything to offend the shifter. Helian's eyes flared with anger. "She's only just come into her powers." Asher let out a bitter-sounding laugh. But you've already said she's the most powerful white witch who's ever lived. Ash, Helion groaned, dragging a hand down his face. You're trying my patience. Try losing your white witch for 5 years. Asher's nostrils flared, his eyes flashing with animosity. Then we'll see how patient you are. Helion released me, balling up his fists. This is not Anya's fault. You've no right to be such a prick. I sucked in a sharp breath when Asher stepped up to his brother, more fur sprouting on his face, a rumble as deep as thunder resonating from his chest. I jumped when a deeper rumble rattled the ground beneath my feet. I looked up to see Radner's long neck draped over us, smoke pouring from his snout. Finn quickly stepped between his brothers. Ash, he said to his twin, it will not serve Tarianya if you get yourself eaten by Radner. Asher was at least wise enough to step back, though he didn't break eye contact with Helion. Finn cleared his throat before turning to me. Welcome to our home, Anya. He motioned to a small clearing with a bonfire that divided 3 bamboo buildings that sat on stilts at least 4 feet off the ground. Sorry, it isn't much. I took in the forest's thick trees and many green bushes and vines. It's beautiful, I said, thinking this lush setting would be the perfect place to grow my herbs. So what is Anya short for? Finn asked, giving me a quizzical look as his nostrils flared. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying not to think about what he thought, what he smelled. I'm not sure. Asher looked at me as if I was less significant than the grit beneath his nails. How are you not sure? A mind spinner erased her memories. Helion answered for me, his words clipped. I'd never been more grateful for him than at that moment. But gratitude quickly turned to guilt. He'd be devastated if I truly was Tarianya in another person's body, and I'd be as unfaithful as his mother, both to my mates and Helion. Finn and Asher shared another long look, and it killed me to not know what they were saying to each other through thought. Why? Finn finally asked me. I shrugged, averting my gaze. I don't know why. Though I suspected it was because I'd refused to let my parents hide me away in the human lands, not when I had to find my mates. My mates. That's what we've been trying to find out, Helion said. Finn visibly swallowed, giving me a look so intense I feared he'd see into my very soul. Anya was our Tarianya's nickname. She hated that name, Asher said, his words punctuated with derision. Finn gave Asher a sour look. It's what her father called her. Asher flashed a fanged grin before looking me over like I was a sow at the market. And she said it was a child's name. Embarrassment flooded my cheeks. Why was Asher being so hateful? Was he lashing out because my scent was too much like his mate's? Or was he punishing me for Helion's inability to find her? Helion snarled. Asher, must you be a prick? Asher shrugged. Your mate can't handle a little honesty. Is that your purpose? To be honest or to offend? Helion raised his fists. You obviously have more to say, so spit it out. Steam from Radner's breath fogged my eyes as he hovered above us, challenging Asher to a standoff that the shifter would certainly lose. Surprisingly, Asher didn't back down. He jutted an accusatory finger at Helion. It's been 5 years, and you still haven't found our mate. Yet you bring us your mate, and I wonder how hard you've been looking. Helion threw up his hands. It's all I've been doing since I last left here. Asher's eyes narrowed. Did you cover all of Windhaven? Most of it? Helion's voice faltered. Asher arched a brow. Most of it? Helion waved him off. I have spies there looking for me. Asher crossed tattooed arms over his muscular chest. These shifters weren't as lean as Helion. Their shoulders were broader, their chests wider, their necks thicker. I momentarily wondered if Helion could handle Asher if he attacked him.
"Do you trust them?"
"Do I have a choice?" Helion groaned. "Do you want me to storm the capital and propose to Arabella while I'm there?" Asher's eyes turned to stone.
5 years, Helion. Anything could have happened to her by now.
Yeah, I thought to myself. She could have been deceived by a mind spinner and hidden away in the human lands. Helion clasped Asher's shoulder, looking into his eyes. "I know, and I'm sorry." Asher shrugged Helion's hand off him.
"When you leave here, I'm going with you."
"No!" Helion's barked command echoed throughout the forest.
"I'm not asking for permission."
Asher's eyes shifted to 2 elongated slits, and his voice dropped to an ominous rumble.
"I'm going."
Helion clenched his hair by the roots, his pale skin turning a bright pink. "What do you think my father will do to you when he finds you? What he'll do to your mate? I didn't lose everything so you could go back and get killed."
"I'd rather be dead than live without her."
Asher threw back his head and let out a low, deep wolf howl that rattled my bones and carved a hole in my chest. Then Finn joined in, throwing back his head and letting out an equally mournful wail. Radner rolled his eyes before ruffling his wings and taking to the sky. If my heart wasn't shattered before, it was nothing now but pulverized shards of glass as the brothers continued to howl, their noses elongating and fur sprouting all over their faces. I wanted to fall to my knees and beg for their forgiveness, but they'd think I'd gone mad. Maybe I had lost my mind. How could I be her? A masking spell. That voice echoed in my skull. No, no, no! I couldn't be with Helion and his brothers. Helion would never share, so I had to choose. As much as that avalanche of guilt weighed on my soul, I chose Helion. I loved Helion. I didn't know these shifters. Their howls died down to mournful whimpers, and it took all my strength not to crumple to the ground. "I'm going to the Temple of Cayenne," Helion said through a stiff jaw. Both brothers looked at him with pleading eyes. "What?" "I will ask the seers there if they know what happened to her," Helion said. My veins solidified to ice. What if they told him I was her? Asher's eyes sharpened like twin blades.
"Word will reach Duke Vigo that you're at the temple."
Duke Vigo? Arabella's uncle? Helion averted his gaze. "I won't be there long."
"The temple is on Vigo's lands."
Asher flashed a condescending grin.
"It's a day away from Ventus."
I'd heard of Ventus before. It meant Wind City, and it was the capital of Windhaven. Rumor was that it was more beautiful than the Delphian capital of Thebes or the Chaldean capital of Peloponnese. So many flowers grew there that the waterfalls ran lavender with their fallen petals. Agitation flashed in Helion's eyes. "Then I shall stay no more than a day." "And what of our mother?" Finn asked, a childlike gleam in his eyes. "Will you heal the rift between you?" Helion's face fell. "I'd rather eat a slug." It took all my effort not to fall to the ground and curl into a fetal ball. He loathed his mother for sleeping with the Shifter Kings, and I feared he'd soon hate me, too.
"I'll wait for you to return from the temple,"
Asher said, crossing his arms and giving Helion a dark look.
"But if the news isn't favorable, I'm going searching myself."
Helion didn't answer his brother. Instead, he turned to me and held out a hand. I feared he'd notice that I was trembling, but I didn't refuse him. His hand was especially clammy, no doubt from stress over arguing with Asher. "We're tired," Helion said to them. "We're going to eat and go to bed." "There's stew in the pot." Finn pointed to a big black cauldron that hung in the center of camp over a roaring campfire. "And you know where your hut is." Helion gave him a curt nod in response. Then he looked down at me, his smile appearing plastered to his face.
Are you ready to retire, my love?
I swallowed back the vortex of emotions threatening to sweep me into oblivion. I alone had the power to heal their broken hearts, yet I chose to ignore their suffering. I was a coward and a deceiver, no better than Helion's mother. But I still refused to accept I was her. That fate would be so cruel. Yes. I turned slightly toward his brothers. It was nice meeting you both.
You too,
Finn said, his smile not enough to mask the heartbreak in his eyes. I was a cruel and wicked witch. Asher merely grunted at me. I didn't despise him for it. I deserved worse than grunts. Helion tugged hard on my hand, leading me toward one of the huts, though my traitorous heart deserved no rest. Chapter 19.
Finn. I ran through the forest on all four paws in my true wolf form, a large gray wolf as big as a bear with silver-rimmed eyes, sharp fangs, and a bushy tail. Despite the darkness surrounding the forest like an inky cloak, my eyes easily adjusted and allowed me to see things my human eyes couldn't. I always felt freer in this form, though tonight my heightened wolf senses only added to my torture. I had to get her scent out of my nose. The setting sun was barely visible through the thick mist overhead, making the forest even darker. The clouds were growing heavier each day. Soon, and the rainy season would be upon us, trapping us inside while newly formed streams cut paths through the dirt, turning the entire camp into a muddy bog. One more reason I was tired of life on this island. Once I reached the shallow stream, I tumbled in and buried my whole head in the water. I was vaguely aware of Ash splashing beside me, doing the same thing. No matter how many times I dunked my head, I couldn't erase the scent of her. It had already been imprinted in my memory. I finally stumbled to the bank, shook off, and collapsed on the soft dirt with a whimper.
Did you notice anything off about her smell? I asked my twin through thought, our only way of communicating in wolf form, other than a few common howls and grunts. Ash looked at me through sideways slits, his lips pulled back in a feral snarl.
Other than the fact that she smells exactly like our mate?
I laid down with a sigh, resting my head on my paws.
I don't understand.
Ash shook off his fur, spraying water everywhere.
I don't either.
I staggered to my feet and shook off water again. After I sat back down, my ears perked and my blood chilled when I thought of another possibility.
Could she be a demon?
One of the succubi sent to torture and baffle us with her alluring scent?
No, she's a white witch.
Ash sat up on all four paws, his spine stiff as he scanned the darkened forest for threats.
Wyverns wouldn't follow a demon, and Radner wouldn't allow her on his back.
He was right. Wyverns and dragons had better instincts than shifters. If she was a witch, they'd know. So if she wasn't a demon, why was her scent so similar to our mates? Instinct told me that small human witch was Artarianya, which didn't make a whole lot of sense. This girl had hair that looked like untamed straw, a pale complexion marred by patches of red on her cheeks and chest, dull gray eyes, and the body of a teen girl. Artarianya, with a complexion the color of warm honey, smooth dark hair, and the curvy body of a siren, looked nothing like her.
What if Anya is short for Tarianya?
Ash flashed his fangs.
I already told you she hated that name, and this human looks nothing like her.
What if the mind spinner changed her appearance? It made perfect sense. I only wondered why I hadn't thought of it before. Ash let out a low growl, the fur on his neck standing on end.
You speak of a masking spell. The last known witch to have that power has been dead for almost a quarter of a century.
My tail drooped. She had to be Artarianya. There was no other explanation.
Maybe there's another masking witch that we don't know about. Ash shook his furry head. Tarianya didn't have white witch powers. She could now, I blurted. After all, Tarianya was still coming into her powers when we'd first met her. She's not Tarianya. His eyes flattened as he let out a whimper. I know you want it to be true, but it's not. I had always admired Ash for being so wise. He'd excelled at history and the magical sciences while we'd lived in Peloponnese. King Focnan had employed the best tutors, but in this instance, Ash was wrong. He had to be. My instincts, or maybe my subconscious, wouldn't allow any other conclusion. Then explain why she smells like her. Ash sat in the sand, wrapping his tail around his legs. Coincidence. They both have green magic, and the elements wouldn't be so cruel as to take our mate from us and give her to Helion. I snorted at that. Considering Ash was the wise one, he was short-sighted when it came to this. The elements have been cruel our entire lives. This would explain why Helion hasn't found her. She's been hiding in plain sight. Ash gave me a long, cool look. Helion hasn't found our mate because he's a selfish prick who's only interested in getting his sword polished. His rebuke of our older brother stung. I whimpered, a foreboding feeling barreling across my skin. That's not fair, Ash. He deserted for us. Did he? Ash said on a growl. Or did he desert for himself? I swallowed back my trepidation. Helion wouldn't abandon us. Ash gave me a long look that would have made a lesser wolf cower. She's not our mate, Finn.
After sending my wyverns off to fish and explore the island, Helion had brought me to his private hut, a meager one-room building with wood floors and a solitary window with leather flaps. Oddly enough, it sat elevated on stilts about 4 feet off the ground, the only way to get inside through a rope ladder. I wondered if it was a precaution against predators, but I was too heartsick and tired to ask. I told Helion I was exhausted from the trip and slipped out of my cloak and kicked off my shoes before crawling beneath the furs of his low straw bed. It was true. I was exhausted, but I was certain my fatigue was from my depression, not the trip. Closing my eyes, I ducked beneath the furs, unable to face Helion, though I heard him setting up a space for Demon. I didn't deserve him. I didn't deserve any of them. I still didn't understand how I could be her, how I could be the witch from my dreams. She was a head taller than me with a full figure and a much darker complexion. Such magic would require the reforming of bones. Surely there was no witch powerful enough to create such a spell. And even if there was, why would my parents do such a cruel thing to me? The irony was that this other woman, this Tarianya, with her long, thick lashes, smooth skin, and dark, silky hair, was a perfect 10, the type of woman Helion preferred. Yet if it turned out I was her, he'd want nothing to do with me. And what would his brothers think, knowing that I'd slept with Helion? Would they reject me for my betrayal? Would it matter to me? I didn't know them. I didn't love them, though I was sure I had in my past life. If I was indeed Tarianya. I prayed I wasn't her, because if I was, I feared I'd end up losing everyone and everything I ever cared about. Fatigue from my tumultuous thoughts wore me down, crushing my soul, and I finally surrendered to sleep while hoping I'd find reprieve from my nightmares. I woke up to a loud squawk coming from somewhere outside the thin wood walls. I slowly sat up, rubbing sleep from my eyes. How long I'd slept, I had no idea, but the sky outside the window flaps was pitch black. I slid into my shoes and grabbed the solitary candle off a low table beside the bed. I checked on Demon in the corner of the hut. He was happily relaxing on his pile of hay, his little thumpers stretched out behind him. I scratched his face and behind his ears while he rubbed his teeth together in appreciation. Then I handed him a flower that had fallen to the bottom of his hay pile. He gave me a quizzical look, his nose twitching while he ate. I had only gotten to the door, and he was at my heels, bumping my ankles with his nose. I set the candle back down on the table and returned to pick him up, holding him close to my chest, his whiskers tickling my neck. While I rocked him in my arms, kissing the top of his head, a calm settled over me, and I realized how much my rabbit soothed my frazzled nerves. Familiar or not, I was lucky to have him. I tucked him into my bag so that I could easily carry him down the rope ladder. Managing the ladder was a feat in itself, the rungs having been designed for Fae with much longer legs. I managed, though, and landed on the soft earth while clinging to the ladder. The chilled night air turned my skin to gooseflesh, making me long for my cloak. I was sure it was somewhere in the hut, though I didn't recall seeing it, and I had no intention of climbing back up that ladder. My shoulders sagged in relief when I saw my wyverns resting in the trees on the outskirts of camp, shadows from the firelight below dancing across their features. I gravitated toward that fire in the center of the clearing. A big iron cauldron hung over it, and beside it was a metal grate for grilling. Helion was there, his back to me while our fish roasted on the grate. Luckily, Helion's brothers were nowhere to be seen. I prayed they'd stay gone. I cleared my throat, and Helion jumped to his feet and hurried to me. I didn't fight him when he removed his cloak and wrapped it around my shoulders, though some part of me wanted to scream that I didn't deserve his kindness. I found a spot by the fire and set Demon down, growing him a soft patch of grass. Back twitching, he hopped around on the grass and munched. I cringed when I saw the shadows passing through the forest that circled our campground. There were several, from strange rabbits with little horns to foxes and small deer, all moving silently, mournfully. I recognized the fox's skin hanging above one of the huts, its open maw facing toward the door as if he was trying to crawl inside.
"What is it?"
Helion whispered. "Lots of spirits here," I whispered back.
"Well, my brothers are wolves," he said. "It's in their nature to hunt."
"I know," I answered back. I wondered why the elements thought to pair an empathetic green witch with predatory hunters. Perhaps they weren't my fated mates, and those dreams were someone else's visions. And maybe if I forced myself to believe that lie, it would come true. Taking Helion's outstretched hand, I sat with him on a low log beside the fire, watching the embers fly onto the rocks as our fish slowly cooked. I tensed when Asher emerged from one of the huts, choosing to forego the ladder and jump the 4 feet down with the dexterity of a cat, that familiar scowl etched into his features as he directed a glare from the fish to me. "Is our stew not good enough for you?" A retort hadn't yet formed on my tongue when Helion cut in.
"Anya only eats fish."
I hadn't looked into the pot of stew, but obviously Helion had, and knowing I couldn't eat it, he'd prepared fish. I didn't deserve him. Asher's look of loathing as he crossed his arms over his broad, bare chest made me want to sulk back to my hut. "Why?" "Because she sees the spirits of the animals we kill," Helion answered, his words clipped. Finn jumped from the same hut, his face and tousled hair wet and glistening. He'd also changed into a new, clean tunic and kilt. I inwardly cringed, fearing he was trying to impress me. "That's strange," he said as he sat across the fire from us on a low log. He didn't go for the stew, as he sucked on the end of a long, green stick that resembled sugar cane, like an old man chews on the end of his pipe.
"Our Tarianya saw animal spirits, too."
"Your mate was a green witch like Anya," Helion answered matter-of-factly. I tensed at that, fearing they'd figure out we shared too many similarities, though I looked nothing like Tarianya. "Is a green witch," Asher corrected his brother, annoyance flashing in his eyes.
"Yes,"
Helion grumbled.
"That's what I meant."
You said Anya is a white witch, Asher said accusingly as he scooped stew from the ladle into a wooden bowl. Helion placed a comforting hand on my knee, smiling as if I had no dark secrets that would pulverize his heart. She will always be a green witch at heart. Asher grunted as he sat next to his brother. Is Anya mute, or do you always speak for her? Helion tensed, thunderstorms swirling in his eyes, and I swear an icy wind blew through my veins. Why should she talk to you when you've given her such a cold reception? Helion said coolly as his hand stilled on my knee. I feared he was on the precipice of exploding. Asher simply shrugged, offering no apology. I jerked when a twig snapped above me, and I looked up into 2 pairs of glowing eyes and 2 sets of snarling fangs. Calm, I projected to Beatrix and Beau. Beatrix snorted, steam wafting from her nostrils as she glared down at Asher. He alternated between taking sips from a silver flask, much like the one Helion had carried, and shoveling stew into his mouth. Either he was oblivious to the angry monsters above him, or he didn't care. I had a feeling whatever was in that flask dulled his senses. Calm, I projected again. Ruffling her wings, Beatrix sat back on her haunches. Asher continued to shovel food and drink into his mouth. This brute couldn't have been my mate. A thump sounded behind me, and I turned to see Demon was already out of fresh grass. So I take it no rabbit stew, Asher chided. He would pair well with peas and parsnips. Oh, he was really goading me. I grabbed Helion's leg when he jumped to his feet. Touch my rabbit, I said to the shifter through gritted teeth as I nodded toward his crotch. And you'll find nothing but peas and a parsnip between your legs. The color drained from Asher's face as he gaped at me. Then the color returned tenfold, his cheeks turning a flaming red. Ah, so the witch has claws after all. Sit, I whispered to Helion, magic tickling my fingertips. I can handle this dragon's ass. After Helion sat back down, his heated glare on his brother, I leaned behind me and grew Demon more grass and flowers. Can you grow anything? Finn asked, a note of awe in his voice. I turned to him with a soft smile. Just about. Too bad Asher wasn't as kind as Finn. Then again, Asher's cruelty eased my guilty conscience. Even if we were mated, there was no way I was going back to such a callous shifter. Helion straightened, pulling back his shoulders. She grew an entire plant fortress for the satyrs. Finn's brows rose as he gave me an appreciative look. A plant fortress? A wide grin split Helion's face in 2. It was as strong as any stone building. She made it after Dunhull had been poisoned by a mercenary disguised as a demon. I tried not to watch Asher's reaction, but I couldn't help stealing glances. He stared into his stew, shoulders hunched as he ate, acting as if we weren't there. I didn't know why I was bothered by his reaction. I loved Helion, and Helion loved me. What did I care for Asher's good opinion? Finn leaned forward. Are they all well? They were when we left them, thanks to Anya. Helion wrapped an arm around my shoulders. She healed the entire town. Finn let out a low whistle. Our Tarianya could only do minor spells. She was just coming into her powers, Asher grumbled, dropping the spoon into his bowl with a clatter and giving Finn a withering look. She probably knows better spells now. I bit my tongue to keep from saying anything. As much as a prick as Asher was to me, at least he was still loyal to his mate. You are his mate, a voice whispered. I told that voice to shut up. You didn't happen to come across our mate in your travels? My head snapped up, and I looked into Finn's wide, hopeful eyes. Guilt stabbed a hole through my chest. I'd no idea how to answer his question. Don't you think she would have told you if she had? Helion answered curtly. Finn shrugged, looking like a child who'd been sent to the corner. It didn't hurt to ask. Then he gave me a pitiful look. Our brother has probably told you we're obsessed with finding our mate. I was a cruel, wicked witch, and if there was a hell, I was already dead and in it. He has, I said, unable to hide the sorrow in my voice. And I completely understand. Asher snorted. We weren't looking for your approval. Helion flew from his seat before I could stop him. I cringed at the shredding sound of Asher's torn clothes. There was a flash of fur and fangs. Helion had snatched the sword off his back, the tip of his blade pressed into the throat of a large creature that looked part man, part wolf, with a frighteningly long maw and sharp fangs. The thing snarled down at Helion, towering over him while his broad chest heaved. Unfazed by the frightening creature, Helion glared up at him. Don't you ever speak to her that way again. Guys, stop this! Finn yelled. Then he shifted into a big furry beast and tried to push between the two brothers. I had thought them simply wolf shifters, but these giant creatures were far more frightening than any wolf. I jumped from my seat, magic tickling my palms. Please, I whispered to Helion. He's not worth your anger. Asher let out a low, demonic chuckle that shook the marrow of my bones. 3 large shadows landed behind them with heavy thuds. Radner, Beatrix, and Beau's long necks all stretched over Asher, raining smoke down on his head. I hadn't heard them approach. Apologize, Helion snarled, pressing the blade in deeper until a trickle of blood ran down Asher's furry neck. Now. Asher looked at me, his nostrils flaring, his chest heaving, and in that moment, I felt his hatred in my very soul. My knees wobbled, and I fought the urge to turn and run into the hut. Why did he hate me so much? I hadn't done anything to him. At least, not that he knew of. Or did he know? Was that why he hated me? Sorry, he finally said. Unable to utter a word, I simply nodded. Then I looked to Helion, praying I could maintain my composure. I'll be in the hut. My movements stiff, I scooped Demon into my bag and climbed into the hut, swearing as I navigated each step up the ladder. No doubt Asher was secretly making fun of me. Not that it mattered. Helion had offered to help, but I'd shooed him away. After stumbling over the threshold, I remembered my wind powers too late. Why hadn't I used them? It was all Asher's fault for getting me so flustered. I set Demon down on his pile of hay and crawled into bed, ducking beneath the furs. Only then did I give in to my tears. Asher's hatred of me wasn't normal. Maybe because his instincts were telling him I was a wicked deceiver. I quickly dried my eyes when I heard Helion come into the hut. When he crawled into bed beside me and took me in his arms, I choked back a sob. I couldn't let him see me cry, and not because I was afraid this would cause more tension between the brothers, but because he would try harder to soothe me, and I didn't deserve his compassion. Helion and I ate our fish alone in the hut. I knew I was being a coward by refusing to go outside. I couldn't face the shifters, and not just because Asher unnerved me, but because I was afraid Finn's kindness would drive me mad with guilt. I couldn't tell them about my dream. I couldn't. I doubted they'd believe me, but even if they did, I feared Helion would abandon me. I couldn't risk losing the Fae I loved, and no way in all the elements would I return to his brothers, especially not Asher, even if we were fated mates. Helion had seasoned the fish with all kinds of sweet spices and had paired the meal with a fruity wine that reminded me of eating fresh citrus fruits. Though my stomach was still queasy, I knew I'd have to eat to keep up my strength. We finished off the fish, leaving nothing but bones. He refilled our goblets. I'm sorry about Ash. He hasn't seen his mate in 5 years. I licked spices off my fingers. He's frustrated. I didn't know why I was making excuses for the dragon's ass. That still didn't entitle him to take out his frustrations on me. Helion eyed me over the rim of his goblet.
I lost everything 5 years ago, too.
I swallowed at that, unable to look into his eyes as my emotions warred with each other. At least you know what you lost. I should tell him about the dream. I knew it in the marrow of my bones.
I know what I've gained.
Cupping my chin, he forced me to look into his eyes, and my heart broke all over again. When he leaned into me for a kiss, I pushed his chest. Helion, no. I couldn't do this, not with his brothers within earshot. He pouted.
Why not?
What if they can hear? I feared they were probably listening to our every sound with those wolf-touched senses. He flashed a mischievous grin.
So what?
It's selfish, forcing them to listen to us while they pine for their mate. While they pined for me. He nibbled my ear, his hot breath turning my skin to goose flesh.
We'll be quiet.
I pressed harder against his chest, though my voice lacked conviction.
I was a horrible witch.
I'm sure they'll still be able to hear.
Anya, my beauty, don't deny me.
He breathed my name as his hand slipped into my tunic, his calloused fingers grazing over my nipple. Helion, I rasped, grasping his wrist while he rolled my nipple between his fingers, sending a zing all the way to my toes and turning my spine to jelly. He'd called me his beauty, and fool that I was, I believed him.
This could be our last night together.
He trailed kisses down my neck and squeezed my breast. His admission was like pouring an icy bucket of water over my head, cooling my lust. I jerked back, pushing his hand away and desperately searching his eyes, panic slowing my heart to a dull thud. Why do you say that?
My flight to the temple won't be without peril.
He stroked my hair, my face, his fingers burning a trail across my collarbone.
It's between Malvolia's and my father's borders.
I grabbed his hand, threading my fingers through his while resting my forehead on his chin. Then don't go. He kissed the top of my head.
I have to.
This was so damn hard. No, you don't.
I do, my love.
He traced circles on my palm.
We need to find out who you are and where my brother's mate is.
Here. Their mate was right here. I stared down at our joined hands. Or we could return to Phalanx. He softly chuckled, his lips pressed against the side of my head.
Now who's being selfish?
He was pulverizing my heart. I wanted to crawl beneath the furs and never wake. I'm sorry.
I'm not.
He pulled back, grasping my shoulders.
I love you, Anya.
My throat tightened and my chest felt like he'd cleaved it in two. And I love you so very much. My eyes misted as I cupped his cheek. No matter what happens, please remember that.
Then give me this one night.
He tenderly stroked my lip, the plea in his voice my undoing.
Please?
I was a cursed witch with a black heart because I couldn't refuse him. I took him in my arms, and together we carved out a little piece of heaven for ourselves, while the shifters who were most likely my true mates slept in a hut nearby. If there was a hell, I had surely secured a spot for myself. Chapter 20. Morning light filtered into the cabin as I stared up at the thatched ceiling above, covered with vines and flowers, a result of our lovemaking. Helion slept soundly beside me. He'd fallen into a deep slumber after we'd made love well into the morning. But there was no way I was sleeping, not when fear and self-loathing kept my eyes wide open. After he'd fallen asleep, I'd spent the rest of the morning trying to convince myself I wasn't Tarianya. I'd sent a silent prayer to the elements, to the goddesses, begging them to make me someone else, anyone but her. A roar sounded outside, so loud it shook the marrow of my bones. I tensed, waiting for Helion to wake. He stirred, snorting loudly before burying his face in his feather pillow. Demon hopped from his pile of hay and sat in front of the door, thumping to go outside. I was starting to think my rabbit preferred Radner over me. I looked back at Helion to see him staring at me, his eyes heavy with sleep. He flashed a lopsided grin. Nothing startles you from sleep like a dragon alarm bell. I turned into him, tucking my hands beneath my cheek while willing myself not to cry. I was going to lose him, if not to Malvolia's mages, then to my past. He tucked a strand of my unruly hair behind my ear. I'm having second thoughts about leaving you here. Then take me with you, I blurted. He shook his head, frowning. It's too risky. Then take me back to Phalix. My throat tightened, and it took all my effort to push out the words. We can make a life together there, just the two of us. He tenderly stroked my cheek, the pity reflecting in his eyes making my chest ache. Anya, I already told you we can't do that. What do you think happened to their mate? I asked, hoping he would lead me to a clue that would prove I wasn't her. A fool's hope, I knew it. He sat up, stretching his arms to the ceiling. My brother's mate? I'm not sure. He laughed when a flower fell from the ceiling into his lap. He picked one up, twirling it between his fingers. I'm going to miss these. I sat up beside him, fighting to speak through the tightening in my throat as he tucked that flower in his pocket. How hard have you looked for her? He dragged a hand down his face with a yawn. I've searched all of Calderia, but I've had others looking in Vigo's lands for me. What about Delphi? I asked. After all, why would Tarianya want to stay in the country that had attacked her mates? He gave me a withering look. Nobody willingly goes to Delphi. They would to escape your father. He shook his head. My father didn't know my brothers had a mate. Queen Malvolia either executes newcomers or forces them into her army. I looked down at my hands fisted in my lap, summoning the nerve to ask my next question. What did she look like? Dark hair, amber eyes, tall, tanned, curvy. Just like in my dream. The kind of features I'd envied, what Helion had considered a 10. I tensed, working hard to unclench my jaw. I'd never felt right in my body. Never. And though my heart still screamed at me to deny it, I knew I was Tarianya. You and your brothers have similar tastes. He cupped my chin, his shimmery eyes reminding me of moonlight streaming through the clouds. My tastes have changed. I swallowed at that. Oh, really? I prefer pale, mousy witches now. I slugged him hard. Ouch, he pouted, rubbing his arm. You pack quite a punch for a little witch. We both laughed, but inside I was dying. I was falling through the sky, grappling for something to hold on to, but the clouds disintegrated in my hands. I was fated for two wolves I didn't love, destined to lose the fae I did love. I was falling to my doom, and there was no one to catch me. I clung to Helion after he'd loaded the last of the bags on Radner's back. Beatrix and Beau sat on the tops of the leafy trees behind Radner, whimpering down at us. Demon ran circles around Radner's paw. My throat tightened when the dragon leaned down and gently nuzzled my rabbit's head. Standing on my toes, I wrapped my arms around Helion's neck. I don't want you to go, I breathed against his chest. He tenderly stroked my hair. I'll be back before you miss me. Tears welled in my eyes as I looked into his face, committing his dazzling smile to memory. He really was a 10. Would he be smiling when he returned? I miss you already. He nuzzled my hair. How could I let him go? You two are pathetic, Asher grumbled behind us. I tensed in Helion's arms. Why did he have to ruin our goodbye? Helion held me tight, his arms wrapped possessively around my waist while he spoke over my head. "Can I count on you to look after her for me?" "She's a powerful white witch. How much looking after does she need?" I turned in Helian's arms, glaring at Asher. Beside him, Finn stood with his head down while shuffling from foot to foot. "Asher," Helian rumbled, "don't start your shit again." He nodded toward Beatrix and Beau. "Her flying lizards do a pretty good job looking after her already." I was really starting to loathe Asher. There was no way in hell I'd ever mate with him again. "I'll look after her," Finn said, ignoring Asher when he gave him a side-eyed glare. "Thank you, Finn," Helian said as he relaxed his hold on me. "At least I have one brother who's not a selfish prick." Crossing his arms, Asher glared at Helian, but said nothing. "You'll be sure to ask the witches about our mate?" Finn asked. I sighed when Helian released me as he placed a hand on his heart. "You have my word, Finn." Finn bowed to his brother. "Thank you." I ignored the stab of guilt that sliced through my chest, my emotions warring with my mind as I tried to lie to myself that I might not be Tarianya. When Helian grasped my shoulder, I turned into him, letting him sweep me into an embrace and kiss me passionately. By the time I came up for air, I could scarcely think of anything beyond my need for him. I moaned as he pulled away, but forced myself to regain my composure when Asher snickered behind me. I loathed that shifter. I dried the moisture from my eyes before looking up at the dragon. "Guard him well, Radner." He bowed his head, steam shooting from his nostrils.
"With my life, witch."
Demon jumped into my arms and I held him tight, kissing the top of his head. "Radner, can I do something for you?"
"What, witch?"
Magic flooded my veins and raced down my arms. "A cloaking bubble?" His heavy jowls turned a frown.
"Those things slow me down."
I rocked Demon in my arms before setting him back down. "But they hide you." Helian gave me an appreciative nod. "They wouldn't see us coming." Radner heaved a sigh, smoke pouring from his mouth.
"Very well, witch."
I fought the urge to cry when Helian jumped on Radner's back. I had a foreboding feeling that my loving prince wouldn't return to me unchanged. Still, I pushed back my regrets, instead focusing on the magical week we'd spent together. I would forever cherish my time with him, and I knew without a doubt I'd never love another the way I loved Helian. Closing my eyes, I let the magic flood my veins and flow through me as I lifted my hands toward Radner. "Protect them," I murmured, and my magic obeyed. A giant clear bubble eclipsed the dragon, and in the next moment, they disappeared, and I saw only a slight shimmer. Finn let out a low whistle. "Where'd they go?" I smiled in the direction I'd last seen my love. "They're still here." I flinched, and Demon trembled against my leg when a deafening dragon's roar shook the clearing, rattling the trees and causing leaves to fall all over the forest floor. And then I felt the mighty beast displace the air as he shot into the sky. "Holy elements!" Finn raced to my side, reaching up as if he would touch them. "How'd you do that?" I shrugged, suddenly feeling incredibly awkward. He'd left me alone with them. Oh, elements. "A little trick I learned." Asher snorted. "And Helian expected us to watch you." I tensed at the sound of his gravelly, caustic voice. "No!" I spun on him, magic crackling my palms. "What he expected was for you to show me at least the smallest amount of kindness," I said on a hiss. "But it was obviously too much of him to ask." Asher's face fell, but he said nothing as he glared at me. Turning to Finn, I plastered on a smile while ignoring the racing in my heart. "If you would excuse me, I'll be in my hut." I refused to give either of them a second glance as I picked up Demon and went to the bottom of the hut, scowling at the interminable ladder. This time I remembered my wind and glided over the ladder and into the hut I'd shared with Helion, staring at the bed where we'd made love. Soon Helion would return for me, possibly with a witch who would lift the spell from my mind. She might lift the spell that had changed my features. If I was indeed Tarianya, if I was this other witch, mate to Helion's brothers, life as I knew it would be over. My black heart would wither to dust. After settling Demon in his nest of hay, I crawled back into bed and cried myself to sleep. Lady Arabella Vigo. Lady Arabella Vigo, the Diamond of Windhaven, the most beautiful lady in all 3 kingdoms, and her uncle's special pearl, sat at her enchanted mirror and studied her flawless reflection. Skin as smooth as silk, with a rich honey glow, thick, plaited hair as dark as a raven's wing, eyes a striking blue ringed with lavender, and a long neck as graceful as a swan's. She had certainly been blessed by the elements, chosen by the ancient goddesses to marry the Prince of Calderia and bear his future heirs. Why else had she been gifted with such beauty, if not to become the most powerful queen in the world? All she had to do was find her wayward groom. The cruel brute was punishing her for his father's sins, no doubt. He had no other cause to refuse such a lovely bride. Still, she would forgive him for his absence. How could she not? For he was the most handsome fae to have ever lived. They were equally matched and meant to be together, to bear gorgeous children, and to rule the peasants with brutal justice. She applied light rose cream to her lips and cheeks, which only heightened her natural beauty. Then she dabbed Allura perfume on each wrist and under her ears. The scent was known to drive men wild, which was one reason her uncle allowed only castrated male servants in her presence. He couldn't risk his precious pearl being defiled by a commoner. She swore at a slight rap on the door. "Come in!" She impatiently waved forward the human servant who popped her fat, ugly head through the door. She'd forgotten the servant's name. Not that it mattered. She wouldn't last long. The incompetent staff her uncle hired usually met a fitting demise when they crossed her. For now, she'd call the servant Toadface. She stiffened with disgust while watching Toadface struggle to close the gilded door behind her while not dropping her heavy tray of food. Arabella's nostrils flared. The food smelled heavenly. Still, she would not eat. After trying every tactic with her uncle, from hysterics to seduction, he still refused to send his army after Helion. Starvation was her last option. Surely he wouldn't allow his precious pearl to succumb to hunger. She snarled at Toadface when she set the platter down on a nearby table and lifted a silver lid off an oval tray. "What is this?" Though Arabella knew what it was, parsnip and rabbit stew, her favorite. The fat-headed servant bowed her head, long pale lashes fanning across an unattractive, freckled complexion.
"A repast from Duke Vigo."
Toadface had the nerve to look at her before casting her gaze downward.
He said...
"Spit it out, girl!" she snapped. Toadface's lower lip trembled, her dull brown eyes filling up with tears.
"He said that you must eat."
Arabella turned to fully face Toadface, scowling at the grit in her fingernails before she hid her chubby hands in the folds of her skirts. The girl should have known better than to come to her chamber with unclean hands. Arabella would have her whipped for such a slovenly appearance. She arched a brow. "Oh, did he?"
"Yes."
She nodded, a lone tear sliding down her cheek.
"He told me to tell you that...
Arabella had had enough of this bumbling cow. She jumped to her feet and slapped her so hard the servant's head snapped back, the imprint of Arabella's fingers leaving welts on her face. "You know I can't stand mumbling." Hissing, she shook out her hand. It stung like she'd lit her fingers on fire. Damn the girl for making her fingers throb and her voice crack. She looked down at the paring knife on the platter, tempted to thrust it through Toadface's fat gut. The servant's eyes widened as her gaze drifted to the knife, too.
I'm sorry."
Rubbing her cheek, she backed up a step. "Are you going to tell me, or do I need to slap you again?" she hissed. More tears slipped down the girl's face.
He said that Prince Helion prefers fuller women."
Her voice cracked and squeaked like she was an injured mouse. Arabella threw up her hands. "How does he expect me to eat when his worthless soldiers can't return my true love to me?"
I don't know."
A bubble of snot popped out of Toadface's nose. Disgusting. "No, you don't know, because you're just a lowly servant." Arabella eyed the ugly toad with derision. "You're too stupid to understand the workings of a noblewoman's heart." She jerked another lid off a smaller tray, throwing it at Toadface's feet with a noisy clatter, ignoring the girl's cry of pain. "These strawberries are bruised. I will not eat them." In truth, they were ripe and red and looked too delicious, but she wouldn't give her uncle the satisfaction of knowing he'd pleased her. Toadface hiccuped and smeared a trail of snot across her face.
I picked all the brightest ones for you."
Rage filled her skull like a steaming kettle. "Then you eat them!" She smashed a handful of strawberries against Toadface's chest, smearing red all over her white apron. "And you can tell my uncle that I will not eat until he brings my prince to me." She jutted a finger toward the door. "Go!" The girl picked up her skirts and ran, her wails echoing through the halls. What in Element's name had their housekeeper been thinking when she'd hired such a boob to serve as her lady's maid? Arabella made a mental note to punish both housekeeper and servant for their incompetence. Heaving a frustrated groan, she soaked her hands in her water basin, frowning at the red juices that seeped into the water like blood. Foolish, ignorant human! Then she went to the tray of food and shoved a small tart into her mouth, gorging while moaning as sweet, sugary lemon flavors burst on her tongue. She threw the other tart on the floor and crushed it into the plush carpet with the heel of her shoe. She took a few bites of stew before toppling the bowl onto the carpet, too. Then she slathered butter on a warm roll and shoved it into her face before discarding the rest of the rolls on the carpet. She'd eaten just enough to stave off the hunger, and her uncle wouldn't be the wiser. Never one to let good drink go to waste, she snatched a jug of wine off the tray. She thought about drinking it straight from the jug, but she was far too refined for such ill manners, so she poured it into a goblet and took several large sips before flinging the half-full cup across the room. Arranging her skirts, she sat back down in front of her mirror and dabbed crumbs off her lips. Then she released a slow and steady breath while calling on her mists. "Mists of magic and spirits of the blessed, I command you to show yourself to me." Though she called on her mists daily, her magic was a fickle thing, choosing to work only sporadically. It had been over a week since it had worked. This enchanted mirror she'd inherited from her dead mother had been in their family for generations, a gift from her Ravini relations, and she both loved and loathed it. When her mirror remained unchanged, she worked hard to unclench her jaw, desperation and frustration pounding a drum in her skull. Forcing herself to retract fingers that were balled into fists, her nails digging into her palms, she released another breath. Her magic responded better to silly poetry, though she loathed such foolish and feeble language. "Mists of magic and spirits of the blessed, Show me whom my one love loves best. Much to her surprise and delight, the mists formed in her mirror, coalescing like violent storm clouds preparing to unleash a maelstrom on a hapless village. Mesmerized by the mists, she watched it swirl and swirl until her mind spun, and she nearly heaved all down her chest. And then the mirror showed her something so horrifying, she fought the urge to smash her fist through the glass. "Who the hell is that?" she spat, gaping at the mousy little human in a black dress and emerald green cape. Hair like dry golden straw, plain gray eyes, and sallow skin. This girl looked frail enough that Arabella could easily snap her in two. The mists had to have been mistaken. No way could Helion love such a plain creature, a human who clutched a black rabbit to her chest as if it was her infant. "The one he loves best," the mirror answered, its voice neither male nor female, just cold and indifferent. She dug her nails into the dresser's marble counter. "What's her name?" "They call her Anya." Arabella's vision turned red, her features morphing, bones breaking and reshaping, until the ugly crone revealed itself. A crooked, hooked nose, red demon eyes, thin, wrinkled lips, and sallow, saggy skin. "Where is she?" she cackled in that old witch's voice. This was all Anya's fault for bringing out the ghoul she worked so hard to suppress. What gave that human the right to steal her Helion? She must have been a witch who'd cast a spell on him, for surely one as handsome and noble as he wouldn't settle for someone so very beneath him. She almost thought she heard laughter resonating from the mirror when the mist swirled and swirled. "She dwells where Fae and firelight are twain, and so her secrets shall remain." "Curse you, mist!" She jumped to her feet, her back stooped and aching as she shook a withered fist at the glass. "Tell me where she dwells!" Then her eyes bulged when she saw a familiar face behind the human. Finn, Helion's bastard brother, looking as grimy as ever with his shredded tunic and rough, unshaven face. She snarled at the glass. Then she closed her eyes, commanding that crone to crawl back into her pit. Bones broke and ached, but she dared not scream, lest a servant discover her dark secret. She fell back into her chair, sighing in relief when her beautiful face once again reformed. Then she grabbed her inkwell, pen, and parchment, and wrote a missive to her uncle's spy master to summon the Thesan mercenaries. Though the islanders were cunning and defiant, they would do Duke Vigo's bidding for enough coin. She'd indulged Helion and allowed his bastard brothers to live long enough. It was time they were cut down, along with the witch who'd bewitched Helion's heart. She smiled inwardly, for she knew Helion would blame his father for their murders, just as he blamed Focnan for what she'd done to the satyrs. But this time he'd have nowhere left to run except into her arms. Chapter 21. I woke up in a fog of depression. Soft pink light streamed in through the window flap. Had I slept all day? I closed my eyes again and let out a groan. Then I smiled to myself when I heard a rustle on my bed. Demon hopped up my body and licked my chin with kisses that felt like a butterfly rustling against my skin, his whiskers tickling my lips. I scratched his head and kissed him back. "I suppose you want some fresh greens." He nuzzled my face, then licked my nose, his tongue darting up my nostril. Okay, I laughed, pushing him away. I sighed when I realized it was just him and me again. No more Helion and Radnor to distract us. I climbed out of bed and slipped on my shoes. Then I reached for my cloak, remembering that I wouldn't have Helion to keep me warm. My heart ached at the thought that I might never have him to warm me again. I found the brothers sitting by the fire. Asher was brooding as usual, clutching that flask to his chest while gazing into the flames. Finn tended to a fish on the grill, and I wondered if it was for me. 2 shadows passed overhead. I squinted into the waning sunlight as Beatrix and Bo settled on nearby treetops. "How do you like your fish?" Finn said as he flipped it over.
"However you cook it will be fine," I answered. "Thank you."
I grew Demon a patch of flowery grass not far from me and returned to my seat by the fire. Asher waved his flask at me. "Thirsty?" I was momentarily taken aback. Was he trying to be nice? I shook my head.
"No, thank you."
Whatever was in that flask would only compound my depression over losing Helion. He scowled, snatching back the flask and tucking it in his vest. "I'm not going to poison you." His voice was slightly slurred, and I wondered how much of that flask he'd imbibed. I blew out a frustrated breath. I knew his generous mood wouldn't last long.
"I know."
The look he gave me would have made a lesser witch cower. "Then what's wrong with you?" I twisted my fingers in my lap. I should have ignored him, and to hell with making him like me. I was never going to mate with him again anyway.
I miss Helion."
I smelled the change in the air, the raw male anger so thick it was almost tangible. His eyes shifted to 2 elongated slits. "Try living without your mate for 5 years." Guilt threatened to overwhelm me as I averted my gaze. "I'm sorry." "Helion's got what he wants." His slur grew thicker. "Why should he rush to help us?" "Ash." Finn gave his brother a warning look. "Go easy on her." Asher snarled. "I'm right." "It's not her fault," Finn snapped before giving me a look of pity. "I'm sorry about him." "It's fine." I wrapped my arms around myself, wishing I was anywhere but here.
"I understand."
Asher jumped to his feet, his hands clenched into fists. "You couldn't possibly understand." Magic crackled in my palms as I slowly straightened.
"I'm not your enemy, Ash."
I tensed the moment I'd said his name. I knew not to call him Ash. I knew it. But it had come out anyway, almost like second nature. He growled like a rabid dog, the fire's flames casting shadows across his stony features. "It's Asher. Only my friends call me Ash." Finn stomped up to him, shoving his chest. "Stop being an ass." The guilt that consumed me made each breath strained. They were fighting over me. They were fighting because of me. Asher smacked his brother's hand away, nearly tripping over the low log bench as he backed up. "I'm tired of being told to be quiet, to behave, while our mate could be languishing somewhere or dead. Instead of finding our mate, the bastard brings us his mate." Finn followed his brother's retreat, jabbing his chest. "Do you forget that bastard gave up everything to save our sorry hides?" Asher threw up his hands. "I'd rather he'd let us die than leave us here to rot." Anger like I'd never known set my veins on fire. Something snapped inside me as I jumped to my feet, magic dripping off my hands. "Maybe your mate realized you're a hateful jerk." Snarling, I slapped my chest. "Maybe she found someone else and she'd prefer you rot on this island." I regretted the words as soon as I'd said them. My heart ached at the pain flashing in Finn's eyes. But the words I'd spoken were true, because if I turned out to be Tarianya, no way was I going back to Asher. His eyes flashed silver like twin iridescent moons as he let out a deep, low growl that caused a thorny vine of unease to wrap around my spine. "Do not speak of my mate. You know nothing of her." I turned up my chin, forcing myself to be brave, though my words would one day come back to haunt me. "I know if she's a green witch, she's a healer and kind, and I know she wouldn't like the way you treat me." I backed up a step, nearly tripping over my own feet when he stalked across the clearing toward me, sharp claws sprouting out of his fingertips, his hands curling and flexing. "Mind your tongue, witch," he snapped as he neared, "lest I bite it off." I hit him with my wind before he dared get closer. He flew back with a yelp, landing hard on his ass. Finn went to his brother as he sprawled out on the dirt, blinking up at the evening sky. Beatrix and Bo circled overhead, letting out enraged squawks while flying lower and lower. "Calm," I projected to them. "I'm handling it." Finn held a hand down to Asher, his face grim. "That's what you get for challenging a white witch." Asher stood and dusted dirt off his legs. "I'm going hunting." He slipped off his tunic, throwing it to the ground, revealing his beautifully sculpted and tattooed chest. The look of hatred he gave me made me want to crawl into a hole and never come out. I averted my gaze when he unsnapped his kilt. Then I looked back at him after I felt a change in the air. And there he was, that giant beast that looked half man, half wolf. If he had any kindness, any compassion before, it was gone now. The beast that glared at me through demonic slits had no soul, no heart. "How long will you be gone?" Finn asked. "A few days, a week," the creature said in a voice so low and menacing, a shiver stole up my spine. "I don't know. But Helion told us to—" "Helion can go fuck himself," he barked, waving a clawed hand in my direction as if I was no more significant than a pile of dragon dung. "If you want to babysit his lover, then be my guest." He shifted into a mighty wolf with a big bushy tail. Then he threw back his head and let out a mournful howl before he bounded into the forest. That howl spoke to me on a much deeper level than I'd expected. It was the wail of a lost lover, a shifter who pined for his mate. Too bad she was never coming back to him. Helion. Holding tight to the saddle horn on Radner's back, I used my free hand to unbutton my tunic. Sweat dripped off my brow and stung my eyes, and each breath was strained. Though we flew high above the clouds, the air was stifling in this bubble. Radner's wings were flapping too slowly for us to make good time, and I feared it would be well past nightfall before we arrived at Cayenne's temple. But I wouldn't complain. It was the price we paid for remaining invisible. Radner's low rumble reverberated my skull.
"I'm running out of air in this bubble."
I flung sweat from my brow. "Do you wish to risk being seen by Malvolia's mages?"
"You never used to fear them before."
I swallowed at that. I'd lived recklessly before. Maybe because I had a death wish, but I didn't anymore. Not after meeting Anya. That was before I had someone to live for.
"You wound me, Prince."
The pout in his voice was just for show. Radner knew what he meant to me. I leaned over the saddle, patting a warm scale. "Radner, you know what I mean."
"No, I don't."
"I think she's more than my lover." Closing my eyes, I envisioned her sweet smile, a reflection of the beauty from within. Though I'd always preferred women with darker complexions and more curves, her soul spoke to mine in a manner that was so profound I couldn't think straight when she was near. I was simply drawn to her like a moth to flame. "I think she's my mate."
She-Fae don't have mates."
"I love her too much for her to be anything else." The silence that stretched out between us after my admission was more palpable than the bubble's unbearable heat. And it annoyed me to no end. Radner had been hard on Anya for long enough. "You have nothing to say?" I forced a laugh. "It's not like you to be speechless."
"The witch has grown on me, I'll admit, but I fear she will break your heart."
"Why would she?" My ire rose. "No witch has a purer heart than Anya." She was perfection, a goddess. She would not hurt me.
It's just a feeling.
She won't, Radner. My voice rose and cracked, and I was angry that I needed to defend her. I love her, and she loves me.
Sometimes love alone isn't enough, not when the elements have already decided your fate.
Rage poured through my veins like molten lava. Hadn't he learned after we defected from my father's army 5 years ago that we were the deciders of our fates? I shook a fist at the sky. Then I curse the elements! Our bubble popped so suddenly, sparks raining down on our heads, it took us off guard. I held tightly to the horn as Radner sputtered and nearly spun out of control. He dipped and dove before righting himself below the surface of the clouds. A burst of flame behind us, and I looked over my shoulder to see 3 fire mages on our tail. "Behind us!" I cried. Radner dipped and dove again, plummeting toward the dark blue waters at a breakneck speed. It took all my strength to hold on as he tucked his wings in tight and flew across the sky like an arrow. I looked over my shoulder again, the contents of my stomach rising into my throat when I saw the long whip of flame that arced across the sky like a shooting star, followed by another and another. Radner spun and twisted, missing fire that shot at us like cannonballs. He dodged them for what felt like hours. And just when I saw the top of the tower at Cayenne's temple jutting from the cliffside like a beacon, a fire mage appeared from above, dropping onto Radner's back behind me in a ball of flame. I snatched my sword and spun around, slashing open his throat. I could see the whites of his eyes through the flames before he tumbled off. My shoulders slumping in relief, I turned back around and grabbed the saddle horn. We were almost to the tower. Malvolia's mages wouldn't dare attack a temple on Vigo's lands, for they wouldn't risk forcing Vigo to join forces with my father. I heard the crackle of the flaming whip before I saw it, and then I only saw red. I cried out when the fire lit up my eyes with a blinding, intense pain. Where had that whip come from? My world turned red, then gray, and the pain. It took all my willpower not to vomit. My spine buckled and my head throbbed when I felt Radner crash land on top of the tower. A loud roar filled my ears, and I realized I couldn't see. I couldn't see! I was vaguely aware of the sounds of footsteps approaching, and then I was being pulled from my saddle. I screamed and thrashed against the hands that held me. Why wasn't Radner helping me? "Calm," a woman said while placing a cool hand on my forehead. I was suddenly overcome by an overwhelming sense of peace before being swept under the tide of fatigue. The last of the sun's rays fanned out across the horizon in brilliant oranges and pinks. I wandered farther and farther from the campsite, Demon hanging from the bag around my shoulders and my loyal guards hovering on tree branches above me as I picked berries and herbs. The fireflies had already come out, lighting the shadows beneath the tall, leafy trees. The insects floated around my head like particles of dust, leading the way through the dark forest. I gasped when a sudden flash of light blinded my eyes. I clutched my aching chest, Helian's name on my lips, panic threatening to overwhelm me. I had a foreboding feeling Helian was in danger. I leaned against a tree to steady myself while breathing through a wheeze. Slowly, the foreboding feeling passed, a sense of calm washing over me as if I was being wrapped in a cocoon of warmth, like a mother's loving embrace. How strange. What did this mean? Had Helian made it safely to the temple? If so, how did I sense it? Surely I must have imagined it, for we weren't connected by a mating bond. Demon plastered my chin with butterfly kisses, grounding me to this moment, this spot of earth. Surely I must have imagined that blinding light, that feeling of panic. I curiously eyed a butterfly bigger than my hand break away from a branch above me. It had 2 sets of bright purple wings, 4 sets of eyes, and a long, barbed tail. I'd never seen such a creature. This strange island had to be playing tricks on me. Clutching a wicker basket, I resumed my walk while being mindful of horned rabbits that hopped past me with pink and blue mushrooms between their teeth. I wandered up one hill and down another, following a worn path through the overgrown foliage and brush, wincing when a few thorns pricked my skin. I'd stopped to drink cool, refreshing water from a stream that was shallow enough not to go past my shins, but deep enough that I was able to take a quick bath, getting those intimate parts that Helion had so thoroughly loved. Though I didn't want to wash away his scent, it felt good to get the forest's sticky grime off me. I didn't linger in the stream in case Finn or Asher caught me. Not that they would have been impressed by my small breasts and narrow hips when they had a mate with the curves of a siren. No matter how far I wandered, I couldn't escape the words I'd uttered to Asher. Maybe she found someone else. I didn't regret those words, not after the way he'd treated me. I understood his frustration, but I'd done nothing to him, at least not intentionally. I wondered if Tarianya had seen this ugly side of him, and if she'd tolerated his behavior. But no, I suspected he'd been kind to his mate, but probably because he wanted to warm her bed. I'd never let a brute like him in my bed, even if I turned out to be her. Whoa! I spun around to see Finn, staring at me as if I'd sprouted horns on top of my head. I should have known he'd be following me. After all, he'd promised Helion he'd look after me. I almost wished he'd be as unkind as Asher. At least then it would be easier to reject him later. "What's wrong?" I asked. "All those fireflies." He waved at the halo of insects surrounding my head. "How do they come to you?" "I don't know." Turning from him, I resumed picking berries. "They just do." "Like the wyverns?" "I guess so," I answered, trying to mask the annoyance in my voice. It's not that Finn bothered me. Quite the opposite, which was why I wanted him to stay away. Demon popped his head out of the bag, so I fed him a few berries. He snatched them from my fingers, greedily gobbling them down and demanding more. "Where did you find them?" I assumed he was talking about the wyverns. "When we flew up Phalanx," I answered, letting Demon lick purple juices off my fingers. "You flew up Phalanx?" The note of awe in his voice reminded me of a child's wonder, and I couldn't help but smile. I could easily love a fae like Finn. But no, I loved Helion. Deciding I had enough berries, I continued walking down the path. Maybe he'd tire and quit following. We had no choice. Malvolia's fire mages were chasing us. "And the wyverns didn't try to eat you?" I found a small clearing of bright green grasses at the end of the worn path. Circling around the grass, I checked for any predators while Beatrix and Beau's shadows passed overhead. Something scurried off, perhaps another rabbit, most likely sensing predators were near. "They chased us at first," I said as I pulled Demon from my bag and let him hop around in the grass. But when I asked them to be calm, only 2 followed. They've been my bodyguards ever since. "That's some seriously strong magic." Finn followed after Demon when he hopped to the other end of the clearing. "Thanks." I watched them for a moment, thinking how odd this wolf was protecting a hare. My chest warmed at the thought that this predator was going against his natural instincts for me. When Demon tried to hop into the trees, Finn blocked his path with a wolfish grin, herding him back toward me. How thoughtful he was. Demon thumped and hopped back toward me, hovering beneath the shadow of my skirts while munching on grass. "Do you remember anything about your past?" he asked, that easy smile still etched into his face. It was then I noticed his sharp canines, much more pronounced than the average fae's teeth. No. I averted my gaze, hating myself for lying, but all I had were visions, not concrete proof that Finn and Asher were my mates. Not until a witch removed the spell cast over my mind would I know for sure. Hopefully Helion finds a witch who can help. I swallowed at that. I'd rather not know if it meant I risked losing Helion. Hopefully. His smile faded, and my breath hitched. Does he know? I'm sorry about Ash, he said, his mouth pressed into a grim line. Nervous laughter bubbled up from my throat as I waved away his concern. It's fine. His smile returned, dazzling even in the darkness. I realized then how lucky any woman would be to wake up to that smile every morning. Then he bridged the distance between us, and I fought the urge to turn tail and run. It took all my willpower to keep my composure when he leaned down next to me and snatched a handful of berries from my basket. Well, at least we won't have to put up with Ash's moods for a few days, he said with a wink, shoving the berries into his mouth. Maybe Helion will return before he gets back, and you won't have to see him again. He flashed another grin, his teeth stained purple. I understand why he's this way. I sat on the grass beside Demon and set the basket on my other side while petting his soft ears. I know it's been hard for both of you. He sat opposite me, leaning back on his palms. I kept my gaze focused on Demon, fearing Finn would see into my soul if I maintained eye contact for too long. I gave a start when Finn's face shifted into that partial wolf, and he barked at my basket. I looked down to see what appeared to be a bearded infant with his hand in my basket, his cheeks stuffed with berries as juice ran down his chin. What in Element's name? Finn barked again, waving a fist. Go, before I bite your head off. The creature let out a terrified squeal and disappeared into a hole in the ground, just like a gopher. Finn made a face. Gnomes. Will they hurt Demon? I asked, reaching for my rabbit. Nah. He shrugged. They eat grains and berries. But watch out, he said with a laugh. They like to steal shoes. Shoes? I asked as I called Demon to my side, petting his ears. And obviously berries. Finn smiled, offering Demon a blade of grass. You and Tarianya have so much in common. I think you'll make good friends. A jolt shot up my spine, and I could only gape at him, wondering what compelled him to make such a statement. He nodded toward Demon. She loved animals, too. I swallowed at that. Of course. She was a green witch, too. I grew a patch of flowers for Demon, smiling as he snatched one up and quickly devoured it. How did you meet? I asked, still unable to look into Finn's eyes. Tarianya's father was a traitor. He kept her and her sister hidden away with their mother, but one night she snuck away and followed him to our village. His grin turned feral, fires lighting in his eyes as he tapped his forehead. She was a smart witch, and her instincts led her to us. I resisted the urge to clutch my chest at the painful twisting there, for if I was Tarianya, then I'd found my way back to them again. Only this time, I didn't want to mate with them. I couldn't mate with them. Her father must have been angry, I said, hoping he'd give me some insight into her father, though some part of me didn't want to know if he matched the Ravini Fae who came to our aid in Cyrene. He chuckled. That's an understatement, but she refused to leave us. I heard some of the story, I said, twisting the hem of my belt when Demon hopped out of reach. Then King Fochnan's army attacked the night you snuck off to mate. We would have been burned to cinders if we hadn't snuck away. I had just woken up after the best night of my life and had wandered out of the cave to catch the morning sunrise. But I saw only fire and smoke, and I knew my fathers and my people were all dead. My chest hurt so much, each breath was painful. The best night of his life. I'm sorry, was all I managed to say. If only he knew why. He shrugged, slanting a smile that made my heart rate quicken. Somehow, Tarianya's father survived the slaughter. He came for her and took her away. He plucked a blade of grass, frowning down at it as if his heart had somehow been attached to the end. Asher and I were prepared to go into battle. We knew we wouldn't survive Falkland's dragon army, but we couldn't think past our rage. Helion found us racing toward home and stopped us. Then he flew us away to this island. He motioned to the ground beneath us. He defected for us. He was branded a traitor. I nodded, recalling the story Zars told me. Funny how my time with the satyr seemed ages ago. I've already heard some of this story. Sorry. He threw that blade of grass on the ground. Am I boring you? No, never. I reached for him, my fingers grazing his arm, and then quickly jerked back as if I'd been scalded when I felt the spark between us. He visibly swallowed before looking away. If he felt the spark, too, he didn't acknowledge it. My biggest fear is that Tarianya thought we died, and she's already found someone else. A smattering of pollen escaped from a nearby flower and escaped into the wind, mimicking my heart turning to dust. I was a horrible, wicked witch and deserved to rot in hell for my silence. Turning from him, I wiped hot tears from my eyes. I'm very happy my brother found you, Finn said behind me. He deserves to know the happiness Ash and I knew with Tarianya, even if it was for only one night. This shifter was killing me. How could I stay silent? The torture was too much. Did he suspect we were mates, and was this his punishment? Or did the elements have a sick sense of humor? I sniffled and wiped more tears when Demon nuzzled my knee. He hopped into my lap, licking the tears from my face. I wanted to tell my rabbit to leave me alone, that I didn't deserve his pity. But I selfishly rubbed his head, letting his soft fur calm me. I'm sorry if I upset you. I stiffened, angry with myself as I willed the tears to subside. It's fine. We can talk about something else if you like. I could almost envision his sweet smile as he tried to cheer me up. Even if I was his mate, I didn't deserve him. I still refused to turn around. I couldn't tell him. Not until I knew for sure. Like what? I can tell you a story. A happy story? He must have thought I was a fool for refusing to look at him. I'll tell you about Helion's first ride on Radnor. Clutching Demon to my chest, I finally turned around. I'd like to hear that. The concern in Finn's eyes was nearly my undoing, but I'd carried on with this ruse for long enough that my heart was hardening, and that frightened me more than anything. I wondered if Malvolia was once a good witch, but she'd turned evil after having her heart broken. He was just 15, one of the youngest she-warriors to get the call, Finn continued, acting as if he was unaware I was one more kind word away from losing my sanity. I swallowed back my tears. What's the call? It's almost like a bond between a witch and her familiar. A smile tugged at my lips as Demon licked tears from my fingers. I don't have a familiar, but I had one very special rabbit. Or like a mating bond, Finn said, but without the mating. When his cheeks flushed bright pink, I knew he was recalling that night we made love in the cave. No, not we. He and his brother and whoever that witch named Tarianya was. Hopefully not me. Helion and Radnor's bond is definitely strong. I stroked Demon's ears, recalling how they'd hugged and silently communicated after that night I'd healed him, and how I'd felt a stab of jealousy at their connection. So what happened? He picked another blade of grass and twirled it between his fingers. We were touring the Eyrie with King Falknan. Eyrie? I vaguely remembered Radnor mentioning this was where the dragons bred. A cavern carved into the oceanside cliffs of Peloponnese, like birds' nests, only much, much bigger, enough to fit hundreds of dragons. That must have been a sight to behold. And a terrifying one for anyone who feared dragons. Anyway, Finn continued, Radnor has always been a strong-willed dragon. He hasn't had a rider in over a century. He usually came and went as he pleased, disappearing for decades at a time. But this one day he was there, and the minute he and Helion met, they shared this strange look, like they knew they were fated to be together. I inwardly smiled. How I would have loved to have been there to see that. Is that how it usually happens with dragon riders? It's exactly how it happens, he said with a wink. Faulkner was so proud. The light in his eyes went flat, and I realized this was when Faulkner still thought Finn and Asher were his sons. How much different their lives would have been then. There hadn't been a Celsus dragon rider in centuries, he continued. Faulkner said to wait for the Dragon Master to return from his flight, but Helion insisted on going with Radner. He jumped on the dragon's back even as his father was yelling at him to come back. He had no saddle, nothing. I wasn't surprised at all by Helion's reckless behavior. And they only got about 30 feet into the air, and Helion tumbled off his back and down his tail. Finn's eyes widened as he animatedly talked while waving his hands. Helion was clinging to the tail for dear life. The dragon's tail is a rudder. Without it, he can't fly straight. They both crashed into the mountainside and tumbled onto a ledge. Oh my! I sucked in a sharp breath. I take it they were okay? Finn made a face. Radner broke a wing. Helion broke both his legs. My hand flew to my mouth. Ouch! Most green witches aren't as powerful as you, Finn said. They were grounded for several months. I leaned forward, eager for more of this story, and not just because it distracted me from my guilt. And then what happened? And then Helion and Radner had a few more crashes, but none as bad as the first. Though I was amused by the story, I realized that much of what I learned about Helion had been told to me by others. I wondered why Helion had never told me about his first meeting with Radner. But I supposed we didn't have much time to talk. Our days were filled with flying, our nights with sex. Demon hopped off my lap to munch on nearby grass, and I twisted the hem of my dress, needing something to do with my fingers. Peloponnese is the only city with dragon riders, isn't it? There are a few in Windhaven cities, but most are in Peloponnese, he said. Only the She-Fae ride dragons. There are no Ravini dragon riders? Why would they? Most Ravini mages can wield fire, and all the males can fly. I repressed a shudder as I remembered those flying mages I'd turned to dust. And what about other fae? Lesser fae? Even if we could, Faulkner wouldn't allow it. His entire demeanor shifted when he mentioned the king, the venom in his voice causing a chill to sweep up my spine. He doesn't allow Teray anywhere near his dragons. But he let you near them, I said, more a statement than a question. Before he knew you were shifters. Yes, back when I thought he was my father. His cheeks colored, and I wondered if it was from embarrassment or rage. Or maybe both. I should have let it go, but I was curious about the man who'd fathered Helion. I suspected I'd need to understand how this fae thought, for I had a foreboding feeling I'd be forced to face him before too long. What kind of a father was he? Cold and cruel. His laughter sounded forced. Yet, fools that we were, Ash and I always sought his favor. My heart ached for him. It's not foolish to want your parents to love you. He treated Helion the best out of the three of us. The laughter that came out of him sounded forced. I think he suspected we weren't his. And then you shifted. He shook his head. It was Ash who shifted. Faulkner was beating me for some transgression, and Ash shifted and attacked him. As much as Ash aggravated me, I admired him for defending his brother. Then what happened? Faulkner had been knocked unconscious. We were alone in our parents' bedchamber, so the guards didn't find out until after we escaped. I picked up my basket of berries when Demon tried to raid it, clutching it in my lap. How did you escape? Radner brought us to Lupine. A smile tugged at his lips, his eyes hazy with memories. Our true fathers welcomed us, but their new mate refused to allow our mother to stay with them, so Radner flew her to Cayenne's temple. I didn't know the dead lupine kings, but I had a suspicion they were far kinder than Focnan. I handed Demon a berry when he nosed my leg. And where was Helion? His smile faded. He stayed behind to calm King Focnan. Did it work? His eyes turned cold, unyielding. Focnan broke about every bone in Helion's body for persuading Radner to take us away. It took months for the healers to restore him. Holy elements! You and your brothers have suffered so much on account of him. I had known King Focnan was a bastard, but he was a whole new level of evil. His eyes elongated to canine slits, glowing silver as his voice dropped to a low rumble. Many Teray have, but one day we'll have our revenge. A dark dread sluiced through my veins, for I feared he'd get himself killed if he went after Focnan. The realization was a blade to my soul. Did this mean I cared about him? Do you think so? I know so. He flexed his fingers, claws sprouting out of the tips. One day we'll meet with Focnan again, and when we do, we'll rip out his throat. I angled away, fearing his beast would take over. How can you be sure? Instinct? Intuition? A shifter knows, Anya. He squeezed my shoulder. A shifter knows. I looked down at his hand branding my skin, that zing turning to an outright burn. I fought the urge to shake him off and run. We shouldn't touch. It might bring to surface secrets that best remain hidden. Even worse was his hard, unnerving stare, as if he could see through my veil of deception. I tried to shake him off when smoke filled my eyes, encompassing my mind, and I knew I was having another vision. A raven's wing, a flash of fire, 2 children running, their hearts racing, their legs weakened by fear. My basket tumbled out of my lap, and I hunched over, covering my ears at the sounds of their terrified screams. Ember! Aurora! The fire! They're scared! They're scared! I was vaguely aware of Finn screaming, too. I had to find the children. I had to save them. The Ravini were going to kill them. And then a woman issued a command to stop. Her voice rang through my bones like a gong, and we were compelled to obey. The Ravini reined in their fire. The children fell to their knees, crying, but they were safe. Safe so long as they had their protector. When I came to, I was hunched over in the grass, and Demon was plastering butterfly kisses all over my nose and lips. A loud squawk above, and I squinted up as 2 giant shadows flew overhead, their winged silhouettes dissecting the moonlight. Moonlight? How long had I been out? The wyverns squawked again and landed on nearby treetops. Fireflies danced in my field of vision. I sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and looked at Finn's startled face. He dragged a hand down his face with a groan. What happened? I shook my head, trying to remember how I had passed out as memories of my dream slowly returned. I don't know. You heard the children, too. His question felt more like a statement. I did. They were terrified. At least the children were, trapped in the heart of a battle with Ravini warriors. And then a woman stopped them with her voice. I can still recall the way her voice made my bones vibrate, made me feel compelled to obey. What was she? Who were those children? I heard you call their names, Finn said as he looked at me like he'd seen a ghost. Ember and Aurora. I rolled their names around on my tongue. They sounded foreign, yet oddly familiar. I don't know them, but they were in danger. I closed my eyes, trying to recall their faces. I saw a flash of honey-kissed skin, large blue eyes tinged with silver, and long, dark hair. Odd. They looked like the twin girls I'd been dreaming about, only a little older, perhaps around 4 or 5 years. Could they have been the same children? An unsettling feeling came over me as I looked into Finn's silver-lined eyes. No. They were in danger. Finn's voice sounded strangely hollow. But I think it passed. No, no, no! Were these girls my children? Could I have fallen pregnant after one night with Finn and Asher? I clutched my roiling gut. Someone must have saved them, Finn continued. The woman with the powerful voice? He heard the woman's voice too? How was it possible that we had the exact same vision? Because he is the Father. A strange voice echoed in my skull, the same voice who'd told me about the masking spell. No, no, no! Demon jumped out of my way as I vomited in the grass, heaving until there was nothing left but bile. Are you all right? Finn asked, his voice laced with pity. I will be, I lied, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. I closed my eyes against the spinning in my head. I wasn't going to be all right. What if I was a mother? That would explain why my parents erased my memories. No way would I have voluntarily left my children. But could my parents have truly been that cruel? I thought of Helian's father's cruelty, and I realized that indeed I could have had a cruel father too. It made no sense because he'd risked his life to save me. I doubted Faulkner would have done the same for Helian. Someone's playing tricks with our minds, Finn whispered beside me. I slowly opened my eyes. He had an odd look on his face, and he was staring at me as if he was seeing me for the first time. I prayed he didn't realize I was his mate. Who could do something like that? Who was evil enough to break into our minds? A witch? He rubbed his chin, his eyes nearly crossing. Or a siren. A siren? They have the power to alter your reality, make you see and hear things that aren't there. Could a siren have been planting these images in my head? I looked around the small clearing. In the distance, I heard the faint trickle of water. I don't see any sirens. He nodded toward a dark copse of trees. The river isn't far away. I shook my head. That doesn't make any sense. I thought they had to bite you with their venom before altering your reality. He frowned before stumbling to his feet. That's what I thought too. What about the gnomes? I asked. Finn shook his head. Not that I know of, but they are tricky creatures, so maybe. He didn't sound too sure of that. My world tilted and my head felt fuzzy. I needed sleep. But what if that vision was real? What if my daughters were in danger? Our daughters. My stomach roiled again. Maybe it was a vision, I said on an exhale, clutching my gut. I had a vision before of the satyrs when they'd been poisoned by an assassin. He frowned down at me. But why did I have this vision? I recalled the vision had occurred the moment he'd grasped my shoulder. Maybe because you touched me, my vision imprinted on you too. I was lying to him and myself. Maybe. He shrugged, looking away. But what is the point of having a vision if you don't know who they are and can't help them? Your guess is as good as mine. He held down a hand. Maybe when the Mind Spinner's curse is lifted, we'll have answers. I looked at his hand perhaps a bit too long before taking it. Maybe. As he helped me up, I was relieved not to feel the spark, just a hand clammy with sweat, though his touch felt oddly familiar. The fireflies led the way back to camp, and Finn and I followed, my feet and heart feeling heavier with each step. Chapter 22. Helian. I woke to a sea of gray and shadows. And pain. So much pain. Radner, I whispered, my mouth drier than dust. A feminine shadow swayed toward me, dipping the bed and taking my hand. He's safe. He's at the Temple Airy. I gritted my teeth, a vortex of emotions swirling in my head at the sound of my mother's voice. I can't see. You will. She squeezed my hand. Our healers are working on you. Give them time. I snorted at that, pulling out of her grasp, though the simple act of moving my hand made every bone in my body ache. Anya would have healed me in a matter of hours. How much time? As long as it takes. I licked my dry lips, all the while my blood was boiling. That doesn't answer my question. A hush fell about the room, with the exception of my mother's heavily pounding heartbeat. At least my fey hearing hadn't dulled. I felt you die, she whispered, her voice watery. Well, as you can see, I hissed, I'm not dead. She saved you, didn't she? Where is she? I felt her power, even from so far away. I pressed my dry lips together, tasting burned flesh. I would not tell these priestesses about the extent of Anya's power. I didn't trust them, not even my mother. I need to speak to Gadea. I winced when she grabbed my hand again. What you need is to heal. Where is she? Despite my protesting bones and the throbbing in my skull, I tried to heave myself up. I swore when my mother pushed me back down against a soft pillow. I coughed and sputtered until she held a goblet to my lips. I greedily drank the juice. It tasted like palma nectar, cool and refreshing and exactly what I needed. I didn't realize until I'd finished the last drops how parched and burned my throat was. These temple healers certainly hadn't done a good job of healing my injuries. I wondered if they had tried at all. I see you're as stubborn as ever, my mother said after she pulled the goblet away. Summon her, I seethed, licking the last of the nectar off my lips. Or I will find her myself. I am here, Prince. A dark, rich voice tinged with a Delphian accent echoed from somewhere at the other end of the room. But I must warn you, I don't respond well to orders. Fuck that bossy bitch. Did she think she could speak to me, the future heir of Calderia, that way because she was my mother's lover? I need a witch who can remove a mind spinner spell. What you need is to spend some time with your mother. She hasn't seen you in 10 years. I loathed the condescension in her voice, as if I was her child. I wanted to tell her that fucking my mother didn't give her that right, but I thought better of it. I would hold my tongue, at least until I could see. I don't have time to visit. The bitch had the nerve to laugh. Oh, but you do. And the more you fight me on this, the longer my healers will take to restore your sight. You don't understand what's at stake. I loathed the whine in my voice and the way it cracked, but mostly I hated the head priestess for bringing me this low. I do, she said, her shadow passing behind my mother's. Cassandra's happiness. I'm not responsible for my mother's happiness, I snarled. If she's unhappy, it's her own guilty conscience that makes her so. Gadea's shadow shifted, moving like a phantom toward the foot of the bed. You have too much of your father in you. I'm nothing like that bastard. Ah, I knew you and your mother would find common ground. Hatred of that wicked prick. The priestess laughed. I wonder, though, knowing what a bastard your father is, why all these years you would fault your mother for wanting to spend one night in the arms of kind lovers. My gray vision clouded with red. Because that night ruined our lives. That night produced your brothers, the priestess continued in a tone dripping with arrogance, whom you obviously love if you are willing to risk treason for them. And Foknin, not your mother, ruined your lives by punishing 3 boys and an entire village for something that wasn't their fault. I refused to answer her as I laid back down on the pillow. Both she and my mother could rot in hell for all I cared. You and your mother obviously have a lot of catching up to do, Prince Elian, the priestess continued. I'll leave you in her care for now, and we'll check back after your vision is restored. I closed my eyes when I saw my mother's shadow move closer,
the simple act of moving my eyelids causing my head to throb. "I'm in pain, Mother. Please send in the healers." "Of course," she whispered, the concern in her voice chipping away at the walls surrounding my heart, though it would take a lot more than that to remove the steel barrier I had erected just for her. A lot more. I woke up to a rustle at my door. I sat up, pulling the furs up to my chest since I was only wearing a thin shift. Finn popped his head inside my hut, his smile as wide as ever. "I've come bearing gifts." He set a large wicker basket down on the floor and then disappeared for a moment. My gaze shifted to Demon, who was happily munching hay in the corner, his ears perking when Finn returned with another basket and 2 large jugs. "Just a few things to get you through the next few days," Finn said with a wink, and then, to my surprise and dismay, he climbed into my hut, standing there in all his rugged wolfishness, looking far too handsome with his bare, tattooed chest. I remembered vividly running my hands all over that chest as hard as iron while we made love in a dream that had felt so real. He wore a wool kilt that went to his knees. His hair was as tousled as ever, those twin dimples on either side of his smile cute enough to make my heart do backflips, and he smelled like soap and fresh sage. Had he bathed again for my benefit? Either way, he smelled too good, too tempting. He looked up at the ceiling. "What's all this?" I froze as I followed his line of vision. Oh, goddesses, the flowers! They sprouted all over the ceiling every time Helion and I had sex. But I remembered them growing on the cave ceiling during that dream I'd had about mating with Asher and Finn. I wanted to crawl beneath the covers and never come out. "Oh," I shrugged, doing my best to keep the rattle from my voice. "Just a few vines." He snatched a flower off the ceiling and inhaled it, recognition flashing in his eyes. "Where did they come from?" "I grew them so Demon could have a snack." I forced a smile, hoping he didn't see through my lie. "I hope you don't mind." "No." He twirled the flower between his fingertips, a faint smile tugging at his full lips. "They took me by surprise. Tarianya used to grow these same flowers." Ugh.
"I suppose it's a green witch thing."
A horny green witch thing. My stomach roiled when he shoved my sex flower in the pocket of his kilt. "I suppose." I sat up straighter, peering over the side of the bed. "What's in the basket?" I asked, needing to change the subject to anything other than my sex flowers. He motioned to the supplies. "Bread, fruits, and cheese, jugs of water, and grass and hay for your rabbit." I pulled my knees to my chest. I didn't deserve his kindness.
"That was so thoughtful of you. Thank you."
His nostrils flared as he looked out the window at the gray morning sky. "I sent a change in the air. A monsoon is coming." I arched a brow.
"A monsoon?"
"Lots of rain," he said. "The campsite will be flooded."
Flooded? That was a deluge. Oh, is that why the huts are on stilts?
I smiled at Demon when he hopped on the bed and nuzzled my thigh. "It's exactly why," he said. "You may be trapped in the hut for several days. Will you be okay?"
I think so.
Did I have a choice? If not... He paused, his cheeks coloring. "We can move you to my hut."
No!
I practically shrieked, sounding too much like my wyverns.
I'll be fine. I have Demon for company."
I scratched my rabbit's ears, anything to distract me from having to look at Finn and all his bare muscles.
"Do you think my wyverns will be okay?"
"The Phalanx Islands have monsoons too," he said, flashing that fanged grin that made my heart do backflips. "I'm sure they're used to it." He scratched the back of his head, shifting from foot to foot. It was obvious he had something on his mind. "Have you had any more visions about those children?" I shook my head. I hadn't had more visions, but I had still worried about them all night.
"No. You?"
He clenched his hands into fists at his sides.
No, but I hope they're okay.
They must be, I said, or else I think we would have had more visions. At least, I prayed it was so. He visibly swallowed, looking out the window flap.
I hope you're right.
He pulled another flower from the ceiling, inhaling it so deeply I worried he'd suck it into his nose. I gave him an expectant look. Was he going to leave? Well, if you'd excuse me, I'd like to freshen up. I forced a note of calm into my voice, not wanting him to sense the maelstrom of emotions warring within my heart. I knew I should have told him about my mating dream, but coward that I was, I kept my lips firmly pressed together. I didn't sleep much last night. I patted the straw mattress beneath me. I'll probably be napping the rest of the day. In other words, please don't come to my hut again and tempt me with those delicious mussels and heavenly smell. Something like hurt flashed in his eyes.
If that's what you want.
He turned and left me without another glance. No, I wanted to tell him. It wasn't what I wanted. But what I wanted would crush Helion. What I wanted would cause a rift between the Fae I loved and his tempting brother, my possible fated mate. What I wanted would make me a whore, at least according to Helion. I craved Finn's smell, his smile, his body heat, like a drug, which was why I was relieved when he slipped back out the door and removed the temptation. The rain that followed the next 4 days was either a blessing or a curse. It flowed so heavily, the entire campsite had been turned into a river, and I definitely understood the stilts needed for the huts. I only prayed the stilts were high and strong enough to withstand a deluge. I worried about Beatrix and Beau. I hadn't heard their squawks in days, but Finn had said they were used to monsoons, so I assumed they'd taken cover somewhere. During those 4 days, I alternated between worrying about those 2 girls. Were they safe? Where were they? What did the Raven Wing mean? Who was that woman who used her voice to save them? Then I wondered why Helion hadn't returned. Was this weather keeping him away? Or had Malvolia's mages finally succeeded at killing him? And finally, I kept thinking about Finn's infectious smile and that spark between us when we touched. I only occasionally worried about Asher. Not that he deserved an ounce of my concern, but for Finn's and Helion's sakes, I hoped he'd escaped the flood. Using the toilet was interesting, to say the least. I had to unlatch a small door on the floor and hover over it while the flood passed beneath me, all while making sure Demon didn't get too close and fall through. The thatched roof above my head held very well, with only 2 leaks coming into the hut. One leak was above Demon's hay pile, which produced several dissatisfied thumps. I'd grown reinforcements, the same vines I'd used to strengthen the old people's house in Skullgrove. I'd added a few succulent flowers to the vines, which put Demon in a much better mood. The sun came out after the 4th day, which was a good thing, because I was out of bread and cheese and fresh water. I hung my head out the window at the sound of a loud squawk. "Bee!" I cried, so pleased to see her. "Where's Beau?" She landed on the top of the hut, shaking the entire building, and let out another squawk, nodding to a distant winged shadow flying in circles below a thin stream of white clouds. She angled her head into the window, tugging on the collar of my cape with her teeth. "I can't come out, girl." I nodded toward the muddy lake below. "The ground's not dry." She tugged harder, ripping the fabric. All right, I said. "Give me a moment." I went to Demon and grew him enough hanging flowers to keep him occupied. "Stay put and Mommy will be back," I whispered before kissing the top of his head. I used my wind to help me climb out of the window and on top of the thatched roof, and I sat beside Beatrix, whose weight had concaved the roof. I would have to get her to move soon, but for the moment I reveled in the warm sunlight on my face. The breeze was refreshing up here, and the air was fragrant with the smells of blooming flowers and fresh water. I hadn't realized after being cooped up in that hut for 4 days how stagnant the air inside had become. When I heard the crack of the thatch, I pressed on her side. "Bee, you have to go before you collapse the hut." She whimpered, lowering her head and flattening her wings across the expanse of the roof. "What do you want, girl?" She whimpered again. Overhead, Bo squawked and flew in faster circles. When Beatrix's eyes met mine, I knew what she wanted, so I climbed on her back and wrapped my arms around her neck, praying I didn't fall off and break every bone in my body, especially since my healing powers didn't extend to myself. I sucked in a scream when she lifted into the air, but she flapped gently, steadily, and soon we were flying high above the clouds, the world beneath obscured in mist. I sat up, clinging to her sides, my hands grasping the leathery parasol around her neck, which made perfect reins. Beatrix flew faster, racing across the sky like an arrow, Bo at her side. I let out a holler of excitement as the wind whipped my hair around my face and blew my cloak and a swath of green behind me. I'd never felt so free in all my life. By the time we landed, the water had receded until the campsite was nothing but a muddy bog with small tributaries running through it. Beatrix quickly took off after she left me on top of the thatched roof. I went inside to a very angry and impatient demon. I grew some more vines to strengthen the thatch. I gave him more flowers and was quickly forgiven for my absence. After flying Beatrix all day, I realized I had a way off this island. If Helion didn't return by the end of the day, then tomorrow Beatrix, Bo, and I would fly in search of him. I only prayed he wasn't injured and we weren't too late to save him. I stilled at the sound of footsteps outside. When I heard the ladder rustle, I ran to the door opening and peeked outside. I did my best to hide my disappointment when I saw Finn, not Helion, climbing up the ladder, his bare feet caked in mud. But at least he carried a basket of fresh supplies. 4 days did nothing to diminish his handsomeness. His hair was a little more tousled, his eyes a little sleepier, but he still had that same infectious grin, those same broad shoulders, and that amazing, round, squeezable butt. "I saw you with the wyverns. When did you learn to ride them?" he asked as he set the basket on the floor and dangled his feet over the side of the hut, wiping them with a towel. "Just today." I added more hay to Demon's pile as well as fresh grass. "Thank you for the supplies." "No problem," he said with a wink. "Ash and I stock up the supply shed for monsoon season." He knelt in front of Demon, handing him what looked like a handful of dried herbs. "Another monsoon should be by in a few days." Demon took the herbs from him, sniffing them and then munching, his little back twitching in appreciation. Finn was so kind to think of my rabbit, which was so odd for a wolf. I chewed on my lip while watching him, wondering if Demon would be safer with Finn when I went looking for Helion. Is that why Helion hasn't returned to me? Sitting on the edge of the bed, I wrapped my arms around myself, worrying that Helion and Radner had already tried to navigate the deluge. He nodded. "Even Radner isn't strong enough to fly through Thiesen's monsoons." A cloud of fear and depression overshadowed my poor, lonely heart. Helion will never make it back to me. "He will," he drawled while petting Demon's head. "Helion has lots of experience navigating monsoon breaks." I marveled at the connection Finn shared with my rabbit and how quickly Demon took to him. Demon laid completely flat, resting his head on his paws and making faint tooth-grinding noises while Finn continued to pet him. "You're spoiling him," I said. He smiled up at me. "Isn't that what you're supposed to do with pets?" "I guess." I shrugged, averting my gaze. Why did he have to be so perfect? He made keeping secrets from him so much harder. I thought about telling him. Elements knew I needed to get it off my chest, but he'd probably think I'd gone crazy. Out of all the magic I'd learned, I'd never heard of this masking spell that entity had whispered to me. What if there was no such thing as a masking spell, and some siren or demon was playing tricks with my head? How was your time in isolation? My gaze snapped to Finn. He was staring at me so intently, I was compelled to look away. Fine. Fine? His brows raised. You weren't lonely? No, I had Demon. He's all I need, I lied. Why was he asking me if I was lonely? An uneasy feeling settled over me as I scooted away from him. You're lucky, then. Monsoon season is when I miss Tarianya most. Holy elements, I wished I could harden my heart, but every time he mentioned her name, he chiseled away at my conscience. I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing at all. He probably thought me a heartless shrew. Did you have any more visions of those children? He asked. No, though I worried about them. You? No. He frowned. Tell me about that vision you had of the satyrs. How did it come to you? I swallowed back a lump of unease. I was hugging Czar's goodbye, and then I saw a vision of his wife and child sick in bed. He sat up on his knees, his eyes widening. So maybe touch activates it, because we were touching when we had the vision of the children. I didn't like where he was going with this. Maybe? He scooted closer to me. Could we try touching again? What? I moved further down the bed. Why? He had a childlike animation when he spoke. Maybe we could find out what happened to the children. Or maybe you could see where Tarianya is. I don't think... Please? His nervous burst of laughter ground what was left of my heart to fine dust. We're desperate, if you can't already tell. Finn, please. My shoulders sagged in resignation. All right. He climbed on the bed, facing me, an odd gleam in his eyes when he reached for my shoulder. Unnerved by those silver-lined eyes, Helian's eyes, the children's eyes, I looked away, hating myself for my cowardice. I tensed when he touched me, the spark between us stronger than ever, and then I swayed into him, drawn like a moth to flame. How I hated that I craved his touch, his heat, his scent, a blend of moss, sage, and smoke. Close your eyes, he whispered. I silently obeyed, worried that with his wolf-touched senses he could hear the wild pounding of my heart. Do you see anything? I pressed my eyelids down hard, seeing nothing but the remnants of Finn's boyish grin. No. Maybe we should hug, like you and Czar's. My eyes flew open, and I swear my heart leapt into my throat. I don't think that's a good idea. Please? How could I refuse that puppy dog pout? Fine. I wasn't anticipating my reaction when he took me in his arms, but I wanted to melt against his chest. His touch triggered memories of that night we spent in each other's arms. Or perhaps my vision of that night. The way he held me, the sweat dripping from his forehead to mine as he whispered words of love against my skin while tunneling into me. What do you see? I jerked out of his embrace as if he was made of scalding lava. He pulled back. Did you see anything? No, sorry. He held his arms open. Can we try again? No, Finn! I cringed at the screech in my voice, making me sound like one of the wyverns. Look, I'm sorry. I held out my hands as I scooted off the bed. The bed? What was I thinking sitting on the bed with him? I must have lost my mind. I need a bath. Not a good idea. He jumped from the bed, blocking the doorway. The rapids will be too strong now, and there's a risk of sirens. I gave Demon more flowers and water and then grabbed my bag. I'll have Beatrix and Beau to help me, I said as I ducked under his arm, using my wind to whisk me down the ladder. Please keep an eye on Demon. I didn't wait to see if he would follow my request, but I prayed he would, and not just to keep my rabbit safe, but because I was afraid he'd follow, and I'd lose my mind if I had to be in his company a moment longer. I cringed when I landed in a muddy bog that went up to my ankles. Somewhere in the distance, I heard my wyvern squawking. "And the water is cold," he called down to me. "Cold water will do just fine," I called back. I heaved a sigh of relief when Beatrix's shadow blotted out the waning sunlight above me. She landed, and I climbed onto her back, apologizing for my muddy feet slipping on her slick scales. Good thing I hadn't worn shoes. I would have probably lost them in the mud. I clung to her neck without looking back at Finn, though I felt his eyes on me. He must have thought I'd gone crazy. Maybe I had. Either way, I had to get off this island and put as much distance between myself and Helian's tempting brother. Chapter 23. Asher. The rain had stopped. When, I wasn't sure, for I'd been forced to sleep far too long in that musty cave thanks to a nasty batch of demon brew. I knew it was rancid, but I drank the entire flask, hoping it would dull my senses. But her smell still permeated my nostrils, my fur, my brain. Still sick and dehydrated, I crawled out of the cave, my tail dragging between my legs, and I stumbled down the muddy hillside toward the closest stream. Why did she smell so much like our Tarianya? She was a green witch like our mate, too. Even their names were similar. But she looked nothing like our mate. She was a head shorter, with narrow hips and a nearly flat chest. Her hair was like tangled hay, her eyes dull. But her smell... My paws were caked in mud by the time I reached the stream, now a wide river flowing too swiftly for me to cross safely. Not to mention, the floods usually brought sirens. I stood at the water's edge, staring at my distorted reflection, broken by the strong current. Why did she smell like our mate? My reflection distorted again, blending with mist and shadow, before he appeared in the water before me. Kylar, my beta father. He'd been visiting me ever since that fateful night Falknan's dragon army had slaughtered my family. The wolf looked at me, his voice echoing in my skull. A wolf knows his mate's smell. Words I'd heard before. He'd told Finn and I that the first night Tarianya had come to our camp, and we'd gone wild. I angled my head, my ears flattening against my skull. So why does Helian's witch smell like Tarianya, father? A wolf knows his mate's smell, he repeated, and then mist and shadow morphed into my distorted reflection again. I threw back my head with a howl. One night with our mate. That's all we had before Falknan's army destroyed everything. Now I think I was going mad for wanting her, smelling her scent on other women. I would have wished for the earth to open up and swallow me whole, but no way would I take the coward's way out of this life. Not before I had the chance to rip out Falknan's throat. Finn was right. The river current was too strong. Flowing like rapids, what was once a shallow stream was a raging river. No way could I bathe in that. But Beatrix, being so attuned to me, knew exactly what I wanted and flew me to a section of the river that flowed slower, dammed off by fallen trees. She landed on one of the trees, and it thankfully held her weight. Bo landed opposite her, letting out a concerned squawk as he looked into the dark pool of water. "I know I'm crazy," I told them as I slipped off Beatrix's back, but I had to get Finn's smell off me before I went even more insane. I balanced myself on the log and dipped a toe in the icy water. I immediately had second thoughts. But then his musky scent rose up from my dress, my skin, my hair, and desire coursed through my veins like molten lava. Without a second thought, I jumped feet first into the abyss, screaming as I swallowed a large gulp of water. I fought my way to the top, my teeth chattering as I surfaced. It was so damn cold.
What the hell had I been thinking? "Bee!" I called to my wyvern as I held out my hands, trying to tread water while my heavy dress threatened to pull me under. She leaned over with an open maw to pull me from the water when pain shot up my leg and I was sucked back into the abyss. I thrashed against whatever had hold of my leg, and then I froze as I looked into a pair of red, demonic eyes, white hair fanning around an ugly face with slits for nostrils, bulging fish eyes, and a demon's fanged smile. I hit the creature hard with my magic, the blast of white pulsing slower through the water. She released her clawed grip on my leg before the magic struck her chest, swimming quickly away. I surfaced again, crying out. Beatrix and Beau were loudly squawking, flapping their wings and circling above the water. "Bee!" I screamed before I was sucked back down. Fear paralyzed me as the creature bit down on my ankle. I hit it with magic again, and she moved in time for the magic to glance her shoulder. She released me with a hiss, my blood pooling in the water around us. I swam to the surface again, this time only managing to gasp for air before I was sucked back down, my fingertips glancing Beatrix's beak as she ducked her long neck in the water. I went to hit the monster with my magic again, but then she opened her fanged mouth and began singing the most beautiful song. So mesmerizing, I was paralyzed with awe. I was barely aware of Beatrix and Beau making a ruckus on the surface of the water, but the music was so captivating. Great goddesses, what was this melody? It filled my heart with so much peace and love, I could listen to it forever. A howl echoed around me, and the lovely music stopped. I saw a flash of fangs and gray fur, and so much blood and bubbles. Then I was vomiting bloody water while being dragged to shore by a furry beast. I struggled against my captor's claws digging into my ribs. "Let me go!" "Stop fighting me, Anya!" A deep rumble reverberated through my bones. I fell on top of a muddy bank, heaving more water while the furry beast hovered over me. Teeth chattering, my gaze was drawn to the bloody gash on my leg. My bones ached and burned, and my skin felt on fire, either from heat or cold. I couldn't tell. I screamed when the beast ripped off my clothes. "Do you want to freeze to death?" he reprimanded, his voice as dark as a demon's. I gaped at him, his long maw and monstrous face. I should have been terrified, except those silvery eyes brought me a strange sense of calm. Friend. I was vaguely aware of him hauling me into his arms and racing through the forest. His shoulder was covered in blood. Was it mine? It was staggering by the time we made it back to a familiar clearing with 3 tall huts. I grunted, vomiting more water when he slung me over his back like I was nothing more than a carcass he'd killed for his evening meal. Perhaps I was going to be eaten. But then he brought me into a strange hut with 2 low beds and wrapped me in a warm blanket. The beast morphed into a naked man with dark tousled hair and swirling tattoos across a broad, muscular chest. I gaped at him as he rubbed warmth into my arms. What happened?" He gritted his teeth, blood running down his chest from a wound in his shoulder. "You were attacked by a siren." I looked around the sparse room with wood floors and bamboo walls. "Where are we?" He sat beside me on the low bed, drying my hair with a towel. "My hut." "Beatrix and Beau?" "They alerted me." He grimaced. "I told you the river was a bad idea." I should have been embarrassed that he'd seen me naked, that he was still naked. But I felt nothing other than an odd sensation, like bubbles were swarming in my skull. "I feel funny." "It's the poison." "Poison?" I breathed. Was I going to die? Somehow, it didn't upset me. "It will wear off in about a day, but I must warn you that you will probably have delusions." "Delusions?" "It's how sirens control their victims." "You were bit, too." I touched the blood on his chest, then licked my bloody fingers. Why was I drinking his blood?
I know.
He ran a hand through his wet hair, his features morphing. For a moment, he looked like Helion. Even his dark hair turned silver. Then he turned back into the tattooed shifter. Shouldn't we suck out the venom? I still didn't understand what had compelled me to drink his blood. It's too late. His face morphed into Helion's again, that cocky grin, strong jaw, hair that shone like moonlight. Siren venom works quickly. Then what do we do? His face morphed back into Finn's. What was happening? We pray that your wyverns do a good job watching over us. I heard my wyverns screeching somewhere in the distance. Can't you howl for Asher? Even if I loathed his brother, and he despised me, I knew he'd keep us safe. The venom has trapped my wolf. He looked down at his hands as if they were foreign objects. I can't shift anymore. My eyes crossed, and he turned into Helion again. The room changed too, and we were in that same cave we'd hidden in the night we'd been attacked by those fire mages in Cyrene, the first time we'd made love. What? Tarianya. He stroked my face, and he turned back to Finn. I knew it was you. No, Finn. I pushed his hand away, surprised to see that the room changed again. We were now in the cave from my dream where I'd bonded with Finn and Asher. I didn't see Asher, but Finn was sitting on the firs with me beside that mystic pool of water. Vines of flowers grew across the ceiling, dropping petals into the water. Had we already made love? Why? He ran his fingers through my long, silky hair. You're my mate. I was mesmerized by my dark hair wrapped up in his fingers. Hadn't my hair been a different color? Because Helion... Helion? Who was this Helion person? I didn't know anyone named Helion, did I? No, there were just Finn and Asher. I looked around the cave. Where's Ash? Finn shrugged. I'm sure he'll return shortly. Then he wrapped my hair around his fist and tugged me closer. Tarianya, you've no idea how much I've missed you. I draped my arms around his shoulders, nuzzling his face. I've cried so many tears for you, I thought you were dead. We've been in hiding, each day more miserable than the last while we pined for you. He stroked my arms, leaning so close we were a breath apart. I didn't think we'd ever find you. I looked into his silvery eyes and saw his love for me reflecting there. I'm here now. He grazed the side of my face with calloused knuckles. You're just as beautiful as I remember. I shrugged off the blanket that was wrapped around my shoulders, and he let out a low whistle as his eyes feasted on my nude body. I crawled into his lap, straddling him, running my hands across his muscular chest. He whispered words of love while alternating between biting and licking my neck, his hands roving up my back, then my front. When he took both breasts in his hands, squeezing, a moan escaped my lips. I grasped his face and kissed him as if my life depended on it, drinking in his musky flavor while tasting the tang of blood. Blood? It jarred a memory of blood wine, and I realized we could telepathically speak. Make love to me. With a growl, he rolled me over and kissed me deeply, his hand pressed between us, plying my slick heat until I thought I'd go mad from the pleasure. I thrashed beneath him, spreading my legs wide. Please. His eyes locked with mine. He slid into me with an agonizingly slow and deep thrust. I watched him move over me, spearing me with his large cock, glistening with my juices. I clung to him, digging my fingers into his shoulders, and together we rode passion's tide, our bodies rising and falling as he brought me closer and closer to that blissful crest with each slow thrust. I groaned into his mouth when he kissed me again, his tongue mimicking the movements of his cock, probing, claiming, possessing every part of me. "Tarianya," he breathed between kisses. "I love you so much." "Oh, Finn," I cried, dragging my fingers through his tousled hair. "I love you." He pressed a tender kiss to the side of my mouth.
"I thought you'd forgotten about me."
His thought projected into my mind. Had I forgotten? The thought twisted my spine into a knot. Perhaps his memories had been erased from my mind, but never my heart. Deep down inside, I knew my heart recognized my wolves.
"Never, my love. My heart remembers."
I dragged my teeth down his neck, nipping his collarbone.
"My heart is yours."
I lifted my hips higher when he moved faster, sliding through my slick heat with ease, our bodies slapping together in a frenzy as ecstasy gripped my spine. And then I was tumbling over that wave as Finn fell with me, his cock throbbing and filling me with bursts of his seed. Panting like a wounded animal, I clung to him. "Oh, Finn," I cried, plastering his face with kisses. "Never leave me again."
"Not even 1,000 angry dragons can separate us,"
he whispered. He rolled us over, and I straddled his waist, his thick cock still buried inside me. When he latched onto my heavy breasts, rolling my nipples between his fingers, my head fell back as desire coursed through me. He flashed a fanged grin. "My own personal melons." "What shall you do with them?" I teased. "I shall feast on them every night," he answered back, flashing his fangs. I swelled with need once more at that wicked gleam in his eyes, and my hips gyrated on their own accord, grinding his thick cockhead against my aching, swollen sex. I wasn't as slow and gentle as he was with me. I fucked him long and hard until we were no longer riding the waves together. We were sinking beneath them, pulled under ecstasy's tide. And I couldn't have thought of a better way to drown. Helion. I woke with a start, sweat pooling down my brow, my world still gray, though I could make out a hazy tunnel of light. Something was wrong, for I'd heard Anya cry out in my mind. I saw the swaths of blood, crimson ribbons floating through inky water. Was she injured or in danger? Or had it been a nightmare? Days faded into night since I'd lost my sight, and I couldn't tell if I was awake or dreaming. I stumbled out of bed, swearing when I banged my knee against a chair. I leaned over the chair, hissing and digging my nails into the wood. "Helion, what are you doing?" I cringed at the sound of my mother's voice. "I need to leave." "You're not fully healed." I hated the condescension in her voice, as if I was still a child. "Anya can finish healing me." "Anya?" she asked, a note of curiosity and maybe jealousy in her voice. "Who is she to you?" I cursed myself for bringing up Anya's name, though I suspected my mother already knew. "Don't tell me you haven't been watching us in your mists," I spat. "They're Gadea's mists," my mother corrected. "You know she's the seer." "And what did she show you?" I pressed. I wasn't going to offer my mother too much information. She'd have to work for it. "A diminutive human witch." There was no jealousy in her voice this time, only humor, which she knew would infuriate me. "I called to her through Gadea's mists the night you were burned." "You?" Was it no coincidence Anya had shown up right after Radner had fallen from the sky? Did I owe my mother for saving my life? "Gadea sensed her green magic, and possibly white magic, too," my mother added. I stirred as ire pumped lava through my veins. I didn't like the way she emphasized white magic.
for I knew Gidea would try to get her hands on Anya and use her for her personal gain. Since you know everything, I wonder why you ask who she is.
I want to know who she is to you,
my mother pressed. I gritted my teeth. She's a friend.
A friend? I thought you hated witches,
she said accusingly. My skull felt like a volcano ready to explode. She was trying my patience. Anya is different.
Are you sure?
Was my mother mocking me? I'd had enough. I pushed off the chair, forcing myself to stand straight, despite the throbbing in my knee. I need to get back to Anya. Just in case that vision of her crying out hadn't been a dream. Was that possible? I thought only fated mates could form telepathic connections.
You're not going anywhere.
I tensed when I saw my mother's shadow pass across the narrow tunnel of light. Just try and stop me. I walked around the chair and then swore when I hit another object, buckling over when pain shot through my groin. She latched onto my arm.
How will you defend yourself if you can't see?
I shook her off me, speaking through clenched teeth. Anya will be worried about me.
She'll be more upset if you die trying to get back to her. Malvolia has more fire mages on the border. They're waiting for you to leave.
I loathed the pity in her voice almost as much as I loathed myself for falling victim to that fire mage. I should have returned to her by now. I told her I'd only be gone a few days. 2 more shadows crowded that narrow tunnel of light. Who's in here?
The healers have come, my mother said. Let them work on you.
You mean put me to sleep? I snarled. Did you tell them to delay my healing? I shook a fist in the direction of my mother. I should be able to see by now. You're keeping me here against my will.
Helion Ariadne Celsus,
my mother snapped, digging her fingers into my arm.
You will calm yourself right now and get back in bed before I put you there myself.
My shoulders slumped in resignation, and I loathed myself and my mother even more when I let her steer me toward the bed. I'll never forgive you if anything happens to her.
Add it to your list of grievances,
she said, shoving me onto the bed with surprising force.
It seems I already have much to atone for.
Chapter 24. I woke with a pounding in my leg and a queasy feeling in my gut. I took in a deep breath, my nostrils filling with the scents of old fish and blood. And something else. Sex. Holy elements! I shot up with a gasp, pulling a woven blanket up to cover my bare breasts. Sunlight streamed in through an open window, bathing the strange hut in golden hues. I was in an unfamiliar bed, and a very naked Finn slept beside me. Bile projected into my throat when I remembered the night I'd spent in his arms. I looked above us and cringed at the flowery vines covering the ceiling. I lifted the blanket and looked down at my thighs, sticky with his seed. No, no, no! I scooted to the other end of the bed, taking the blanket with me. I did my best to be quiet as I slowly stood, but it hurt to put any pressure on my right leg. I hissed when I looked at my swollen ankle. Pus was seeping out of an open wound. I had to get something to treat the infection. I tried to creep across the floor while dragging my injured leg. Maybe I could leave before he woke. I froze when Finn stirred behind me. What happened? He mumbled. I slowly turned to face him, clutching that blanket like a lifeline. His left shoulder was swollen as if a second head was trying to grow from it, and I vaguely remembered the siren had bitten him too. I think we, I stammered, unable to say more. Great goddesses! He shot up, his eyes widening. Don't tell me we... I nodded when he visibly swallowed. He hung his head in his hands and let out a mournful wail. What have I done? They'll never forgive me. I limped back toward him. Finn, we were bewitched by a siren. When he looked at me through watery eyes, my heart shattered.
It doesn't matter.
It does. I clenched my fist by my side, fighting the urge to reach for him and wipe away his tears. They will understand.
They won't. And even if they do, I'll never forgive myself.
He jumped from the bed, completely naked, his body reeking of sex and sweat. I turned my gaze to the floor while he slipped into a kilt. My heart caught in my throat when he brushed past me and slipped out the door without another word. He hated me now, and I hated myself. I should tell him about my dreams, that I was possibly his mate. But would he think I was lying to make him feel better? Or worse, would he hate me for not telling him sooner? I found my dress on the floor, wet, torn, covered with blood, and reeking of fish smell. What the hell was I supposed to wear now? I gave a start when Finn returned with a small glass jar. "Here," he said, shoving it into my hands. I popped open the lid, my nostrils flaring when a familiar stench hit me. The pungent herb Sonatio, used for healing infection. Though our worlds were both imploding, Finn still took time to make sure my wound was treated. Even if I was Tarianya, I didn't deserve him. I scooped up the salve and rubbed it into my ankle, wincing at the burn. "Thanks," I said as I held the jar out to him. He backed up, refusing to take it.
"Keep it. You'll need to apply it often and keep the wound clean. I'll bring fresh water to your hut."
My throat constricted. Why was he being so kind? "What about you?" He frowned, averting his gaze.
"Fae heal faster than humans."
That's right. I was just a human, one blessed with magic, but a weakling just the same.
"Do you need help getting to your hut?"
he asked, his voice strained as he still refused to look at me. "No," I answered. "I have my magic." He nodded, but said nothing more before turning and leaving through the door flap. As I stared at his broad back and stooped shoulders, the reality of what we'd done hit me like a brick to the head. If I feared losing Helion before, I knew I'd lost him now. Arabella. Arabella sat at her uncle's table in his suite of rooms, twirling a silk napkin between her fingers and doing her best to ignore the rumbling in her gut. The food smelled heavenly. There were breads of all kinds, vegetables stewing in garlic sauce, roast duck, and leg of lamb. But what truly made her mouth water was the chocolate fountain in the center of the table. All this for 2 people? He knew she was fasting, but cruel fae that he was thought to tempt her anyway. She looked up demurely at her uncle, batting her lashes in a way she knew drove him mad with desire. It worked, for his pale cheeks colored. Despite his black Ravini wings, he had a fair she complexion, blue-gray eyes, and long, silvery hair much like Helion's. He was a beautiful specimen of a fae. It was a shame he was only a duke, and sadder still they couldn't make a child together. She might have been content to remain his lover. "I told you I'm not hungry, Uncle," she said through a disinterested slur, hoping he didn't hear the ever-growing growling in her gut.
"Sit with me anyway, my pearl."
He flashed gleaming teeth, a cross between a smile and a snarl, his hawkish gaze settling on the cleavage she'd artfully arranged to spill out of her too-tight gown.
"It has been too long since I've looked upon your beautiful face."
He frowned, motioning to the bed with crimson silk drapes behind them.
"Since you stopped coming to my rooms."
"I'm too depressed for that." She made a face, knowing the insult would wound his pride. His wings hung over his chair like a cape as he folded long, smooth fingers in front of him. Fingers that hadn't toiled once in his life or wielded a sword other than for show.
How else can we ready you for your wedding night if you don't practice?
You have taught me well, uncle. She leaned forward, giving him a better view of her cleavage, and picked up her wine goblet, swirling the red juices. You told me yourself I'm quite skilled in seduction. He arched a thin, dark brow.
A skill you can easily forget.
She dipped her finger in the wine, then sucked off the juice like it was manna from heaven while giving him a bold stare. She finally pulled out her finger with a pop, giving it one last long lick from base to tip. I won't. His eyes were so trained on her, his mouth hanging open, he could have been a hound begging for a bone. When she flashed a triumphant grin, he leaned back in his seat, his face flushing.
My spies told me you sent a missive to Thesan assassins.
I did. Steepling his fingers, he eyed her through slits.
Was poisoning the satyrs not enough that you must kill his brothers, too?
Her plan to drive Helion into her arms after poisoning the satyrs had backfired. Instead, he'd run into the arms of that ugly human whore. Her lips pinched at the thought. What had he been thinking? Helion has a lover now. She resides with his brothers. His feathered wings ruffled as he dug his fingers into the table.
Foolish prince, you saw this in your mirror?
She heaved an exaggerated sigh. I did.
We should pledge our army to Malvolia.
He snatched a knife off the table, squeezing it until his knuckles whitened.
I will find you a strong Ravini husband.
She pounded the table so hard the silver rattled. I want Helion! He threw down the knife, clasping his hands together.
But my precious pearl, he doesn't want you.
Venom shot through her veins, and that old crone scratched at the surface, threatening to break out of her skin. She couldn't allow that to happen, for her uncle would be repulsed if he knew her dark secret. She jumped to her feet, throwing her goblet at his head. You're a cruel, unkind guardian! He ducked in time as the goblet flew across the room and splattered on the carpet. He jumped from his chair and flew to her side, taking her hand in his.
I'm trying to protect you, my darling. Nobody loves you more than I.
She pulled away when he tried to kiss her hand, turning down her lower lip in an exaggerated pout. You're punishing me for staying away from your bed. He snatched her hand again, pulling her flush against his chest, his wings wrapping her in a tight lover's embrace.
We don't need Helion or Malvolia.
He cupped her chin in a bruising grip, forcing her to look at him.
We have each other.
But I must have an heir. His voice shook with urgency, evidence of his desire pressing against her hip as he ground against her.
I will give you an heir.
No, not again. She gritted her teeth, speaking on an angry whisper. Not after that abomination. He swore, then nuzzled her neck.
My darling, you were never to speak of that, remember?
Furious, she pounded his chest until he relaxed his hold on her. She loathed him for forcing her to pretend those dark days had never happened. Then she repressed a shudder, remembering with horror the creature that had come out of her. The midwife had said the blood was too similar. Arabella didn't believe her. Pure blood mixed with pure blood should have made a perfect child. She suspected the midwife had been a jealous witch who'd cursed her child. She'd cursed Arabella, too, because that was the first time the old crone had surfaced, breaking bones and skin before taking a dagger to the midwife's heart. Then the crone had silenced the screaming infant, too. Arabella would never try to bear another child for her uncle, in case the midwife had been right. It's best if I breed with Helion, she said. As a distant cousin, his blood is different enough that we won't risk another hideous creature."
"Don't believe that jealous midwife, my darling," he cooed, stroking her cheek like she was his pet while tickling her back with his feathers. "I will commission the best healers to ensure that doesn't happen again."
She pushed away, turning her back on him. "We both know they can't make us such assurances."
"Arabella,"
he said at her back, his voice cracking and splintering like logs on the fire.
"I think it's time I told you the origin of your birth."
She spun around, alarmed by the crimson stains on his cheeks. "The origin? What do you mean?" He averted his gaze and snatched a strawberry off the table, twirling it between his fingertips.
"You know how very much I loved your mother."
Flames of jealousy flushed her face as she gritted her teeth. "I know." For he'd told her often enough of the life they'd shared before her birth. Stories of her mother, her uncle's first lover, never brought Arabella comfort.
"Don't be jealous, my darling."
She ducked under his hand when he reached for her, his eyes twinkling with starlight and distant memories of his dead lover. She snatched that strawberry from him and bit into the juicy flesh while eyeing him coolly. He slanted a smile, a triumphant gleam in his eyes.
"How many times must I remind you that you far surpass her in beauty and in skill in the bedchamber?"
"Not enough," she said petulantly, batting her lashes while he wiped strawberry juice from her chin. He sucked the juice off his finger, his gaze lingering on her face before drifting to her breasts.
"When we were young, we imagined ourselves in love. I thought nobody understood me better than my twin, which was why we vowed to be committed to each other."
She rolled her eyes with a curse. "You've told me this already, Uncle."
Then she birthed a stillborn child.
His voice dropped to barely a whisper.
The midwives had told her the same, that our blood was too similar.
She let out a hiss. Why had her uncle never told her this story before? "Is that why my mother married that Ravini nobleman?" The color drained from his cheeks.
"Your mother never married a Ravini nobleman."
I don't understand." She swallowed back her unease while searching his eyes. "Then who was my father?" He gripped the back of a dining chair with whitened knuckles.
"Your mother and I went to Astriga."
Arabella's world came to a standstill. Her legs nearly buckled beneath her as she lowered herself onto a chair. A demon witch? She clutched her roiling gut, fearing she wouldn't like the rest of this story. He pulled out a chair and sat with his knees pressed into hers.
"We paid her well, and she gave us you."
The moisture evaporated from her mouth as that old crone's cackle reverberated in her mind. What? He took her hands in his, squeezing.
"She performed a ritual, and when she was finished, you appeared in her mists."
His eyes glossed over as his voice took on a watery edge.
"The most perfect cherubic babe."
She swallowed back bile, fighting the urge to vomit down her dress. "Then I'm not related to you." Even worse, she feared the old crone had been with her since birth, a demon attached to her soul, no doubt planted by the Striga.
"Oh, but you are."
He tenderly brushed a strand of hair behind her ear.
"The Striga used your mother's blood to complete the ritual."
Her gaze snapped to his, to that odd gleam in his eyes and feral smile. "And what else?" For she knew it would take more than the blood of a duchess and a witch's spell to make a child. He shrugged, looking away.
"Does it matter?"
She broke free of his grasp as if his skin had been set aflame. "It matters!" Shadows passed over his wan features. We had to sacrifice an infant. She clutched her throat, her world tilting on its axis. An infant? A lowly human. He waved away her concern with a laugh. I'm sure her mother didn't miss her. No wonder that old crone lived in Arabella's skin. She'd been demon-cursed since birth with the blood of a murdered child. She desperately searched his eyes, hoping, praying he was joking. But what a cruel joke for her uncle to play on her. You told me my mother died birthing me. He visibly swallowed, a knot slowly working down his throat. When the Striga took your mother's blood, the wound would not heal. What? This was even worse than she imagined. It took months for her to die. He pouted. She withered away like a wilting flower. The thought of her mother dying to bring her life turned her gut, but not because she mourned her dead mother. No. She feared this would be her same fate if she used witchcraft to conceive. And healers couldn't save her? The Striga tricked us when she took your mother's blood. When she said a life for a life, we thought the human infant was what she meant. She arched away from him. Uncle, what have you done? What have I done? I've created the most perfect child born of magic. He ran his fingers through her hair, a manic glint in his eyes. Don't you see, my beautiful pearl? Together we can have another child. She knocked his hand away and stumbled from the chair, gaping at him as if a demon crone lived beneath his skin, too. And let the Striga kill me? He slowly stood, looking at her as a predator circling his kill. We won't use a Striga. We'll try a different witch. Uncle, listen to me. She stumbled back as he advanced. We're not using any witch to have a baby. He backed her up against the wall, splaying a possessive hand across her waist. If that is what you wish. His tone had turned cold, otherworldly. She swallowed back her fear when she thought she saw a flash of malice in his eyes, a glimpse of a creature not of this world. Whatever malevolence she saw quickly vanished, replaced with a familiar look of longing. I've upset you, he whispered, dragging smooth knuckles down her cheek. I'm sorry. She desperately searched his eyes, feeling as if her soul was falling into a deep pit of despair. What was he? What was she? Doing her best to quell her trembling limbs, she pressed her sweaty palms against the wall. How do you know the Striga didn't snatch up a demon's soul from hell to create me? You're no demon, he cooed, his fingers tracing her collarbone, the swell of her breasts. You're my perfect angel, and you don't need Helion or any other suitor when you have me. No, no, no. She dug her fingernails into her palms while fighting the urge to run, but she knew it would do no good. Even if she outran her uncle, she'd never escape her own demon. Instinct told her not to let him see her fear, that he would wield it to control her. As long as he still desired her, she would wield control over him. She looked up at him, willing her eyes to fill with tears. Take me to Peloponnese, uncle? She wrapped her arms around his neck, her mouth hovering close enough to his that she smelled the wine on his breath. Helion will return home after he loses his brothers and whore. His lips twisted into a hateful snarl. He doesn't deserve you. She ran her fingers through his silky hair, and a low growl rose from his throat. Promise you'll take me there tomorrow, and tonight I'll visit your chamber. And surrender her body to a fae who possibly also had a demon lurking within him. He brushed his lips across her ear, then inhaled her hair.
But who will visit me after you marry?
She held him tight, smashing her breasts against his chest. Windhaven has many beautiful ladies that can warm your bed. He shook his head while tracing the curve of her face. Their blood is not pure like yours. Their bodies will defile my seed. No other woman will do. She inwardly cringed. He still thought her pure. If he only knew. Or maybe he did, and pure to him meant something else. She shook her head to clear her dark thoughts. She was still his precious pearl and would wield him to her advantage. I will return to you after I have an heir. Or if ever Helion discovered her dark secret and drove her away. His wings drooped by his sides. That could take years. Am I not worth the wait? She cooed, batting her lashes. His eyes darkened to inky pools of rage. You are worth the blood of every newborn babe, every maiden, every soldier in all 3 kingdoms. She swallowed at that, a knot of unease forming in her throat as she envisioned the babe her mother and uncle had killed to make her. Though she cared nothing for humankind, she feared her birth was cursed. Then take me to Peloponnese. I will. Wings fluttering, he tugged her toward the canopy bed. Come to my bed now. She dug her heels into the carpet. I must pack, and then I will come to your bed. No. He pouted, evidence of his desire straining against his tight trousers. Now. She pulled free of his grasp and then bent over the table, wiggling her behind while running her finger beneath the chocolate fountain. She gave him a bold look and sucked the chocolate off her finger. Tonight, Uncle. He flew at her with a roar, but she easily ducked beneath his grasp, forcing a laugh as she skipped away. I am worth the wait, remember? After building a new fire and getting me a few more supplies, Finn told me he had to go, refusing me when I offered to heal the wound on his shoulder. He wordlessly shifted into a large gray wolf and disappeared into the forest with a mournful howl. I washed the blood and filth out of my gown at the edge of a shallow stream, ever watchful of sirens, and spent the rest of the day in my shift and cloak, alternating between sleeping, worrying, and doing menial tasks to keep busy. Helion still hadn't returned, and I was too much of a coward to jump on Beatrix's back and go searching for him. How would I explain what happened between his brother and me? Besides, I couldn't leave until I knew Finn was safe. That desperate look in his eyes this morning frightened me. I did my best to stay off my aching foot, using my wind to assist me as I grew plants and grass in the muddy soil around camp. I had to do something to make this place look less like the remnants of a war zone. The flood had wiped away everything that was ground level, leaving behind gray mud streaked with black silt, dead bloated fish, and broken pieces of wood and thatch from who knew where. My feet and my shift were caked in mud by the time I'd finished my menial tasks. I'd left my shoes in the hut, not wanting to ruin them. Fearing the mud would make the infection on my ankle worse, I cleaned my feet and dried them by the fire as often as I could, but they were slick with mud again the moment I went anywhere. I hated this place. I grilled the fish Bo had caught for me over the fire, sitting on the log with my knees pressed together, my teeth chattering from the cold that seeped into my wet feet and permeated my bones. I couldn't wait to get off this cursed, miserable island. Despite my queasy stomach, I ended up eating half the fish, finishing it off with a handful of berries. Then I wordlessly stroked Demon's ears while staring into the fire and wondering how my life had gone so terribly wrong. It's not wrong. It's only starting to become right. I gave a start at that voice in my head. I realized it was my voice, though I was unsure who was wielding it. Beatrix and Beau each rustled in their treetops above me, squawking a greeting of sorts as the bushes rattled. I jumped to my feet, wincing at the pain that shot up my leg, my heart catching in my throat when a big gray wolf emerged from the dark. "Finn, are you okay?" He shifted and slipped into the kilt I'd washed and hung to dry beside the fire. "I'll live," he answered as he turned back to me. "How is your foot?" My legs felt like two wet noodles as I ungracefully plopped back onto the log. "Healing, though it still hurt like hell." I swallowed back my apprehension when he crossed the fireside and stood in front of me, his hands curled into claws. "You smelled like her. You tasted like her." I... He sat beside me with a groan, hanging his head in his hands. How did the siren know what I wanted? I fought the urge to rest my hand on his shoulder. I don't know. I was unfaithful to my mate. Flashing his fangs, he swiped a tear that slid down his cheek. I betrayed my brother. It wasn't your fault. I clenched my hand into a fist, wishing I could wipe away his tears. We were bewitched. It doesn't matter. He swiped more tears, giving me a look of despair that broke my already shattered heart into more pieces. Helion won't forgive me, and I'll never forgive myself. I had to tell him. I had to. My throat tightened. My chest ached. "Finn?" I rasped. "You must." "We shouldn't be near each other." He jumped from the log as if his feet were on fire. My shoulders caved inward when he looked at me like I carried the plague, and I wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. "You still smell like her!" He threw his hands into the sky and then started pacing the damp earth in front of me. "Holy elements, you smelled like her from the first day you came here. It's why I couldn't stay away from you. Why Ash left. I don't understand it." He snatched up the filleting blade I'd laid down on a rock beside the fire, staring into it like it revealed the future. "I should end my life now." His thought projected into my head as clear as day. I jumped to my feet, ignoring the pain in my ankle. "Finn, don't you dare!" He gaped at me, the expression in his eyes turning from awe to terror. How did you get in my head?" How could I, indeed? Did this mean our bond had never broken? I briefly remembered tasting his blood after the siren attack. Had the exchange of blood somehow renewed our bond? Oh, elements. I had to come clean, but how did I explain without sounding crazy? "Finn, we can't be mated." He stumbled away from me, nearly falling into the fire. "I can't mind speak with another unless my mate is dead." Recognition flashed in his eyes, and he angled the blade toward his throat. "Finn, no!" I smacked it out of his hands with my wind, and it landed in the mud with a splat. "Listen to me." I stumbled toward him, grasping his arm, using all my strength to hold on when he tried to pull away. "Have you heard of a masking spell?" "A masking spell?" Recognition dawned in his eyes. "Yes." I think I'm her, Finn," I stammered. "I think when the mind spinner erased my memories, he changed my appearance." His eyes widened, then narrowed. You think you're our Tarianya?" I hung my head, shame washing over me. "I had a vision of you and Asher the night before Helion brought me here." He latched onto my elbow, his voice dropping to a strained whisper. "What was the vision?" I wiped moisture from my eyes with my free hand. "We were in a cave." "And?" I shrugged, meeting his gaze for a fleeting moment before shame forced me to look away. "I'm embarrassed." He whimpered like a lost puppy. "Please?" "Asher made me drink this wine. It tasted like blood." I trembled as I spoke, fearing he'd hate me for deceiving him. "Then we had sex, and I grew flowers." My throat closed up with regret, and I couldn't say more as I stared down at my muddy feet. He let out a cross between a groan and a growl. "That really happened. Why didn't you tell me this before?" "First, because I didn't want it to be true." I swiped at the monsoon of tears that cascaded from my eyes. "Then, because I was afraid you'd think I'd gone crazy. Then I thought you'd hate me for not telling you. And then there's Helion. It will crush him if he finds out." Unable to staunch the flow of tears, I wrapped my arms around myself, turning my back on him. I couldn't face him after what I'd done, and I wouldn't blame him or either of his brothers for hating me. "But if you're her, then I didn't betray my mate." He grabbed my arm, turning me toward him. "If you're her, then our Tarianya is safe." I nodded, casting my gaze to the mud. "I'm sorry." "Don't be." He cupped my chin, forcing me to look at him. Elements bless him, his fanged smile was radiant. "I'm just happy you're alive." "Please don't kill yourself, Finn," I pleaded. "Please?" He rubbed warmth into my arms, his smile widening. "I won't. Not now I have something to live for." Oh, Elements, how could I do this? I promised Helion I'd be faithful. He squeezed my shoulders, his features hardening. "He can't hold you to it if you were ours first." But I didn't want to be theirs. At least, I didn't want to be Asher's. "It will break his heart." "He doesn't have to lose you. I will gladly share you with Helion. I'm sure Asher will too." He leaned over until our mouths were a breath apart. "That is, if that's what you want." I bit my lip to keep from screaming. "I don't know what I want, and Helion won't share." "A fated mate is a rare bond, a gift from the elements." He dug his fingers into my skin so hard my bones ached. "We belong together. If I'm her. You're her. I feel it in my heart." He splayed a hand across his chest. "I felt it when Helion first brought you to us." He let out a burst of laughter. "All this time I thought I was going mad." "Maybe you are. Maybe we both are." I would take insanity over betraying Helion any day. "I know we were under a siren's spell, but you can't deny the passion we shared." He paused, the feral gleam in his eyes making my knees go weak. "The love?" I swayed into him like a reed bending in the breeze. His scent, his touch, his voice, everything about him beckoning me to wrap my arms around him and never let go. "Finn," I moaned. "I love you, Tarianya." He took me in his arms, brushing his lips across my forehead. "I've missed you so much." "Please, Finn." I tried to push away when I felt his hard desire pressing against my belly. "We can't again." He held me tighter, whispering hot and heavy against my skin. "But you're my mate." I looked up at him, my lips hovering dangerously close to his. How badly I wanted to kiss him, to surrender our desire. But it wasn't right. "We have to wait until Helion finds a witch to lift this curse. I have to know for sure I'm her." His eyes turned to iron. "You're her." My throat constricted as more tears threatened at the backs of my eyes. "We can't make love again, Finn. We can't. Not until I know." I flattened my hand against his chest, feeling the strong heartbeat beneath. A heart that beat for me. "Not until we tell Helion." He nuzzled my neck, a low growl rising from his chest. "Can I at least hold you tonight?" Bad idea. I didn't think we'd be able to handle being so close to each other without making love again. "Finn." A plea died on my lips when I saw the maelstrom of emotions warring in his eyes. "I swear I won't try to make love to you." He tenderly stroked my cheek. "I just want to hold you." My spine weakened. "All right." I was already destined for hell for my deception. I might as well burn in his arms. Chapter 25. True to his word, Finn didn't try to make love to me, though I couldn't deny I was sorely tempted to climb on top of my shifter and ride him like a fucking dragon. I was finally able to heal his shoulder, despite his protests that it wasn't fair he'd be healed while I was still dealing with the gash on my ankle. He relented when I explained I wouldn't be able to sleep next to him with the putrid stench of his infected wound in my face. Other than the steady sound of his heartbeat and his even breathing, the only other sound in the room was Demon munching his hay. Finn had moved all my supplies to his hut because I didn't feel right bringing him to the hut I'd shared with Helion. He was as warm as an oven, chasing away the chill in my bones. His big arm was a perfect pillow. Together we rested in his bed, two hearts beating together beneath the canopy of flowery vines our lovemaking had created the night before. As I wordlessly lay on his arm, my hands tucked beneath my cheek, I stared at him, and he stared at me, his eyes unwavering and filled with so much love, he left me breathless. We didn't need words to communicate. Our love was as palpable as the thick, humid air between us. After expelling a deep breath, he twirled a piece of my hair around his finger, frowning at the brittle straw.
Who do you think did this to you?
I swallowed at that. My father had a hand in it.
How do you know this?
He whispered, releasing my hair. He came to our aid when we were being attacked by fire mages. He arched a thick brow.
What did he look like?
He was a Ravini. I didn't see his face. One of the fire mages called him my father.
Did he confirm it?
I swallowed back the lump in my throat. I still hadn't processed my feelings over my father's deception, and I didn't think I'd ever be able to. The thought of what my parents did to me was a blade twisting deep in my heart. He said I was stupid for calling attention to myself, and I should have stayed with the mind spinner. He frowned at that.
Malvolia once had a mage who was a mind spinner, but he left her court long before the purge.
His name was Thorin, I said.
Then again, that could have been a fake name.
Elements. His face could have been fake, too.
I don't recall Malvolia's mind spinner's name, he said. What else did your father say?
He dragged his fingertips down my arm, causing my gooseflesh to rise. I repressed a shudder at his touch, feeling a stab of guilt that I enjoyed it. He didn't. Radner showed up, and my father ran off.
Tarianya's parents, your parents, were both Ravini fugitives, he said as he continued to caress my arm. I didn't know much else about them other than they were among the few lucky ones to escape Delphi during Malvolia's purge.
That much I'd assumed after the conversation between my father and that fire mage. How do you think they changed my appearance?
There was only one witch I've ever heard of who had masking magic.
Who?
Something flashed in his eyes. Panic? Flora Avius. A tremor ran through me. Her name sounded so familiar.
Who was that?
Malvolia's twin.
No. My blood turned to ice. Malvolia's twin? Who would have aided my father in erasing my memories and changing my appearance but my mother? And if Flora was my mother, that would make me the evil queen's niece. I thought Malvolia killed her.
He winced. Or someone who looked like her.
What if Flora is my mother?
My supper revolted in my gut.
I don't want to be related to Malvolia.
I love you no matter your face or the blood that runs through your veins.
His tender smile was almost my undoing. I don't deserve you.
You're a good witch, Tarianya. He tenderly stroked my face. It's I who don't deserve you. I'm just a Teray.
I latched onto his wrist, squeezing. How I hated King Faulknan for making Finn feel this way. Don't say that. You're kind and loyal and perfect. He kissed my forehead, his lips lingering overly long, and I wished we could remain like this always. I sighed when he pulled away. I never thanked you for saving me from that siren. The tenderness disappeared from his eyes, and his mouth flattened into a grim line. I'd die for you, Tarianya. Hopefully it will never come to that. I cupped his cheek, my heart sighing when he kissed my palm. I should have told you about my dreams sooner. I don't blame you for that. He slanted a fanged grin. For Element's sake, you had your memories erased, and I'm sure Ash didn't make it any easier. I tensed at the mention of his brother's name. I don't want to mate with him. His eyes softened as he dragged calloused knuckles down my face and neck. You adored him when you had your memories. I rolled my eyes. I don't adore him now. You'll change your mind when your memories come back. He brushed a strand of unruly hair out of my eyes. And believe me when I say he'll be very sorry for how he treated you. He's a brute, I blurted, suddenly annoyed that the conversation had shifted to him. He loved you more than anything. He still does. 5 years without you has turned him into this. Now that we have you back, you'll see what a kind mate he is. I snorted at that. I don't think kind and Asher should be used in the same sentence. Maybe it was time for bed. I was tired of talking about Asher, but mostly I was tired. There was no trace of humor in Finn's face, his eyes turning as sharp as twin blades. He would die for you, just as I would. I felt compelled to look away, unnerved by the intensity in his eyes. We should probably get some sleep. And not just because I was tired. I was ready for this conversation to be over. He kissed my forehead once more, his lips branding my skin while new memories formed in my head. These memories of Finn loving me would sustain me until my old ones returned. Good night, I said. Good night, my love, he answered. I sighed when he took me in his arms, and I snuggled against him. Life with him as my mate wouldn't be all that bad, so long as Helion and Asher didn't make our lives unbearable. The roar was my only warning. 1 minute I was sleeping soundly in Finn's arms, and the next, my head hit the hard straw and Finn was howling while being dragged out the door. I jumped from bed, pain shooting up my leg. I was momentarily disorientated at the flash of gray fur that disappeared behind the flaps. I was vaguely aware of demon thumping as I limped toward the door and looked outside, my eyes trying to adjust to the bright sunlight piercing my eyeballs. I cringed when I saw what could only be described as a cross between a monster and a dogfight. Fur and blood flew everywhere as Finn and Asher tumbled in the mud, having shifted into those beasts that were a cross between wolves and men. Above them, my wyvern circled and angrily squawked. "Stop this!" I yelled. Then I screamed when Asher bit down on Finn's shoulder, and Finn let out an agonized cry. That brute! I flew down the ladder and hit Asher hard with my wind. He tumbled back, taking Finn with him. I chased down the rolling ball of fur and fangs, but they moved too fast for me, even with my wind helping me. Swearing, I battled overgrown limbs and leaves while trying to keep up with them. They hadn't taken one of the paths, which made it especially hard, and my wind did little good among the dense foliage. I cursed when I finally emerged into a clearing, only to look down at a sharp drop into a muddy ravine. The two brothers were still fighting, rolling around in the mud like possessed sows. A loud thwomp was our only warning, and my world came to a thudding halt when Finn fell over with a howl, a spear lodged in his chest. Asher's roar rivaled that of a dragon when about a dozen strange men wearing odd tribal-looking furs, faces painted with streaks of mud, and their dirty hair tied up in feathered braids, revealed themselves at the top of the ridge opposite me, each wielding the long spears like the one stuck in Finn's chest. I didn't think. I just acted, as a rage I'd never known flooded my veins and pulsed out of my fingertips in blinding white bursts, turning the hunters to dust. I knew I'd feel guilt over their deaths later, but for now, all that mattered was saving Finn. The furry wolf creature I knew to be Asher gave me a hopeless look as Finn clutched that spear in his chest, gasping for breath. I slid down the ravine, heedless of the pain in my ankle and the sticks poking my bare feet, and fell on top of Finn. "Hold on," I cried, tears spilling down my face. "I didn't find you just to lose you." I turned to Asher, urgency puncturing my words. "Pull it out!" His eyes flashed with rage. "But he'll die!" "No!" I hissed, magic dripping off my fingers. Asher jerked it out, and Finn let out an unholy scream that nearly shattered my ears. I fell on top of him, covering his bloody wound with my hands, white and green light pulsing out of me as I closed my eyes, willing my magic to heal him. I didn't know how long we remained that way, but when I finally came to, Finn, still in that wolf creature form, was looking up at me through hazy eyes, and my arms and shift were soaked in blood.
"Hello, goddess,"
he rasped, his voice low and dark like a demon's. I choked back tears. "How do you feel?" His lips pulled back in a fanged grin.
"Alive. You saved him."
I looked at Asher, whose long, furry jaw had gone slack. I motioned to the piles of ash that were once our attackers. "Who were those men?" Asher frowned, rubbing his furry jaw.
"Thesan natives."
I swallowed back bile. The island wasn't safe if the locals were turning on us. "Why would they attack us?"
"I don't know," he answered. "We've coexisted in peace these past 5 years."
I slid off Finn, not liking the fatigue weighing down his eyes. "Can you carry him back to camp?" I asked Asher. He nodded and lifted Finn into his arms, trudging back up the ravine without another word. I followed them through the forest, wincing when thorns and branches sliced open my arms. Asher didn't wait for me, and I soon found myself trudging through the forest alone, following flattened grass toward camp. Beatrix and Beau were flying circles above me and squawking rather loudly by the time I reached camp. I did a double take when I saw they each clutched men who looked like our attackers in their claws. Or what was left of the men. Neither of them had heads. Bile rose to my throat when I saw a pile of headless assassins in the center of camp. "Thank you," I projected to them. "Please search the area for more." So much death, so much blood. It took every ounce of self-control to deny my green witch instincts to help, not harm, our attackers. But these men had made a choice to strike us, and I would do whatever it took to ensure the safety of my mates. My mates. How easily my subconscious had accepted our bond as the truth. Beatrix and Beau dropped the bodies in the pile and soared across the treetops, scanning for more threats. I wasn't sure if they killed those men out of instinct or they'd heard Finn's howl of pain. Either way, we were lucky to have them guarding our camp. I wondered why the natives had attacked us. Were they defending their land? Or were they hired mercenaries? Perhaps Malvolia or Faulknan had paid them. Had mages captured and tortured Helion into revealing our location? The thought of Helion in their clutches turned my limbs to jelly. My chest ached when I saw movement in Finn and Asher's hut. No doubt Finn was telling his brother I was Tarianya. Though I didn't want him to know, I also didn't want Asher to attack Finn again. I'd just climbed into the hut when I was met by a scowling Asher. He had shifted into human form and had a pack strapped to his back. His arms and chest were covered in bloody cuts. Though my fingers itched to heal him, I didn't offer. I looked from him to Finn, who was sitting up in his bed in his human form, a dazed look in his eyes. Unlike his brother, he had no marks from the attack. I must have healed those too when I'd saved him. I turned back to Asher, doing my best to ignore the pounding in my skull. "Where are you going?"
"Why do you care?"
he said with a snarl. So Finn hadn't told him, or else he didn't believe I was Tarianya. Wherever he was going, it was obvious Asher didn't care what happened to us. It's not safe here, I said, frowning at his pack. We have to go to Cayenne's temple. He glared at me for a long moment, making me feel as insignificant as the mud stuck between his toes. Do you have a boat? I folded my arms in front of me, leveling him with an aggravated scowl. My wyverns will take us. He flashed his fangs. You're crazy if you think I'm flying on one of your lizards. I had to work hard to unclench my jaw. This shifter knew how to boil my blood. It's safe. I've flown on them. Technically, just Beatrix, but he didn't need to know that. He stepped up to me, his nostrils flaring as a low rumble erupted from his throat. I smell Finn all over you. Finn cleared his throat. Ash, we were bitten by a siren, he rasped. She put us under a spell, and we had sex. Asher threw back his head and let out a howl that rattled my bones. Helion will kill you both. He snarled at Finn, his eyes shifting to 2 long slits. And I won't defend you, brother, for betraying our mate. She is our mate, Finn waved at me. She's Tarianya. His voice dropped to a dark demon's rumble. Have you lost your fucking mind? Finn gave me a pleading look. Tell him the name of the spell. A masking spell, I answered. My knees weakened when Asher turned on me with a snarl. A masking spell? They changed her appearance when the mind spinner erased her memories, Finn said. Asher shook his head. There is no witch alive who can do a masking spell. Unless Flora survived. His eyes widened, and something in the room shifted. The pulse of his anger dimmed, replaced with something else. Something I didn't want to identify. Do you think you're our Tarianya? Suddenly feeling self-conscious under the weight of his stare, I wrapped my arms around myself. I don't know. She had a vision of the night we mated, the blood wine, the flowers. Finn waved above him. Do you not see the same flowers in our hut? Asher looked from the flowers to me. What did you see in that vision? He closed the distance between us, standing so near I could feel his breath on my skin. Finn already told you what I saw. I stepped back, unable to stop from trembling when he followed my retreat. He backed me into a corner. His deep predator's rumble shook me to my soul, and I feared my heart would beat right out of my chest. Nails as sharp as talons jutted from his fingers as he wrapped my golden hair around his hand. Tell me what I said to you. He bent over me, whispering in my ear. What we did. My knees threatened to buckle beneath me. No. Tell me. He tugged on my hair until my scalp ached. My eyes fluttered shut when I remembered him pulling my hair the night we'd made love. I also remembered how much I'd enjoyed it. Holy elements, save me. You said you'd die protecting me. I spoke on a rush of air, unable to keep the tremors from my voice. You called me goddess. You made me look at you while we... I tensed when I heard men shouting in the distance. Asher jerked away from me, leaving me pressed against the wall, gaping after him. We need to go. Now. He stalked over to Finn's bed. Can you walk, brother? Finn stumbled to his feet. Yes. I regained enough of my senses to grab my bag and shove Demon inside. Asher shifted into that man-beast with a roar and jumped out of the hut. Finn shifted and followed him. I swallowed back my fear and went outside, blinking against the sunlight. Beatrix and Beau flew at us with the headless bodies of 2 more men in their clutches. Beau flew at an odd angle, landing hard in the mud with a loud squawk. I flew down the ladder and ran to him, frowning at the spear sticking out of his wing. Beau howled and thrashed, spinning around on the ground while snapping his jaws. Beatrix danced around him, squawking in a very angry tone. Either she was telling him to stop acting like a baby, or she was worried for him. Asher didn't wait for my command as he dove for Beau and ripped out the spear, then jumped out of Bo's way before my wyvern bit off his head. Peace, I projected to my wyvern, releasing my calming magic as I approached.
Careful, Tarianya,
Asher said to me in that deep monster voice, standing in front of me like a mother hen. My heart skipped a beat. He'd called me Tarianya. Did this mean he believed I was her? Was that why he was suddenly being protective? I tried not to let his sudden act of kindness go to my head. This was the same shifter who was insulting me moments ago. I know what I'm doing, I said haughtily, stepping around him. When Bo looked at me with wide, watery eyes, whimpering like a baby, I fell against his side, stretching toward his wing, my healing magic pouring out of my fingers. It only took a few moments to heal his wing, which was as thin as parchment, but tough like leather. I ran my hand down his neck, wincing at the blood that coated my fingers, not sure if it belonged to Bo or one of the islanders. "Is that better, big baby?" I whispered. He nuzzled my hair, blowing steam down my neck.
"We need to get going before more of them show up,"
Asher said behind me. Spine stiffening, I turned to Finn and crooked a finger. "You ride with me." Finn shifted back into a human, his back still hunched.
"I don't want to be a hindrance. I'm still weak."
"Which is why you ride with me," I said, looking for Asher to contradict me, but he'd disappeared. I saw movement inside their hut and knew he was probably getting supplies. Asher returned from the hut, having shifted back into a human and dressed in a kilt and boots, a fur wrapped around his shoulders. He threw clothes at Finn and handed me my dress and cloak. I hadn't realized I'd forgotten them. I discarded my bloody shift, wiping my blood-crusted hands on a dry spot of fabric. Then I slipped into my dress and cloak and sat on a log to put on my shoes. Both Finn and Asher were fully dressed when I returned to them and my wyverns. To my surprise, Asher draped a fur around my shoulders.
"It will be cold up there,"
he said gruffly. I clung to the fur, awkwardly mumbling my thanks. Was this his way of apologizing for being a complete ass, or did he truly care about my comfort? I didn't have time to think about it, for I feared more assassins would find us. I went to Beatrix, stroking her neck. "We need you to take us to Cayenne's temple in Windhaven. Can you do that?" She bowed her head and let out a squawk. I looked over her neck at Bo, who screeched his understanding. I turned to my mates. My mates. Holy elements, this was weird. "Let's go," I said to them. Then I used my wind to fly onto Beatrix's back. I gave my magic a tug and helped Finn up behind me. Though Asher mounted Bo like a seasoned wyvern rider, his eyes were as wide as saucers. "Hold on tight," I hollered, clutching Demon to my chest. I gave Beatrix and Bo the command to fly. My stomach rose into my throat when she took off, and Finn squeezed my ribs so hard I feared he'd crush them. Once we were airborne, rising through the wall of mist above the treetops, my fears shifted to the dangerous flight ahead. Would my magic be strong enough to shield us until we reached Cayenne's temple? The fog was so thick we could only see a few feet in front of us as we flew for what felt like hours. Finn's hold on my waist had become firmer, his heartbeat against my back stronger. He'd recovered quickly from his near-death experience. I couldn't help myself as I pressed my back against his chest, soaking in his warmth while he wrapped his arms tighter around me. I craved his touch, his scent that enveloped me, like a drug. I should have felt guilty that I reveled in his embrace, but why should I? He was my mate. My mate. The shifter who'd been pining for me for 5 years, who'd risked his own life saving me from a siren. If I was truly Tarianya, then Finn had loved me first. But my foolish heart obviously didn't know the difference because I still pined for Helion. The ache in my chest was a widening chasm, a dark pit of grief and despair. He'd already told me he wouldn't share, which meant he was lost to me now. That chasm widened, sucking my heart and soul into the abyss. How would I recover? With each flap of Beatrix's wings, I felt like we were marching to the drumbeat of my own funeral. Not even petting Demon's soft ears or his butterfly kisses could calm me. "Don't they know their way out of here?" Asher called behind us, his voice echoing around us, the mist so thick it reflected sound. I tensed in Finn's arms. I'd been so consumed by my worries over losing Helion, I hadn't realized that we'd been flying far too long in this fog. Then I remembered Helion telling me only a few dragons knew their way to Thiessen, that the fog disoriented other dragons. Were my wyverns disoriented too? "They're not from here," I called back, panic seizing my chest. "And the fog is confusing." "We can't keep flying in circles." The aggravation in Asher's voice was palpable, which aggravated me too. I hated how my moods fed off his, and I still couldn't imagine mating with him again. Forcing thoughts of Asher from my mind, I closed my eyes and summoned my magic. Though what I was going to do with it, I had no idea. "Help," I called into the abyss. "Show us the way." A tingling in my fingertips turned into a cold burn as magic poured from my hands, cutting across the fog like a shooting star, leaving behind a trail of light that looked like a line of fireflies. "What the hell is that?" Asher yelled, his booming voice rattling my ears. I couldn't help but smile. "Fireflies." "What are they doing?" "Leading the way." I patted Beatrix's scales. "Follow the firelight." My wyverns followed the firelight, blinking in and out like flickering candles, through the thick fog. Soon the fog cleared, and we soared into a wide sky, its cobalt color washed out from the glare of the overhead sun, but the endless ocean below was a deep blue almost as dark as ink. Beatrix and Beau let out roars of delight. Demon popped his head over the top of the bag, his ears and nose twitching. Then he disappeared with a thump. I sucked in a scream when 3 Ravini dropped from the clouds above us, their black wings fanned out. They looked like angels of death with flaming balls of fire in their hands. I threw out my hands when they flung the fire toward us. A white wave of magic pulsed from me, hitting them like a blast of wind, turning them into clouds of ash that spilled into the water below. I spied another line of fire mages in the distance and summoned a protective bubble. It appeared within a heartbeat, concealing us in its translucent walls. I wasn't sure if they could hear us inside the bubble, so I turned to Asher, placing a finger to my lips. The tension around my spine loosened by a fraction when he nodded his understanding. "Fly lower," I said to Beatrix and Beau. We dropped down, flying above the waves while the line of Ravini flew above us, oblivious to our location. Breath hitched, I looked over my shoulder as their forms thinned into a barely visible line. I tensed when Asher and Beau moved to fly alongside us, the bubbles stretching with their movement. "Why not blast them all with your white magic?" Asher asked. My fingers curled into my palms at the bite in his tone. "I don't like killing." "She was a green witch first, remember?" Finn called to his brother while tightening his hold on my waist. "She's a healer, not a killer." My chest warmed at his defense of me, and I inwardly smiled. Finn would be so easy to love. I only wished he didn't come with a grumpy twin. "There will be times when you won't have a choice," Asher grumbled. "I know that," I snapped back. "I took care of the men who attacked Finn, didn't I?" "And they will kill you if you hesitate." I heaved a frustrated breath. "I know that, too." Asher's eyes flared. "I want to keep you safe, Tarianya." Cursing under my breath, I looked away from him, my spine stiffening when I felt his penetrating gaze still on me. Something twisted in my gut when he referred to me by his mate's name, when he talked about keeping me safe. He'd obviously accepted that I was his mate, but I hadn't accepted him. I heaved a sigh of relief when Beau slowed and angled behind Beatrix again. I wasn't in the mood to have Asher glare at me the entire trip. I stroked Demon's ears while trying to steady my breathing. "He means well, Tarianya." I gave a start when Finn's voice echoed in my head. I'd forgotten we could mind-speak each other.
Did he mean well when he dragged you out of the hut without waiting for an explanation?
He thought I'd betrayed you.
I hated how easily Finn defended Asher, though I also respected his loyalty to his brother.
We're still not sure I'm Tarianya, but even if I'm not, we were bewitched by a siren. He should have let you explain.
You're Tarianya. A wolf knows his mate's smell.
When he nuzzled my neck, his wolf's growl sending tingles down my spine, I melted into him. How easily he turned my blood and bones to fire and lava.
How are you holding up?
The concern in his voice was almost my undoing. I didn't deserve him. My throat tightened. My chest ached. How many mages had I turned to ash? I couldn't remember, which unsettled me more than anything. I tried to tell myself they deserved to die, that I had a right to protect myself and my loved ones. But they might have been forced to do Malvolia's bidding. They had families who would never get to say goodbye or have a body to bury. Even worse, killing them was becoming too easy.
Tarianya.
Finn squeezed me tighter.
I don't like killing,
I finally answered.
I know you don't. Thank you for protecting us and for saving me back in the forest.
Of course.
I swallowed back my sorrow.
How are you holding up?
I have no complaints as long as you're in my arms.
His heated breath on my neck made my pulse quicken.
I know this isn't what you wanted, but once the witches bring back your memories, you'll realize how much you love us.
I had no doubt, at least when it came to Finn. He was already too easy to love.
Either way, it will break Helian's heart.
He'll come around.
He won't. He'll leave me, and then my heart will break too.
I couldn't help the tears that spilled over my eyelids. He gently wiped my tears.
And I'll be here for you.
I didn't deserve Finn's love, but selfish witch that I was, I basked in it, leaning on him through my grief. My tears kept falling as we flew in silence across the endless sea. Endless, like the pit of despair widening in my chest at the thought of losing Helian. Vast, like the overwhelming fear in my gut at our uncertain future. Chapter 26. Helian. I sat up in bed with a groan, dragging a hand down my face and blinking at the flickering candles overhead as they slowly came into view. I could see. I was in a wide bed with purple velvet blankets in a well-appointed bedchamber, a room fit for a prince, with a large tub opposite my bed beneath the balcony's lavender curtains that blew above the open door. I could hear the calls of birds and dragons as well as the whistle of the wind echoing from outside. My nostrils flared at the pungent smells of the ocean, something I didn't remember smelling before. I realized I'd lost more than my sight. My sense of smell had also been dulled by that mage's whip of fire. I threw my feet over the bed and stretched sore muscles that had been out of use too long. After washing up, I trudged toward a small iron table laden with bread, fruit, meat, cheese, and wine, and ate my fill. I'd need my strength for my return trip to Thiessen. I wondered how Radner was faring. Knowing Anya, she was worried about me. I vaguely remembered hearing Anya cry out in panic, but it was probably nothing more than a nightmare brought on by fever. She was hundreds of miles away. I couldn't possibly have heard her. I was comforted in the knowledge that Finn was taking care of her until I returned. I had just finished my goblet of wine when the heavy wooden door cracked open. I frowned as my mother came into the room. She hadn't changed much in these past 10 years. Still a striking beauty, smooth skin with a warm honey glow and blue eyes rimmed with silver. My eyes. My brother's eyes. But that was where my similarities with my mother ended. I looked too much like my father, with my silver hair and alabaster skin. As for my personality, I prayed I'd inherited none of their traits, not my father's blackened heart, nor my mother's adulterous nature. She sat in the chair across from me, smoothing out the folds in her flowing gown and demurely crossing one ankle over the other while folding her hands in her lap. She swept inky hair that reflected the deepest blue of the ocean depths behind her shoulder. "How do you feel, Helion?" I poured another goblet of wine, knowing I'd need it to confront my mother. "I can see." "Wonderful." Her smile lit up the room, and for a moment I realized why my father had fallen in love with her, why the Lycan Kings had risked everything for that fateful liaison. I tensed when her gaze softened, her lips parting as if she was about to pour out her heart to me. "I must speak to Gidea," I blurted before she could speak. She visibly swallowed, her lower lip wobbling. "Tonight you may dine with us." For a moment, I'd forgotten the head priestess was my mother's lover. Or was she more than that now? Not that I cared. Gidea was nothing to me other than a means for helping Anya. I gritted my teeth. "I need to speak to her. Now." "She's not here now, but she will return this evening." I leaned back in my chair, giving my mother a long, cool look until she broke eye contact, fidgeting with the hem of her dress. "I don't have time to play games, Mother." "I'm not playing games, Helion." Hurt flashed in her eyes, no doubt all for show. "Maybe if you told me what this was all about." I finished my wine in a few large gulps, then burped into my fist. "I need a witch who can remove a mind spinner's spell." She gasped. "A mind spinner?" "I also need a seer who can help me find Ash and Finn's mate." She chewed on her lip, averting her gaze. "I see. And I need this witch to return to Thiessen with me immediately." Her eyes widened. "To your brothers?" I arched a brow. "You know they're there." She gave me an indignant look. "Of course I know. Thank you for saving them." I flinched, offended by her gratitude. "They're my brothers. What else did you expect me to do?" She reached across the table, clasping my hand. "I know these years haven't been easy for you." I looked down at her hand on mine as if she carried the plague. "Haven't been easy? I'm a traitor to Calderia and an enemy to Delphi." I shook her off me. "I'm hunted wherever I go." "I'm sorry, Helion." She bit down on her knuckles, moisture welling in her eyes. "I never wanted this for you." I shifted in my seat, uncomfortable by her tears, not knowing if they were genuine or an act of manipulation. "Maybe you should have thought about that before you slept with the Lycan Kings." "I don't regret it." She turned up her chin, her wistful smile cutting a wedge deep in my heart. "They gave me 2 beautiful sons." "Whereas my father only gave you me," I said wryly, knowing that comment was unfair, but I couldn't help myself. My mother always brought out the worst in me. Her jaw hardened, fire flashing in her eyes. "Don't be so churlish, Helion. You know I love you as much as I do your brothers." "Do you?" I rasped, my words catching as childhood memories I'd long ago repressed cruelly resurfaced, like the way she always shielded them from my father's wrath, but left me to fend for myself. "I see the way you look at me." She arched a brow. "The way I look at you?" I looked away, unable to stand the censure in her glare. "Like you're waiting for me to turn out like him." Silence stretched between us for too many uncomfortable heartbeats. Finally, she cleared her throat. "I'm not going to lie. I was once concerned that Faulkner wielded too much influence over you." My gaze snapped to hers. "And now?" Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "And now I see that you are the decider of your fate." I gave her a curt nod, but didn't say anything. I wasn't convinced. "You must love this girl very much if you're willing to risk Malvolia's mages to help her." I glared at my mother, refusing to tell her what Anya meant to me. I would not give her any information other than what was necessary.
though she'd probably seen it all while spying on us in her mists. Does the temple have a witch who can remove the spell from her mind? She nodded, her eyes aglow. If anyone can do it, Gidea can. I didn't want to know what that look in her eyes meant. Digging my fingers into the iron table, I leaned forward. I must see her. I will send for you as soon as she returns. I had to work hard to unclench my jaw. If she doesn't return tonight, I will tear down these temple walls. She had the nerve to roll her eyes. Churlish and dramatic. Then she waved me off when I opened my mouth to speak. How are your brothers? You should know, I snapped. Isn't that what Gidea does best, or do you only have her spy on me? She snorted at that. You know the mists are as predictable as a dragon's temper. I leaned back in my seat, turning my gaze to the blue sky outside. They miss their mate, I said. They were separated from her when Father attacked Lupine. She nodded. I'll see if we can find her. No longer wishing to engage in small talk, I pushed off from the table. She jumped to her feet, gaping at me like I'd kicked her puppy. Where are you going? To check on Radner, I answered curtly. It has been too long since I've seen him. She followed me to the door, wringing her hands together. I know the pain of waiting, the fear of not knowing if the ones you love are safe. I grabbed onto the door handle, grinding my palm into the metal. I'm sorry, Mother, but you chose this life for yourself. For all of us. Ignoring her cry of indignation, I flung open the door and strode into the long, dark hallway, ignoring the robed priestesses who giggled behind their hands while hurrying past me. I couldn't wait to get the hell out of this place. The breath expelled from my throat when the clouds parted, revealing the monolithic cliffs of Tribus Point's daunting northern shore. Waves as tall as the Paraculean mountain pines battered the cliffs, spraying the topmost turrets. Thorin had told me about the Tribus, where Windhaven ended at a point and the three countries converged. The narrowest strip of Windhaven's land that dissected Caldaria and Delphi was only a few miles across. It was said that here the warring countries could shoot arrows over Windhaven and into one another's land. I wasn't sure about that, but I could almost taste the tension in the air that ran along the towering walls that jutted from the cliffsides. Hundreds of soldiers guarded the battlements with spears, cannons, and dragons. The monsters flew circles around the Caldarian border, while winged mages flew above Delphi, and a mixture of both flew above Windhaven. Each battlement displayed dozens of flags representing their countries. Delphi's flag was as red as the fire wielded by their powerful fire mages, with a crest made up of a shield, flames, and massive black wings. Caldaria's flag was a bright blue like the sky in spring, like the swirls in Helion's eyes. It had a shield with a winged dragon and two crossed silver swords. Windhaven's flag was a blend of the two colors, vibrant purple with a crest that displayed wings, fire, a dragon, and three crossed swords. I pointed to the turrets with the purple flags. "Go there," I called to Beatrix. Behind the turrets, I could barely make out a bell tower, which I suspected belonged to Cayenne's temple. We flew in the safety of our bubble, dragons and mages oblivious to our presence. Not until we crossed those purple banners and into Windhaven's neutral territory did I heave a sigh of relief. When we landed on top of the temple, I threw out my arms and released my magic, popping the concealment bubble. Women guards wearing silver helmets with purple feather plumes hollered, running toward us with spears. Before I could think to act, Asher and Finn jumped off the wyverns, shifting into their big beast forms and letting out roars that rattled the air. Demon trembled, shaking the bag hanging from my shoulders. "We mean you no harm," I called to them. "We are friends of Prince Helion." The guards exchanged worried looks, but they parted to a booming voice behind them. "Stand down!" And then it felt as if my heart had fallen right out of my chest,
landing on the stone pavers beneath us with a splat. Helion. He bypassed his brothers and ran straight to Beatrix, holding up his arms to me. I didn't deserve him, but I fell into his arms anyway, my rabbit pressed between us. I ignored the pain that shot up my leg while knowing full well it would probably be the last time he ever held me. Releasing a shaky breath, I buried my face in his chest as he held me tight, my relief at finding he was safe and well warring with my fear that he'd discard me once he discovered I was Tarianya. Stroking my hair and back, he pressed his lips to my temple. "What are you doing here?" How badly I wanted to melt into him, to create a concealment bubble for us and lose myself in his embrace. I looked up at him while stroking Demon's ears. Strong wind pelted us like a gale, whipping our hair around us in a frenzy and wrapping my skirt around my shins. "We were attacked by the natives," Finn said. "Not just natives. Mercenaries." My spine stiffened at Asher's agitated voice behind us, and I reluctantly tried to pull out of Helion's arms. Helion gripped my shoulders, refusing to let me pull away. "How do you know they were mercenaries?" he asked, never taking his gaze off me. "We've been living there in peace for 5 years. Why else attack now, unless Faulkner found out we were alive and offered a huge reward?" Asher snapped, the clap in his voice nearly causing me to jump out of my shoes. Ignoring Asher, Helion looked me over as if he expected me to be missing limbs. "Are you all right?" He frowned down at the bloody bandages on my ankle. "Long story," I said, not wanting to tell him about the siren incident yet. At least, not out here in front of everyone. "We'll get healers to look at your foot," he said. "Can you walk?" I nodded. Though I'd love nothing more than for him to carry me, I didn't want to anger Asher and Finn. My brain felt fuzzy and my limbs were wet noodles. Not to mention, the wind was so strong I feared it would sweep me off the tower. "I'm exhausted." I leaned against him. "I've used a lot of magic." "Let's get you a bath." His nostrils flared, and he made a disgusted face. "You have Finn's smell all over you." The blood in my veins froze, and I felt the tension radiating off my mates behind me. I can't leave my wyverns." I motioned to Beatrix and Beau, who were looking at me like 2 lost lambs. Helion let out a sharp whistle, and a deafening roar rattled the tower. Radner flew up from somewhere below the tower, looking like a ghoul rising from his crypt, black smoke pouring from his nostrils. He landed beside the wyverns, shaking the stones beneath my feet, and I feared the tower wouldn't hold his weight. Radner let out a low, deep purr, nuzzling Helion's chest.
"You're healed, Prince?"
"Finally," Helion answered with a groan. He squeezed.
The next part of the story is waiting. But first, take this pause to rest and recharge your spirit. This audiobook is yours, freely and fully.
me to his side. The healers here are much slower than our Anya. When Radner looked down at me, I felt like a lamb on the slaughter beneath the weight of his stare. He let out a low growl.
Something has changed about you, witch.
My heart felt like it was going to beat right out of my chest. I... The dragon angled his head toward my foot, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled the bandages.
What happened?
I wrapped my arms around myself, squeezing Demon and pretending as if my injury was no big deal. I was bitten by a siren. Helion swore. A siren? I'm fine, I reassured him. Finn saved me. Before I could stop him, Helion swept me into his arms, holding me as if I weighed no more than a feather, Demon bouncing in the bag on my chest. Radner, will you show the wyverns to the Eyrie? Helion asked. And see to it the other dragons don't eat them, he added with a smirk. The dragon bowed.
Of course.
Go with him and do not fight with the other dragons, I projected to Beatrix, hoping she understood me. I'll be back soon. She answered with a loud squawk, bowing her head before squawking at Bo. He ruffled his wings in understanding. I owe you a life debt, brother, Helion said to Finn, his eyes glossy. Breath hitched, I waited for Finn's reaction, praying he didn't tell Helion about our night of passion. Finn's features hardened, his gaze narrowing on Helion's fingers pressing into my thigh. You owe me nothing. I gave Finn a warning look. Don't tell him, please. His eyes slid to mine, and my heart caught in my throat when I saw no tenderness, only a hard, predatory glare.
He has to know.
Let me tell him. Helion turned his back on my mates before Finn could answer, carrying me through the throng of guards. I looked over my prince's shoulder, giving Finn another pleading look. And please tell Asher not to say anything?
You know Ash doesn't take orders.
Finn nodded toward his twin, whose eyes were cold and hard, his fangs and talons extending as he followed closely behind us. For me? Please?
When will you tell him?
Soon. Just give us a moment alone. Finn made no promises as he continued to follow. I turned back into Helion, willing that moisture in the backs of my eyes to subside. I prayed Asher would keep his mouth shut. I wasn't sure if I could mind-speak him, but I was too afraid to try. I didn't want him in my head. Helion carried me through a long, dark hallway made of gray stone. The wind blew in here, too, howling as if demonic hounds were running through the walls. I understood why this country was called Windhaven, though at the moment it felt more like Wind Hell. Helion swore when we turned the corner and were greeted by a beautiful woman in a lavender robe. She had long, dark hair and high cheekbones, but most striking of all were her silvery blue eyes that sparkled like jewels. Helion's eyes. Asher's and Finn's eyes. Asher and Finn howled and ran to her, each taking turns twirling her in their arms. I looked away, knowing we'd interfered in a private moment, when the woman wiped moisture from her eyes. She had to be their mother, the witch whom Helion despised. I wondered if Helion had made up with her while he was here. I doubted it, judging by the stony look he gave her, the look he'd soon be giving me. When Helion set me down and opened the door, I couldn't move inside fast enough. Demon squirmed in my arms, so I set the bag on the floor, letting him hop out and explore the room. Helion had just begun to shut the door when his mother forced her way inside, ignoring him when he grumbled and swore. Welcome, Anya. She took me in a fierce hug, rocking me in her arms in an unexpected display of affection. Finally, she pulled back, clasping my shoulders while smiling down at me. She was so tall. We've heard so much about you. I recognize your voice, I rasped. How long ago it seemed that a woman's whisper echoed in my skull that night I'd fled the Bircha. Save him. You do?
She stepped back, bowing her head. I'm Lady Celsus, but you may call me Cassandra.
She's tired and needs to rest, Helion snapped at her back.
I was saddened, but not surprised at his sharp tone with his mother. She'd led me to him that night. Without her, he'd be dead. Of course. She angled her head toward him, her smile frozen in place. You are welcome to stay here as long as you need, she said as she turned back to me. Our head mother, Gidea, will wish to meet with you after you recover. Helion hovered behind her, breathing down her back like an angry dragon.
She will not be anyone's pawn.
Her mouth twisted as a look of hurt flashed in her eyes, but she didn't contradict him. In that moment, I felt the soul-crushing grief of a mother being rejected by her child deep in the marrow of my bones.
Helion stood at the open door, motioning to his mother. Anya and I wish to be alone. Get your own room.
He jutted a finger toward his brothers, whom I noticed had come into the room. I hadn't heard them come in. I bit down on my knuckles, giving Finn and Asher a pleading look. The glare Asher gave me would have made a weaker witch swoon, but I ignored the wobbling in my knees while giving him a challenging look right back. Asher balled his hands into fists, giving me one last lingering scowl before stepping into the hall. Helion followed after them, letting out a loud whistle.
You there, he hollowed into the darkness. My lady requires a healer and a bath.
I cringed at his sharp tone, but it must have worked because the sound of scurrying feet echoed in the hallway. He came back into the room, leaving the door wide open. Asher and Finn stood in the hall, looking at me through the doorway like dogs salivating over a bone. My gaze darted from them to Helion as I wrung my hands together. Helion, there's something I must tell you. I was going to be sick. A servant wearing a deep purple robe entered the room, carrying a jug of water that looked far too big for her small human frame. Her hood fell back, and she gaped at me. My gut twisted. It was almost as if I was looking into a mirror. She had brittle hair the color of straw, gray eyes, and pale skin. The pitcher of water fell from her hands, shattering at her feet and splashing all over the stone tiles. Demon jumped and ran under a low table. The servant raised a shaky finger, pointing at my chest. Claudette? I swayed, clutching my throat. You know me? It can't be you! Her wan face turned as red as dragonfire. You died! My knees weakened. I was vaguely aware of Helion's mother slipping back into the room, her gaze darting from me to the girl. Asher and Finn followed their mother, silently circling behind the servant like wolves sneaking up on their prey. Helion steadied me, a hand on my elbow while he narrowed his eyes on the servant.
How do you know her? He demanded.
She ignored him, her eyes turning to sharp points as a wind came from nowhere and blew back her hair. I held your hand when you took your last breath. She looked me over with a sneer. What cursed magic is this? I don't know. I took a step away from her. A mind spinner erased my memories. And raised my sister's corpse from the dead? She shrieked. I shuddered when a strong wind blew into the room and the candle lights flickered. I was vaguely aware of Demon's nails echoing across the stone as he ran under the bed. Asher and Finn let out low growls, but she ignored them, her hateful eyes focused on me. Cassandra stepped forward, holding out her hands. Calm yourself, Lydia. The wind whipped Lydia's robe and hair into a frenzy as she approached me. What did you do? I swallowed, pressing against Helion, magic pooling in my fingertips. I'd never confronted another witch before, at least not that I remembered. Finn and Asher both barked like dogs, though they were still in human form. They snapped at Lydia's back like rabid beasts. The girl spun around, then fell to the floor in a motionless heap. I looked from the girl's body to a dark-skinned woman in lavender robes who walked into the room with the regality of a queen. Ebony, intricately beaded braids twisted and turned around the top of her head like the petals of a flower before wrapping around a silver crown with lavender jewels. Pale blue magic dripped off her fingertips, turning to smoke before hitting the floor. Cassandra went to her, kissing her cheek. "You've come just in time." Helion jutted a foot forward, scowling down at Lydia. "What did you do to her?" The woman shrugged, her keen lavender eyes focusing on me as if she could see into my very soul. "A simple calming spell. It only lasts a few minutes." She stepped over Lydia and walked up to me. "Just enough time for her to gather her senses." Her smile reminded me of a dragon's fanged grin right before pouncing on a stag. "Hello, White Witch. I'm Gadea." Gadea, the head priestess. She smelled of lavender and rosewater. I stared into her mesmerizing eyes, feeling as if she was holding me in a trance. "Hello?" I flinched when she touched my face. Cassandra came up behind her, resting her chin on Gadea's shoulder in a too familiar gesture. "How many curses do you sense, my love?" She stroked my cheek with a feather-soft touch, then pulled away, frowning at her fingers. "Two very powerful ones." "Lydia says she has the face of her dead sister," Cassandra said. I felt as if the room was caving in when everyone's eyes focused on me. Gadea walked a slow circle around me, her braids rattling like a serpent's tail as she made me feel more self-conscious. "There is no living witch who has enough skill to create such a powerful masking spell." Cassandra gaped at her. "No living witch?" Gadea stopped in front of me, looking me over from head to toe. "None since Flora, but I was there when Flora was executed." "You were there when someone was executed," Cassandra corrected. "But perhaps it wasn't Flora." "Who the hell is Flora?" Helion snapped. I heaved a shaky breath. "Malvolia's twin." Those fire mage's words to my father echoed through my skull. "All this time we thought you were dead. Your traitorous bride must be alive as well." "Sit down, child." Gadea motioned to the bed behind me while impatiently tapping her foot. "Let's remove those spells." I wrapped my arms around myself while giving Gadea a pleading look. My world was on the precipice of crashing down around me. "But I need a bath." She looked at me as if I'd sprouted wings. "Don't you wish to know who you are?" Fire raced through my veins. I was falling, and there was no one to catch me. "I won't share you with another." That's what Helion had said. "I will tear apart any other man or fae who tries to bed you." Asher had told me that the night we'd mated. "No!" I clenched my hair by the roots, then screamed when my hands burned my scalp. "Tarianya!" My world came to a grinding halt when Asher called my name, and I looked at my tormentor, tears welling in my eyes. Helion spun on his brother, his eyes flaring. "What did you call her?" "She's Tarianya." Asher's shoulders fell as he looked at me with a familiar longing. "She's our mate." I tensed when Helion pushed Asher into the wall. "No, she's not." "Boys, stop this!" Cassandra yelled. To my surprise, Asher didn't fight back. Instead, he pressed into the wall and looked at me, a plea in his eyes. Finn jumped between his brothers, fur sprouting on his face as he pushed Helion back. "She is Tarianya, Helion." Helion snarled at his brothers. "How do you know?" Asher threw back his head with a howl. "We know!" When Helion turned to me, I had no words of comfort. How I wished I could crawl beneath the bed with Demon and never come out.
"Tarianya, she was the witch who was supposed to heal Claudette."
Lydia sat up, leaning against a table while dragging a hand down her face, her eyes heavy with fatigue. That calming spell obviously didn't last long enough.
"She never came,"
she moaned, tears forming in her eyes.
She let my sister die. Why?
She let out a shriek so shrill the dishes on the table rattled.
So you could steal her face?
Enough, Gadea screamed, jutting a finger toward the door. Everyone out! Asher and Finn grabbed a screaming and kicking Lydia. Their wolf snouts elongating, they snarled and snapped until she calmed down. Then they hauled her out of the room. Helion lingered, staring at me like I was a stranger. He clutched his chest, a look of pain in his eyes, as if I'd plunged a dagger through his heart.
Helion,
I rasped.
I didn't mean...
I stammered, knowing no matter what I said, I was still going to lose him. Tears pricked the backs of my eyes.
I love you.
He gave me one last lingering look, the vehemence of 1,000 bursts of dragonfire swirling in his eyes. And then he walked out of the room, slamming the door behind him. I fell to my knees, ignoring the pain that shot up my foot. It was nothing to the dark despair eclipsing my heart.
Please don't remove the masking spell,
I whispered as Cassandra knelt beside me. She stroked my face, wiping my tears. Don't you want to know who you are? More tears spilled over my eyes.
No!
I wiped my nose with the back of my hand.
If I'm her, it will crush Helion.
Cassandra grasped my elbow, speaking in a soothing whisper. And if you're not her, it will crush my other sons. You need to know who you are, child. Gadea motioned toward the bed. Sit. This won't take long. I didn't fight Cassandra when she helped me up and led me to the bed. I leaned against her, selfishly relying on her strength when she wrapped an arm around my shoulder. Gadea stood over me, placing her palm on my forehead.
What are you doing?
I asked. Close your eyes, Gadea whispered, her voice soothing and mesmerizing, much like the siren's song. And go to sleep. Though I wanted to fight her, something in her voice lulled me to obey, and I was overcome by fatigue. My eyes fluttered shut, and I prayed she'd send me into oblivion, a dark, endless chasm where I wouldn't be able to recall the hatred in Helion's eyes. My dreams took me through many dark caverns, all leading to dead ends. I wandered through my mind like a speck of dust on the wind until I finally found an open portal. A dream, or perhaps a memory. I fell through that portal and into the body of a tall, beautiful Fae woman with long, dark hair, skin the color of golden honey, and eyes a mixture of green moss and golden wheat. I followed behind a cloaked man. I recognized the stoop of his broad back, as if he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. I remembered that flowing black cape, too. The Fae who'd come to our aid the night I'd resurrected Helion from the dead. My father. Only this time I saw the tips of black-feathered wings poking from beneath the bottom of his cape. I swallowed back dust and grime, though it did nothing to soothe my raw throat. Thirsty. I was so damned thirsty. My legs ached, my feet cramped, and my heart had been pulverized to dust. The acrid smell of smoke still permeated my nose, my mouth, my clothes. Yet I trudged along the dark forest's worn path after my father. A mindless, obedient daughter. I should have fought them when he and my mate said I needed to escape to someplace far away. I belonged with Finn and Ash, not fleeing the battle like a coward. But here I was, and I loathed myself for so easily capitulating. I deserved achy feet and worse. I wasn't used to walking for so long. Usually, Father flew close to the treetops with me in his arms, but he said flying, no matter how low, was too risky.
Father,
I rasped, struggling to speak through a throat that was hoarse from crying.
Won't you speak to me?
He faltered, his wings ruffling beneath his cape, and then he continued his brutal pace. I have nothing to say. My heart is breaking, and you won't even console me. I stopped, leaning against a tree to catch my breath, clutching my aching chest. Why was I running? My mates needed me. I refuse to go on until you tell me what happened back there. He spun around, marching up to me with a snarl.
I'd ask the same of you.
I held my ground as he bore down on me like a demonic dragon, his golden eyes glowing with rage. They're my mates, Father. I pounded my chest. I felt it in my blood. He snarled, then turned away.
You were infatuated.
No, it was more than that. I dug my nails into the tree bark, my fingers aching. I could mind-speak them. Only fated mates can do that. He hung his head, his wings drooping as he released a long breath.
I'm sorry, child.
We need to go back. My voice cracked with emotion as I pressed my back into the tree. The surviving lichens need a green witch to heal them. He turned to me, the anger in his eyes replaced with something else. Was it pity?
Child, hear my words very carefully.
The desperation in his eyes was enough to make my knees go weak.
There are no surviving lichens.
I gaped at my tormentor. What?
Your mates are dead.
My knees buckled, and I slid down the tree, falling to my bottom. No. Father knelt beside me, taking my hands in his.
King Focnan sent his dragon army specifically to kill them.
This couldn't be happening. I couldn't lose them now. We'd only just found each other. I stumbled to my feet, racing back toward Lupine. We have to go back. We have to help them. I screamed when my father tackled me, slamming me into the ground.
You go back, child, he growled in my ear. And you die too.
I choked on dirt, screaming at him to let me go, but he only held on tighter. I didn't fight him long. I was still exhausted from the night before. The most glorious night of my life in my mate's arms. But they were gone now. Gone. At some point, I'd shifted from screaming to sobbing, and my father rolled me over, taking me in his arms. I clung to him, soaking his tunic with my tears. Why? I moaned, digging my nails into his collar. Why? He kissed my head, rocking me in his arms, just as he'd done when I'd been a child, waking up from another nightmare that Malvolia's mages had found us. What a foolish child I'd been, fearing threats from the evil Ravini queen when the mad she-king was an even bigger monster.
They were his queen's bastards, he whispered, born of an illicit affair. King Focnan is too proud to let them live.
He could have ripped open my heart with a cleaver, and it would have had the same effect. But it wasn't their fault. He stroked my hair and kissed me again.
The world is a cruel and unfair place. I'm sorry you had to learn it this way.
I buried my face against his chest, the ache in my soul threatening to sweep me into grief's abyss. I loved them, Father. I can't live without them.
You must, he whispered as he continued rocking. For me, for your mother and sister, and any unborn children you may be carrying.
I settled a hand on my stomach. Do you think? He placed his large hand, calloused from years of summoning fire, over mine.
Shifter males are known for their fertility.
Oh, I breathed, and I didn't know if I wanted to laugh or cry. They'd be twins, no doubt, since they were common in my mother's line as well as my mate's family. Children would be a blessing, but they'd also be a daily reminder of all I'd lost. My father stopped rocking, and I could feel the tension radiating off him in waves.
We must move far away and make sure the king never learns of the children, for he will kill them too.
I choked back a sob, cursing King Focnan for destroying my life. Then I made myself a vow. My parents said my magic was strengthening, that perhaps I would one day grow into my powers as a white witch.
If I did indeed possess white magic, I'd use it to destroy Faulkner, so that no one else would have to suffer at his hands. Chapter 27. I woke to a tickle on my mouth and nose. I looked up at Demon, petting his soft ears while he sat on my chest and gave me sweet bunny kisses. "Hello, aren't you affectionate?" I froze at the foreign woman's voice coming out of my mouth. Deeper. Richer. Was I sick? I sat up with a groan, clutching Demon in my lap. The hand that rested on his back looked different than my own. I held my hand in front of my face while examining it beneath the soft glow of the overhead candles. My fingers were longer, my skin tone darker. A wind blew into the room, rustling the long lavender curtains and bringing with it the pungent and salty smell of the sea. Odd how scents and sounds were much stronger, my senses heightened. Candles flickered on the walls above me, bathing the walls' dark gray stones and slate floors in a soft golden glow. Where was I? Demon climbed up my chest, nuzzling my chin while resting his paws on my full breasts. Full breasts? Scooting off the bed, I set Demon on the slate floor. I looked down at my chest, which had expanded, popping 2 buttons on my dress. My sleeves were tighter, going midway up to my elbows instead of down to my wrists. The dress pinched and pulled when I stood, the lace hem stopping at my shins instead of the floor. What was happening? I focused on putting one foot in front of the other while walking toward a dressing table and mirror I spied at the other end of the room. Walking was awkward. My gait was different when my thighs rubbed together. My injured ankles still hurt, though only slightly. I looked down at the siren bite that was just a bruise now. Had a healer tended to me? The walk to the table could have been a few paces or a mile. It made no difference as my vision tunneled while my memories assailed me. The masking spell. Gidea must have removed it. When I finally reached the table, I dug my fingers into the wood and lowered myself onto the cushioned seat, staring at the stranger's reflection. I sucked in a sharp breath, my hand flying to my hair. Gone was the brittle, unmanageable straw, and in its place, a rich chestnut that was almost as soft as Demon's fur. I stared a long time at the woman in the mirror. My wan, freckled face had been replaced with warm, vibrant skin. I had high cheekbones, lush lips, large eyes ringed with green and gold, and thick lashes. I looked down at my round breasts, small waist, flared hips, and long legs. I was a perfect 10. I clenched my hands into fists, feeling more muscle tone, more strength in my arms. I took a deep breath and realized how much easier the air moved through my lungs. I was so much stronger in this body. I should have been happy, but I wasn't. Not at all. I swallowed back my sorrow, an ache in my chest. I'd give anything for that old body back if it meant I wouldn't lose Helion. I stared at my reflection a bit longer, resenting the beautiful woman who stared back at me. No, not just a woman. A Ravini Fae. At least, that's what I assumed I was, for it occurred to me that I still didn't have my memories. I recalled very little of my past other than a few glimpses from dreams. So the priestess had only removed one spell? Demon scratched my leg, and I realized nobody had given him food or water. I stood on shaky legs, still getting used to this new body, as I fetched a bowl of water and pulled fresh flowers out of a vase. I also found my bag and gave him a handful of hay. He jumped on his food, happily munching, his back twitching with approval. "You still remember me, even though I've changed?" I knelt beside him and reached to pet his ears, cringing when I heard the audible tear of fabric. I frowned at my sleeves, pinching my arms. I had to find a new dress. I gave a start at a rattle at the door and jumped up, surprising myself with my quick Fey reflexes. Magic pooled in my fingers,
only this time it felt heavier than before, and so much more plentiful. Was my magic stronger in this new body? I clenched my teeth when two women in lavender robes slipped inside. Gidea, the head priestess, locked the door behind her and then slipped a key into the pocket of her robe. Lady Cassandra Celsus was at her lover's side, clinging to the priestess's arm. Strange, but for a moment I saw myself in her. The way she stayed close to her lover reminded me of how I'd come to depend on Helion these past few weeks. I wondered if Cassandra only clung to Gidea because she'd saved her from Falknan's wrath, or if she truly loved her. Then I wondered the same about myself. Did I cling to Helion because he'd saved me from my miserable life? Or did I truly love him? I berated myself for having such a thought. Of course I loved Helion. I was miserable when he was gone. I spent every waking moment pining for him. And he transported me to heaven when we made love. That had to have been love, right? I looked away when Cassandra kissed Gidea's cheek, a blade of jealousy twisting in my heart. I'd never get to kiss Helion that way again. Cassandra came to me, her hands clasped to her chest. How do you feel? I blinked at her, realizing that we were now the same height. Stronger. You look stronger. She flashed a warm smile. Healthier. It occurred to me that the real version of this human vessel I'd been living in was no longer alive. Her sister had said she'd succumbed to sickness. Why had my parents given me a weak human body? Was it to keep me from running away from the mind spinner? I hadn't realized how frail I was until I'd woken up to this stronger body. I gave Gidea a pleading look. But I still don't have my memories. Gidea frowned. They will return to you. Give it time. Time? Why didn't she warn me that it would take time before putting me to sleep? I gave a start at a loud banging. Tarianya! Finn's voice echoed from the other side of the heavy wooden door. May we come in? Cassandra gave me a pitying look. My sons are anxious to see you. I didn't have to ask which sons she meant to know that Helion had all but abandoned me. They've been practically howling at the door, Gidea said. My shoulders caved inward, my eyes misting. I don't wish to see them. Not now, anyway. Maybe not ever. Were they expecting me to return to them after my world had completely turned upside down? How was I supposed to run into their arms when they were still strangers to me, especially Asher? I didn't like the look Cassandra shared with Gidea. I'll tell them you're not ready, Cassandra said, taking the key from Gidea before slipping out the door. I turned to Gidea, my hands clenched into fists. Why don't I have my memories? I couldn't help the bite in my words. She crossed over to a round iron table with settings for two and uncorked a jug of wine. She poured it into 2 goblets, pushing one toward me before taking one for herself. Outside, I could hear Finn and Asher's heated voices as their mother tried to soothe them. I cringed when my mate's howls reverberated through the halls and rattled the door. My knees weakened, and I fell into the chair beside the table. They must have thought I was a cruel witch. Maybe I was. The withering look Gidea gave me would have made a lesser witch cower. I was only able to remove the outer threads of the curse. I was hoping it would be enough. I snatched up the goblet, taking several large swallows. What do you mean? It's like removing the cork from a wine jug. She motioned to the jug sitting on the table. The wine won't spill unless you tip the jug. I scowled at that jug. How do I tip it? She took a long sip of her wine. You will need something powerful to trigger your memories. Like what? I gritted my teeth when they howled again. Something or someone from your past should trigger it. She nodded toward the door. Perhaps if you let them in. I sucked in a breath, every muscle in my body tensing when Cassandra slipped back inside. She pushed the door shut, then leaned the back of her head against the wood and heaved a sigh. My gut twisted and my heart ached. I felt terrible for causing so much strife between her and her sons. She finally turned to me, smoothing out her robes and plastering a smile on her face. I never thanked you for saving my son. Twice. Once when he'd been turned to coal, and the time he died. I blinked at her, recalling that night I'd first healed Helion. Funny how it had only been a few weeks ago, but it felt like a lifetime had passed. How did you know Helion was in trouble? She placed a hand across her heart as she crossed over to us and stood beside Gidea. A fae knows when her children are in danger. An uneasy feeling came over me, and something akin to venom coursed through my veins. How? She cast Gidea a weary look before looking back at me. I heard his screams of pain in my head. My jaw went slack. She heard his screams. Those terrified little girls. Their screams were in my head, and Finn heard them too. Heavenly elements. The world was slipping away from me. I dug my fingers into the table, trying to tether myself to something, anything. A fae knows when her children are in danger. Those little girls I'd been dreaming of had to be my children. They were also either Finn or Asher's children. Or maybe both? But the danger passed, didn't it? How would I know for sure? I clutched my chest, my breathing coming in gasps. Demon hopped in my lap, nuzzling my neck, and I absently stroked his ears, though it did little to soothe me. My mind reeled. My heart raced. Why had my parents done this to me? Erasing my memories and changing my appearance was bad enough, but I'd never forgive them for separating me from my children. Are you okay, my dear? I blinked up at Cassandra. I don't know, I stammered, my hand going still on Demon's head. I had to find my children, or at the very least, find them help. How were you able to call me to him? I blurted. She nodded toward Gidea. She's a gray witch, a seer. She used her mists to call on you. Mists. I jumped to my feet, clutching Demon to my chest. Where are they? I pleaded, my voice cracking with emotion. Can you use them now? These girls were Cassandra's grandchildren. She'd help me, wouldn't she? Why? She came to my side, a hand on my shoulder. What's wrong? Finn and I both had a vision. I fought to speak through a tightened throat. It was so terrifying it crippled us. Her jaw dropped, the fine lines around her eyes tightening. What vision? Little girls. They looked like me. They had silver eyes like... I paused and bit down on my knuckles, emotion choking off my words. Finally, I heaved a shaky breath, smiling at Demon as he licked my chin. I had to get through this for my children's sake. Like Finn and Asher. They were scared. I think Ravini soldiers were after them. Oh, goddesses. Cassandra clutched her throat, turning to Gidea with a plea in her eyes. Do you know their names? Gidea asked. I nodded, my eyes misting. Finn said I called out to Ember and Aurora. Cassandra shared a dark look with Gidea. Gidea can scry for them in her mists, but you should know the mists do not always cooperate. They have to! A whirlwind of emotion swirled in my skull as magic roared and surged through my veins. My children could be in danger or dead! There, child. Gidea walked around the table and wrapped an arm around my shoulders. You've been through too much. She squeezed me tight, a frozen smile plastered to her face. I'll send servants in to prepare a bath and help you into some bigger clothes. I warily eyed her while rocking Demon in my arms. Tarianya. Cassandra's mouth twisted as her voice dropped to a strained whisper. Might I ask a favor? What? I asked. She flashed an apologetic smile. Don't bring this up to Finn and Asher. Not at least until I'm able to find the girls in the mist. Why? I asked. Didn't she trust her own sons? Because knowing their tempers, I fear they'll march head first into Delphi. Concern marred her brow as she paced the slate floor. We have to come up with a plan first. I swallowed back my fear. How badly I wanted to tell them, for I knew they would be the only ones who truly understood my fear and pain. All right. I finally relented when Cassandra continued to give me a pleading look. May I tell Helion? She vehemently shook her head. Helion's leaving. My world came to a standstill, my vision tunneling on Cassandra. No longer did I hear the waves splashing against the distant shore or the whistle of the wind. How could he abandon me? Had he so easily fallen out of love with me? Leaving? I breathed. Where's he going? She shrugged. He didn't say, but I'm sure he'll find more trouble wherever he goes. Exactly. Only this time he wouldn't have me to heal him. I snatched my bag off the floor and helped Demon inside before slipping it over my shoulder. Excuse me, I said, my words clipped as I marched toward the door. Talk some sense into him, Cassandra said at my back. I snorted at that. It may be easier to breathe life into a corpse. I shouldn't have been shocked when I slipped outside the door and found my mates waiting for me in the hallway like stray dogs begging for scraps. Tarianya! I couldn't stop Finn when he rushed me and grabbed me in a hug so fierce, Demon angrily thumped his chest. Sorry, Finn said as he loosened his hold, and then he twirled me so fast a cyclone spun inside my skull. I knew it was you! Finn! I pounded his chest. Put me down before you make me sick. He set me down like I was a hot loaf of bread. Sorry, he said again, steadying me by gripping my shoulders. Do you remember us now? I was vaguely aware of Demon crawling to the bottom of the bag and kicking several times. I frowned while waiting for my head to stop spinning. When I finally looked into his eyes, I couldn't help but smile. He was only a few inches taller than me, so I no longer needed to strain my neck. No, Gadea was only able to remove the outer layers of the curse. She said my memories must be triggered to come back. He squeezed my shoulders, desperation reflecting in his eyes. How? I don't know. They will come back to you. Asher cleared his throat as he came up to us. At least we know you're Tarianya, and you're no longer a weak human. Was that supposed to be a compliment? I glared at him. Why did you tell Helion I was Tarianya? He flinched as if I'd slapped him. He was going to find out anyway. I wanted to be the one to tell him, I snapped. Did you know he was leaving? I wouldn't have doubted if Asher had encouraged Helion to go. He threw up his hands, his words coming out on a growl. I can't control what Helion does. Where is he? I demanded. I don't know. Probably in the area with Radner. He bridged the distance between us until he was a breath away. Why? I turned up my chin. He was right. I was no longer a weak human. My body and magic were stronger. No way was I letting this wolf intimidate me. Take me there. So let me get this straight. Fur sprouted on his face and his nose flattened as his voice dropped to a deep rumble. You find out you're our mate, yet you still want to run into his arms? The growl that came out of him would have made any other witch quake in her shoes. But I was not any other witch. If you won't help me, then I'll find him myself. Steam poured from his slitted nose, fogging my face. He's not your mate, Tarianya. Magic pooled in my fingers, and fiery rage heated my chest. I know that. I'll take you to him. I looked into Finn's unwavering stare, a blade of guilt piercing my heart. Thank you, Finn, I breathed. If only Helion would share, then I'd willingly take Finn as my mate again. What the hell are you doing? Asher growled and then snapped at Finn. Don't threaten him! I advanced on Asher, poking his chest with a finger that glowed with white magic.
And I was your mate 5 years ago. That doesn't mean I want to be your mate now." He stepped back, visibly swallowing. "A wolf mates for life." My heart faltered at that look of hurt in his eyes. I would not let him dissuade me. I had no reason to feel guilty, especially not after the horrible way he'd treated me when he thought I was just Anya, the mousy human witch. "I'm no wolf," I seethed. "I'm a white witch, and I will not be bullied by an overbearing dragon's ass." Without sparing Asher another glance, I grabbed Finn's hand, surprised at how right it felt lacing my fingers through his, how perfectly our hands fit together. We didn't speak as he led me through the dark stone hallway and up a flight of stairs toward the top of the tower, toward the Fae who still held my heart. All the while, I couldn't stop thinking of that hurt look in Asher's eyes, of Finn's loyalty when I clearly preferred Helion. And yet I still kept walking up those stairs. I was either cruel, foolish, or both. Finn held so tightly to my hand as we walked through the temple that I had to remind him to loosen his grip a few times. As we navigated one flight of stairs and then another, the silence between us grew awkward. If it hadn't been for the echo of the wind howling through the stairway, I would have had only my wildly pounding heart to fill the void. I knew this wasn't easy for him, taking his mate to her other lover, and I appreciated him more than I could express. I alternated between feeling 10 shades of awkward at Finn's silence and marveling at the fact we'd already gone up 2 sets of stairs and I wasn't winded. Finn would have had to carry me if I'd been in my former human skin. "How do you know your way around?" I finally blurted after we approached the 3rd stairway landing. "Our mother brought us here when we were children," he answered. "Oh?" I was relieved there was no censure in his tone. I wondered if Gidea had been here then, and if they'd been lovers long before Cassandra had fled King Focnan. "Yes, they were lovers then," he answered. I sucked in a breath, stopping beside lavender curtains blowing in the breeze. Beyond them, I spied a beautiful balcony, and beyond that, the dark blue coastal waters. "How did you know what I was thinking?" He tapped his forehead with a wink. "A wolf knows what his mate is thinking." I swallowed at that, fearing he'd know the tumultuous thoughts that plagued my mind. He brushed a strand of hair out of my eyes. "I don't blame you for still wanting Helion after what the 2 of you went through." The tenderness in his gaze was almost my undoing. My throat tightened with emotion, and I gave his hand a squeeze. "Thank you," I rasped, unable to say more. He wordlessly kissed my cheek and led me up another flight of stairs. His actions filled the void of his silence, and his kindness meant more to me than ever. It was then I decided I wouldn't give up Finn if Helion forced me to choose. I was still undecided on Asher, but Finn? I loved him. The realization made me stumble as I trudged up the stairs. I would have fallen hard on my knees if Finn hadn't caught me. I mumbled my thanks, and we continued our ascent. I should have been upset that I loved Finn, but instead my heart warmed. I loved Finn. Now all I had to do was convince Helion to share. Despite my newer, stronger Fae body, I was breathless by the time we reached the Eyrie after ascending more flights of stairs than I could count. I held tightly to Finn's hand, my too-tight dress plastered to my legs as we fought against the wind gusts that threatened to sweep me off the top of the tower. Finn took me to a barn of sorts with stalls that were wide enough for full-sized dragons to stretch their wings. Most of the stalls had giant empty birds' nests with massive circular doors cut into the walls, making me think we weren't in a barn at all, but rather a large birdhouse. I gave a start when we passed a stall with 2 familiar black creatures tucked inside their nest, their wings wrapped around each other. 2 black heads popped up, and they let out ear-piercing screeches before tumbling out of their nest. Beatrix and Beau rushed me, making excited squawks while circling me as if they hadn't seen me in months.
I laughed when Beatrix licked me, slathering my cheek in wyvern spit. All right, all right. I nudged her maw away as my hair blew around my face. I'm glad you recognize me. They know your scent, Finn said with a wink while petting Bo. Just like I did. Heat flushed my cheeks as I looked at him. Thank you, Finn. He arched a brow. For what? I grabbed his arm, and before I could think better of the idea, I kissed his cheek. For being you. He visibly swallowed, looking down at me with those mesmerizing eyes. Anything for you, Tarianya. I didn't deserve him. I could have let him take me in his arms and kiss me then, even while the wyverns were causing a ruckus and squawking loudly in our ears. At that moment, I wanted nothing more than for him to kiss me. Actually, I wanted more than that from the father of my children. Our children. It pained me that I couldn't tell him what I'd learned, but Cassandra was right. Finn and Asher would run straight into Delphi and get themselves killed. Just as Finn leaned into me, his full lips a breath away, Demon popped his head out of the bag, nuzzling my neck before climbing up my chest, his little claws digging into my skin. Ouch! I pulled him off me and stroked his ears before stuffing him back into my bag. Thank you, Demon, I thought to myself as Finn pulled back. Then I turned back to my wyverns. Go back to your nest. I'll return to you as soon as I'm able. When Beatrix let out a squawk of protest, I held out a silencing hand. Please? For me? They hung their heads and turned from me, marching slowly back to their nest. I shook my head. Did everyone have to act like spoiled babies? Where's Helion and Radner? I asked Finn through thought, remembering we had the ability to mind-speak each other. His features hardened, his eyes flashing with disappointment. I'm not sure. We'll have to search for them. Hand in hand, we walked up to a few different dragon stalls, but when I called out to the beasts, I was met with angry grunts and growls. Not a single one would mind-speak me, which wouldn't have been odd considering dragons were known to have short tempers. But something felt different with these dragons. Something was missing. It took me a moment to recognize that Radner and I had something between us that I couldn't explain, but it was almost like an invisible thread. That thread was missing with these dragons. We'd just reached the end of the eyrie when I saw Radner sitting on the ledge of a wide veranda, his barbed tail wrapped around his legs and his wings tucked in tightly behind him while he stared up at the setting sun. In the distance, turrets with red flags waved in the wind. How clearly Delphi was visible from here. I wondered if my children were somewhere close. I turned to Finn. I want to talk to Radner alone. He tightened his hold on my hand. He doesn't appear to be in a good mood. I rolled my eyes at that. When is he ever? He brushed a strand of hair out of my mouth, but the wind blew it right back. I don't trust him around you. I leaned into him, placing a hand on his chest, hating myself for asking this of Finn, knowing it was wrong to be up here chasing after Helion when I had 2 loyal mates who wanted me. Please? He released my hand and stepped back, his features grim. It was windier out on the veranda. I felt as if I was walking against a gale as I trudged toward Radner. Where is he? I called into the wind. The dragon refused to turn around as his tail slapped the ground. Your voice has changed. Didn't Helion tell you about the masking spell? He did. He angled his head, glaring at me out of the corner of one eye. I liked you better as a mousy witch. Now you look like every other Delphian woman. The drake was trying to hurt me as I'd hurt Helion. I couldn't blame him for defending his rider. I appreciated his loyalty to Helion, but I didn't have time to play his mind games. Where is he? I repeated. Gathering supplies for our trip. Where are you going? I yelled, my voice carried in all directions by a gust of wild wind. Far away from here. I felt the venom in his voice. He couldn't wait to be far away from me, and yet I felt that tug, that invisible bond between us. How odd that I hadn't thought of it as anything other than a means of communication before. Radner, how is it that we can communicate, but I can't with other dragons? He stilled, the spikes on his back standing on end.
I don't know.
He was lying. I felt it in the marrow of my bones. I felt it. I felt what he was feeling. My mind reeled. How was that possible unless he was my familiar? Nausea rose into my throat. No, I'd already taken so much from Helion. I couldn't take Radner from him too. How did you know that first time we met that I'd be able to mind-speak you? I asked, and then cringed. Did I really want to know the answer? He resumed slapping the stone floor with his tail.
You ask too many questions, witch. I'll be glad to be rid of you.
I stared at his scaled back a long moment. Will you really? His silence as his tail continued to slap the stone was answer enough. I never wanted to hurt Helion. I love him more than life. I clutched my chest at the ache there. I don't think the crack in my heart will ever heal when he leaves me. He angled his head toward me, steam pouring from his snout.
Have you told him this?
I shook my head, tears of frustration welling in my eyes. When have I had the chance? Not that it matters. He won't listen anyway. He turned back around, staring up at the clouds.
I knew you'd break his heart. Why do you think I wanted to leave you in that forest?
You're cruel, Radner. His words pierced my chest as if he'd stabbed me with that barbed tail. A cloud of depression enveloped me, permeating my soul. You know none of this is my fault.
I do not blame the clouds that are carried by the wind, but I still curse the rain.
He motioned toward the sky, the vast swath of pink and oranges behind those waving red banners, and something else that looked oddly out of place. A thin line of black coming from the heart of Delphi. And it was growing. Those don't look like storm clouds.
They're not.
Then what are they? I asked, but I knew. I knew. Malvolia's fire mages, an entire army of them.
Shield your ears, witch.
He jumped to his feet and let out a roar that shook the ground beneath me. I would have tumbled to the ground if strong arms hadn't caught me. I was vaguely aware of Demon trembling against me. My ears were still ringing when I looked up into Finn's concerned eyes. A horn sounded in the distance, followed by another and another. Footsteps thundered across the battlements. Guards with purple plumes in their helmets shouted orders at each other. More dragons roared, and chaos descended in the Eyrie. Helion came running out of the Eyrie, a shiny new shield slung across his back. What's going on? Finn pointed to the growing black line racing across Delphi's sky. Malvolia has sent a welcome party. Helion looked at me then, his eyes widening as he took in my changed appearance. My world stopped turning when we locked gazes. Helion, I breathed, fighting the urge to run into his arms while I was still locked in Finn's embrace. He looked away, something akin to hurt, or maybe disgust, in his eyes. They've come for Anya, he said to Radner. Tari Anya, Asher boomed. I looked over Finn's shoulder at Asher. I hadn't realized he'd followed us. Chest heaving and fur sprouting all over his face, he glared at his brother. Behind him were Beatrix and Beau, whimpering while anxiously ruffling their wings. Gadea and Cassandra ran onto the platform, both swearing when they looked up at the sky. Cassandra clutched her lover's arm. They'll sack the temple and kill all the priestesses. And risk Vigo's wrath? I asked. Surely Malvolia's mages knew this would incite a war between Windhaven and Delphi and align Duke Vigo with King Fafnir. Gadea strode up to me, the wind whipping her robes behind her and blowing her crown to one side. Don't you know why Malvolia ordered your mother and father to be beheaded?
I suddenly felt much smaller underneath the weight of her stare. Because they tried to overthrow her. She shook her head. Because it was prophesied that Flora would bear a white witch who would destroy Malvolia. My mates and Helion let out several curses. Holy elements! My knees weakened, and I was more grateful to Finn for holding me up. What do we do? I looked from Helion to Finn. Helion bridged the distance between us. We lead them away. To where? His features turned to stone. The only place left. Peloponnese. The capital city of Calderia? He couldn't be serious. King Fochnan's stronghold? Have you gone mad? Asher barked. He scowled at his brother, the fire in his eyes rivaling Radnor's flames. Do you know of a better place? Here. Asher shook a fist toward the ground. We make a stand and fight them. With what army? Helion angrily waved at that growing line of black. The front line is nothing but fire mages. Asher nodded toward me. But we have a white witch. I wanted to melt into the stones when they all turned their eyes on me. Thank the elements for Finn, who kept a tight grip on my waist. Are you strong enough to take them all? Helion asked. Was I strong enough? I'd no idea. I'd only killed a handful of mages, and how I loathed myself after. Would I have the strength or the will to turn an entire army to ash? And what if they carried my children with them? I wouldn't put it past the evil queen to use them as shields. You can do what you want. Helion jerked forward, snatching me away from Finn. I'm taking Anya to Peloponnese. Asher let out a roar and snatched me so hard from Helion that he ripped the sleeve right off my dress. Tari Anya is not going anywhere without her mates. Helion stood in front of us, bracing his feet while holding a hand out to me. Then come with us. Finn looked from Asher to Helion, his voice cracking with fear. Fochnan will kill us. Asher's eyes widened, then narrowed. Not if we kill him first. His fangs lengthened as he grasped Finn's shoulder. This is our chance to get our revenge, brother. You do nothing that puts Anya in danger. When Helion held his hand out to me, giving me an expectant look, I broke from Asher's grasp and to hell with the consequences. Asher scowled at me and growled at his brother. We won't do anything to put Tari Anya in danger, but know this, brother, we will have our revenge. We'll wait until the time is right, but we'll rip out Fochnan's throat, and you will not try to stop us. I held my breath, trembling in Helion's arms and awaiting his response. In the meantime, that line of mages was getting closer, and I could clearly make out their flapping wings, the balls of flame in their hands. Helion released a breath, his shoulders falling. No, I won't. Then let's go to Peloponnese. The gleam in Asher's eyes as he flashed a wolfish grin caused icy thorns to dig into my spine. Tarianya, he commanded, his deep alpha tenor making my spine tingle with trepidation. Come with us. Helion dug his fingers into my arm with bruising force. Anya rides with me. Radnor is faster. She'll be safest with me. I thought Asher would fight his brother, but recognition flashed in his eyes, and he let out a yowl that pierced my ears. To Peloponnese! Helion yanked me hard, pulling me to Radnor. We'd only just mounted the dragon when Beatrix and Bo took flight, my mates on their backs. Helion held me tight as Radnor jumped into the air with a roar. We flew toward Peloponnese at breakneck speed, right toward those streaming blue banners and an army of at least 1,000 dragons, poised and ready for attack. But for whom? Us or Malvolia's army? Great goddesses, were we jumping out of the cauldron only to perish in the fire? This concludes Heart of Her Wolves by Tara West, narrated by Elizabeth Russell. Copyright 2023 by Tara West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tara West
and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.